Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Parachuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mmawu ego. Parachuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mmawu ego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye die gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga bu.
All right. Hold on. Hold on. I'm hearing myself back from some echo somewhere. So I'm hearing myself back. I'm hearing myself back from some echo somewhere. So there you are. So good to see you. So now let me just address this. So Ayo often starts the platform with a nice little welcome super chats. This is the extent of the generosity of the man. But he shouldn't stand alone in that space. So anybody that wants to join him should join him. What better way to start the session than this with this handsomeness that Ayo uses to welcome us regularly. So thank you, Ayo. So to it then, good day, good to see you, and how are you all? So how are you all? Yesterday was a slow news cycle, and we just had to find our way through it. But today is a rich harvest within the news, so plenty to chew over today. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. No, as soon as you click on to join, just click on the like button as well. So that's the only real support that you can, that's the main support you can give the platform. The super chats are nice and whatnot, but really what propels the platform is the readings of the YouTube algorithm. And that reading is usually in terms of the interaction with the space. One of the ways that it's gauged is the like button and the subscription and other metrics as well. So be part of that loop by clicking on the like button. So click on like, and if you're not already subscribed, then do that as well. So now, you remember I tell you every day that we're on a talent hunt, and that talent that we're looking for is a voice that is knowledgeable and articulate and delightful to listen to. So a good example was Jide, who joined us yesterday and the day before. So that's a new discovery for the platform. So you be the discovery of the day. So we're forever canvassing for new voice. So why don't you be the voice? How long have you been listening to us and say, no, one of these days I will join them? Well, why not today? What's wrong with today? So make today that day that is one of those days that you will join us, especially if you're knowledgeable about the Nigerian landscape, not necessarily solely about politics, because we expand beyond politics, but really a good knowledge of politics would help. But if you feel that you have the articulation and the confidence, just come on board. It's a gentle space, as you've already experienced. So if you're a new voice that we have not heard from before, we would like to hear from you. And the voice that we're chasing, of course, we've already said we're chasing a northern female voice. So that's the only voice that has not been properly documented on this platform yet, a northern female voice. So be the talent of the day. So yeah, what did I say? Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, you can avail yourself of that. That's in the comment section, and it's also pinned as the main comment. So buy your host cups of coffee just to nod in the direction of the platform to say, oh yes, I appreciate what that ball-headed fowl does all the time. So buy cups of coffee to show appreciation for your paddy man, one man. So do all those. But what are we contending with? So one of the, and by the way, a lot of the stories that we do discuss, they are actually sent in by the subscribers. So you all have my Instagram. It's always there. So my Instagram is always there. So if you feel there is a particular clip or a particular storyline that you would like the platform to interact with, just send it in to me, and I'll look through it, and then I possibly decide to put it on. So one of the subscribers did this, and this is why we're contending with this headline now. How Southwesterners dominate President Tinubu's list of 20 special advisors. So yes, this is a space that is fast developing. What was 1 year ago? What's this person talking about? So this is what are you talking about? Abimbola Tumbosun. So what was 1 year ago? All right. So this is a space that is fast developing. How Southwesterners dominate President Tinubu's list of 20 advisors. So, as early as the Tinubu administration is, the echoes or the murmurings of Yorubanization is now starting to evolve as a coinage to replace the Fulanization that we had under the Buhari administration. A lot of people, they are now starting to wonder if there's a tribal underbelly to the Tinubu administration. It's only really going by the appointments. How Southwesterners dominate President Tinubu's list of 20 special advisors. So we have a look at that to see the merit or lack thereof of that headline. So we look at that to see the merit or lack thereof of that headline. So we look at that to see the merit or lack thereof of that headline, only to then move on to this headline. And thankfully, we have hopefully a military man on the studio to talk us through this, because that falls within his bracket. NNPC intercepts offshore vessel owned by Nigerian businessman Henry Coker with stolen crude oil. So 800,000 barrels was what was actually somebody sent me. Whoever sent me that press release from NNPC should please resend it, because that press release by NNPC tallies with it. So if you're listening to me and you sent me that press release by NNPC, please resend it, because I don't have it on the screen readily. So resend it. Yes, NNPC intercepts offshore vessel owned by Nigerian businessman Henry Coker with stolen crude oil. So now it looks as though now the fight against that space is now starting to take its currency. The fight against that space is now starting to take its currency, and still with hands raised and gloves on. Another fight. But this fight, the fight against the oil bunkering, oil theft, is a fight against crime. But this next headline now is going to be a bloody fight. It almost certainly will be. It's going to be a bloody fight because, of course, it's a religious fight. We will defend our faith. Group declares support for Isheshe Festival in Ilorin. So, yes, I thought that headline had run its course, and I thought we'd already gone through all that we could go through with that particular storyline. But it looks as though rather than it peter away, it is ratcheting up. So rather than it petering away and fading out, it is actually ratcheting up. So these are the drum beats of bloodletting. If you've ever wondered what the drum beats of bloodletting sounds like, these are the drum beats of bloodletting. We'll defend our faith. Group declares support for Isheshe Festival in Ilorin. So there it is. The stage is set for a religious clash within the Ilorin state. So there it is right there. The right to slaughter. Oh, all right, thank you, please. I'll check in a moment. So the right to slaughter then cows in shallow rivers. It seems to be where the bloodletting would start. It's just it's unbelievable, but there it is. The stage set for a bloody clash in Ilorin. So now, to be or not to be is the next question, because of course, hold on. Right, to be or not to be is the next question, because of course the relevance of this particular space now, it is at risk of dying and fading away. This next space that I'm about to discuss, that I'm about to present to you now, the relevance of this next space that I'm about to present to you now is at risk of dying and fading away. And this was something that everybody on this planet thought it was an impossibility barely 20 years ago. But it looks as though this space may have run its natural course and is about to die its natural death. But before that death now, the final meeting for a rescue plan. What am I talking about? PDP governors meet to discuss state of the party, nation. So now, a lot of people, in fact, not even a lot of people are saying it is categorically factual now that the opposition space has been ceded to the Labour Party and more so to the obedient movement, because we have to make that chasm. We have to make that distinction between the Labour Party and the obedient movement, because they're two separate and distinct things. So the opposition space within the Nigerian political landscape has been ceded now to the obedient space, because the only opposition to government, the only space holding the government's feet to the coal, to hot coal, the only space holding the government's feet to fire is the obedient space. And that should be the natural landscape for the PDP party. But they seem to have internally imploded and about to draw their last breath. But before they draw that last breath, a final rescue plan. PDP governors meet to discuss state of party nation. So just the treacherous branch within the PDP, you wonder if anything meaningful can ever come out of them. So now this next headline, it continues to be an eye opener. This now next because actually let me just show you the headline. Then you see what I mean. Monthly fuel consumption drops to 18.5 million liters after the regulation. So this is now, actually, I'll give you this readout now. So because what we are now establishing is the chasm between the invoices that has been submitted to the nation by the NNPC for years and years, especially under this Buhari administration, when they were telling us, remember when Lamido Sanusi wondered if Nigerians were actually drinking petroleum, they were drinking PMS, confusing it for water. And it said that really only because the NNPC, they told us that Nigerians were consuming between 80 to 100 million liters of petrol per month. And that was what led to Lamido Sanusi aghasting within the federal space that are we drinking the thing? But now, and they were invoicing that, by the way, that this is what you have to subsidize for, 80 million liters. But now that the subsidy has been removed, the actual consumption of the Nigerian economy is now narrowed down to its true reality. Monthly fuel consumption drops by 18.5 million liters after the regulation. So it dropped by 18.5 million. That is not to say that it is 18.5 million, but what it dropped to, you have to hang around to find out. So hang around to find out. So this now next headline, I'm only really going to give you the headline. Let me see if there's much to it. No, I'll give you the headline and the readout. This is going to Ondo State and the curious goings on there. The curious goings on in Ondo State, Governor Akeredolu extends medical leave indefinitely. So now, So now this now highlights a very big problem within the Nigerian space, because it looks as though as soon as you are elected into a government office and you've taken that oath of office and you've taken then charge of the powers of that office, it's near impossible to remove you. So now the Nigerian constitution says that a governor, a president, etc., who is incapacitated must be removed for reasons of incapacitation. So Akeredolu has been incapacitated for 18 months, going on 2 years now. Is always renewing his medical leave. So now he's now renewed his medical leave indefinitely. So that is to say that he can be on medical leave pretty much for the duration of what is left of his administration. But then what is that clause? When does that clause get triggered? That when somebody is incapacitated, they have to be removed from that office for reasons of incapacitation. Governor Akeredolu extends medical leave indefinitely. So let's just rattle through this because it's not much of a read. Governor Rotimi Akeredolu has forwarded a letter of extension of his medical leave to the State House of Assembly. Governor Akeredolu last month began medical leave and said he would resume duties on July the 7th. Speaker of the Ondo State House of Assembly, Olamide Oladiji, said Akeredolu's action was in line with Section 190 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. The new extension, according to Speaker Olamide Oladiji, was based on the doctor's advice for the governor to take adequate rest whilst recuperating. In the letter, it was stated that Akeredolu's deputy, Lucky Ayedatiwa, would continue to act as governor until there is a written declaration to the contrary. So there it is. It's on medical leave indefinitely. And indefinitely, of course, could be well the full duration could be what the full could be what the full duration of his tenure. So let me bring you this next headline. This was what made me say, oh God. Wole Soyinka lacks home training. This is a Jimo. Oh God. Let me see. Okay, let me just give you this then. All right. It says in the realm of human discourse. Well, okay. I think this is an opinion piece. Let's go to this. So this is all about the Isheshe festival, by the way, in Ilorin. So let's go to where the prof was insulted. So I don't want to. Yes, let's pick it up from here. Critics, including Alhaji L.A.K. Jimo, a respected Ilorin-born historian, and Imam Ismail Dare Olawuwo, an Islamic scholar, have taken turns to criticize Soyinka for his lack of religious tolerance. So, okay then, I'm going to highlight this just so you can. In Nigeria, sometimes you wonder if you're living in a parallel universe. In Nigeria, sometimes you wonder if you're living in a parallel universe. So this is the criticism of these two characters against the professor. So listen to it again. It says critics, including Alhaji L.A.K. Jimo, a respected Ilorin-born historian, and Imam Ismail Dare Olawuwo, an Islamic scholar, have taken turns to criticize Soyinka for his lack of religious tolerance. So to Soyinka, in this whole contraton that is going on in Ilorin, in this whole contraton, in this whole saga that is going on in Ilorin, Wole Soyinka is the one that lacks religious tolerance. And there it is, right there. It's almost as though we live in a parallel universe in Nigeria. They argue that as an atheist and a proponent of cultism in the Nigerian educational system, he lacks the moral authority to speak on matters of religious tolerance. L.A.K. Jimo, whilst expressing his desire for a more organized response to Wole Soyinka's letter, highlighted his grievances with the title of the letter itself, referring to it as open letter to Sule Gambari without the courtesy of addressing the emir as Alhaji Ibrahim Sule Gambari. Jimo accuses Soyinka of displaying a lack of home training and respect. So there it is right there. Professor Wole Soyinka, he lacks home training and respect, according to L.A.K. Jimo. Moreover, Jimo contended that Soyinka's references to inter-religious disharmony in Kaduna, Boko Haram, and ISWAP are a deliberate attempt to incite disruption in the traditional tranquil Ilorin Emirate, known for its ethno-cultural tolerance and inter-religious harmony. Jimo goes further to criticize Soyinka's past involvement in cultism during his undergraduate years, and even accuses him of being a failed assassin in the 1960s. Let's see now. I was going to abandon it, but it won't let me stop reading it. According to Jimo, individuals like Soyinka who have perpetrated destructive cultism in Nigeria should feel ashamed and have no moral ground to sermonize about tolerance. He argued that Soyinka's previous intolerance towards dissenting political opinions undermines a credibility he may have on the subject. Continuing in his critique, Jimo challenges Soyinka's intellectualism and suggests, and by the way, Jimo challenging Soyinka's intellectualism. So Soyinka will know Oprah Wonyosi, Abiku, and all of that. So he's the one that wrote all those to the point that he propelled him to a Nobel. And by the way, do you know that do you know that Soyinka is one of two no more than, I doubt if there are about 5 black people that have won the Nobel laureate based on academic work. Do you understand? I'm sure there are plenty of I'm sure there are plenty of black people that have been given the Nobel laureate. I think Mandela has one as well. But based on academic work of the brain, function of the brain, Agbari, brain. I think Wole Soyinka is probably one of 2 Africans that have ever really gotten that. Certainly, probably stands alone as the only black African that has ever gotten that. To have won a Nobel laureate based on an academic piece of work. But this is the person that Jimoh is telling us. It's all, like I said, it's like a parallel universe, the Nigerian state. Continuing his critique, Jimoh challenges Soyinka's intellectualism and suggests that if he wishes to engage in a debate, he should familiarize himself with the history of various Yoruba towns and the trajectory of their respective dynasties. I'm not an American, so why am I even saying dynasties? It's a throwback to that in 1980s, in the late 80s series where they used to wear all these big shoulder pads. If you've ever worn a blazer that had shoulder pads, then we know how old you are. Jimoh mentions examples like Ife, Oyo, Ibadan, Abeokuta, Osogbo, and Modakeke, highlighting instances where certain groups displaced others to establish their dominance. Imam Ismail Dare Olawuwo, in a similar vein, questions Soyinka's right to discuss religious tolerance due to his atheism. Olawuwo asserts that the Emir of Ilorin, as the custodian and protector of the city, has the moral authority to intervene and cancel events such as the Isheshe festival. Ilorin being a predominantly Muslim community, deeply influenced by Islamic teachings, values peace, unity, and respect for others as crucial elements for peaceful coexistence. So let me see, is there much more? Oh yes, there's only one paragraph left. The responses from L.A.K. Jimoh and Imam Ismail Dare Olawuwo reflects the strong sentiments against Wole Soyinka's letter, criticizing his lack of religious tolerance and calling into question his moral standing. As this controversy unfolds, the city of Ilorin eagerly awaits Soyinka's response, suggesting that those who live in glass houses should think twice before casting stones. So that is that last paragraph then betrays the political leanings of the person who wrote this. But this was written by Christian Maximilian. So I'm not quite sure what Christian Maximilian's space is in all of that. So so that's that. So let me bring you now the last headline. Nigerian prison officials now borrow money from inmates after exhausting poor salaries. Aggrieved officers' rights, Tinubu. So this one is quite a thing. Let me just give you this as well, so I get this out of the way too. An officer of the Nigerian Correctional Service, formerly Nigerian Prison Service, has written to President Bola Tinubu to complain about alleged corruption and poor remuneration in the service. According to the aggrieved official, the NCS personnel were being poorly paid and treated unfairly, unlike their colleagues in other departments at the Ministry of Interior. He said some of the personnel now depend on inmates to feed their family. Part of the letter shared with correspondents read, Correctional Service being that agency solely responsible for the safekeeping of those legally detained, rehabilitation, reformation, and reintegration back into society. We, the staff of the agency, are not taken care of. Our hazardous duty seems not to be recognized and rewarded accordingly. Without the safekeeping of prisoners, nobody in society will sleep peacefully. Poor remunerations. Junior staff salaries range from 38,000 to 65,000. is that per month or per annum? That's well, it can't be per annum, can it? So it can only be per month. So it's 65,000 poor pay in Nigeria. That's the thing. It's 65,000 poor pay from grade level 3 to grade level 7 respectively. I have spent 11 years on the job, and I am currently on level 7 with a salary of 65,000 monthly to survive, which is impossible if not for God. We pay rent, feed, pay children's school fees, buy fuel, or settle other settle other bills, etc. We are tired, just that we don't have alternatives. I have managed my salary to train myself in school, yet the agency has refused to upgrade me at least so that I can earn up to 114,000. Promotion arrears are not being paid. Non-issuance of uniforms. Despite the poor salary, our agency has refused to issue us uniforms. Instead, we have been the one buying it ourselves. So we've had this severally, that with Nigerian security personnel having to buy their own boots, buy their own uniforms, even in some instances buy their own guns. We are left to beg from inmates when salaries get exhausted after a week of payment, thereby creating unprofessional relationship with inmates through which prohibited items are taken to custody centers, leading to some escapes in custody centers. Sometimes officers beg as low as 100 naira from inmates when they are closed from work just to pay transport back home. The last administration only increased police salaries without adding anything to us. The last person in police is receiving 75,000, whilst the last person in the correctional service is receiving. So there it is. The prison wardens are begging money from the prisoners. So there it is. Only in Nigeria, of course. Only in Nigeria. So only in Nigeria. So let me take the Kega. And by the way, there's still plenty of space left in the on the studio if you want to come join. So let me take a micro break with the K guys, and then we'll see how we wrap the conversation. So let's go to the K guys. Keep on clicking on the like and subscribe. But let's go to the K guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniriwa Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Iku Koniriwa Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. how Southwesterners dominate President Tinubu's list of 20 special advisors. So this is something that is fast developing as a theme. A list of 20 names that made up the special advisors to President Tinubu is dominated by people from the country's southwestern region, correspondents learned. In a copy of the list obtained by correspondents, it was observed that half of the special advisors Tinubu had appointed since his inauguration in May were people from states in the southwestern region. These are, so let's go through them. Dr. Adekunle Tinubu, a personal physician. Tunde Rahman. So that you have to discount this first two actually. So if Dr. Adekunle Tinubu is his personal physician, then that will be a carryover from his personal life. And Tunde Rahman has always been Tinubu's spokesperson. So that's not really anything new. Dami Lotun Aderemi, Senior Special Assistant on Private Secretary. Tony Subir, Senior Special Assistant on Domestic. So not any significant portfolio so far. Demola Oshodi, Senior Special Assistant on Protocol. So he's starting to get a bit senior. Tokwe Ajayi, Senior Special Assistant on Media and Publicity. Others, Yetunde Shekoni, Motunrayo, Jinadu, Shegun Dada, Paul Adekonye, Wale Fadairo, Sunday Moses, and Taiwo Okon Lawon. So this is not actually strong enough this is not strong enough to back up that headline. This list has generated mixed reactions from Nigerians who feared that Tinubu might also reserve the key ministries in his list of cabinet members for Southwesterners. For instance, a popular activist, Deji Adenyoju, tackled President Tinubu on his Facebook page on Sunday. Adenyoju said, what kind of tribalism is there? I don't think this is strong enough. Tunde Rahman has always been his spokesperson. Adekunle Tinubu, his personal physician. If that's always been his personal physician, then who cares? Senior Special Assistant on Domestic. So the cook, who cares about the cook? You know, so it's not strong enough an argument to be had yet. For instance, a popular activist, Deji Adenyoju, tackled President Tinubu on his Facebook on Sunday. Adenyoju said, what kind of tribalism is this? Almost everyone on this list appointed by Tinubu is Yoruba. Out of 20, 15 of them are Yoruba. Gosh, Nigeria is a diverse country with multi-ethnic communities in both North and South. The Constitution founders recognizes this variety and introduced the Federal Character Act. The Act aims to encourage, monitor, and enforce conformity with the principle of proportional representation in all bureaucratic, economic, media, and political positions at all levels of government. But this first set of appointments from the new president indicated that his administration, like his predecessors, may neglect the provisions of a section. So now, Deji Adenyoju, of course, he's now gone back to uni to get a law degree. And then off the back of that, now newly acquired law degree. Now, he thinks he's Rotimi Williams. He now thinks he's Rotimi Williams with his now newly acquired law degree. Like his predecessors may neglect the provision of Section 13, subsection 3. Is now quoting law. Was it not Showore's Bagman, Showore's Man Friday? He's now I cannot abide that guy. It comes across. If he had a PhD, he will still come across like a dunce. He's just one of those people. Like his predecessors, may neglect the provision of Section 13, subsection 3 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which states that the composition of the government of the Federation or any of its agencies and the conduct of its affairs shall be carried out in such a manner as to reflect the federal character of Nigeria and the need to promote national unity and also command national loyalty. So there it is. It's just essentially the Adeyanju showing off now his newly acquired legal knowledge. But is there anything to this now underpinning that because setting aside the Adeyanju criticism, this is something that is starting to bubble in the underbellies of the Nigerian political space, that there's a tonality of southwestern something within the Tinubu mix. You know, it's a Faleti, Fadiran, and far. So we're starting to see the emergence of that. And so this is something maybe we need to pay, because now that it has turned into a thing, people will start to pay even more attention to it. Let me go on to this one. I have a video clip to add to this one after the readout. NNPC intercepts offshore vessel owned by Nigerian businessman Henry Coker with stolen. Following the receipt of credible intelligence, a private security contractor engaged by NNPC Limited Messrs. Tantita Security Services intercepted a suspicious vessel with a cargo of crude oil on board on July the 7th, 2023. The vessel XYZ, owned by a Nigerian registered company, Holab Maritime Services Limited, with registration ABC, was heading to Cameroon with the cargo on board when it was apprehended at an offshore location, with the latitude, a longitude, etc., with the captain and crew members on board. The company is owned by Nigerian businessman Henry Coker and other members of his family, according to CAC filings. Preliminary investigations revealed that the crude oil cargo on board was illegally sourced from a well jacket offshore Ondo State, Nigeria. There was no valid documentation for the vessel or the crude oil cargo on board at the time of the arrest. Further investigation into the activities of the vessel at the NNPC Limited Command and Control Center also revealed that the vessel has been operating in stealth mode for the last 12 years. So yeah, so the Coker family, it is those South people, isn't it? It's those South people. The last reported location of the vessel was Tinkan Island Port in July. That should be on July. In July, that should be 2011. Details of this arrest and the outcome of the investigation were escalated to the appropriate government authorities, upon which it was concluded to destroy the vessel to serve as a strong warning and deterrent to all those participating in such illegal activities to seize and desist. Destroying vessels involved in transporting stolen crude oil is of paramount importance as a strong deterrent. The illegal trade of stolen crude oil not only inflicts significant economic losses on Nigeria and legitimate stakeholders in the oil industry, but also perpetrates a cycle of corruption, environmental devastation, and social instability. NNPC Limited assures Nigerians that we will sustain the momentum in the war against crude oil theft until it's brought to a halt. So there it is. I've got the clip of just when this vessel was boarded and apprehended. So hang around. So I'll play you the clip at the end of the readout. So hang around. So hopefully my military guy is still in the studio to talk us through that space. We'll defend our faith. Group declares support for Isheshe festival in Ilorin. A group under the aegis of the Ancient Religion Society of African Descent International Council says it is ready to defend the rights of traditional religion faithfuls amidst the Isheshe festival controversy in Ilorin. In a statement on Monday, Ifagbenusola Atanda. So that doesn't sound especially, because this is an international group. So somebody called Ifagbenusola Atanda. That sounds like one of those South American reverts. In a statement on Monday, XYZ as Ifa Atanda, the group's president, said traditional worshippers will not fold our arms and allow infringement on the rights of their fellow adherents in the country. Correspondents have reported that the Mijilisu Shabab Li Ulamahu Musulumi group in a video warned Yeye Ajesi Kemi Omolara, a priestess, against holding an Isheshe festival in Ilorin, Kwara State. The group claimed the order came from Sulu Gambari, Emir of Ilorin. Speaking on the issue, the Emir of Ilorin said the festival was cancelled to prevent crisis. So I wonder if they had a history of crisis already within that space. He added that the priestess had lived harmoniously in the town for years until she decided to go beyond her boundaries. So how is her wanting to practice her faith in her country, going beyond her boundaries? Reacting to the development, ARSADIC pledged to support Ajesi Kemi, adding that freedom of religious practice is enshrined in the Constitution. The group called on the state government and security agencies to intervene. As long as we, the traditional religion adherents, know our boundaries, not to throw offensives at other faiths, we will resist any attempt to trample on our rights to freedom of religion and association as spelled out in the Nigerian Constitution. We are quite aware that Ilorin, Kwara State is an integral part of Nigeria, and we are ready to defend our faith. Yeye Omolara has our support at all times to practice her faith, the traditional religion which bonds all of us together. I therefore call for prompt intervention of the Kwara State government under the able leadership of Governor Abdul Rahman. So you are asking for Abdul Rahman to go against Islam. You must be smoking some funny pipe. I therefore call for the prompt intervention of the Kwara State government under the simple thing, and I think we've discussed this already. It's just a simple matter of them not granting them the license to do it, and that is it. So if they don't get police clearance, and then it becomes an illegality if they go on and hold the parade. I therefore call for the prompt intervention of the Kwara State government under the able leadership of Governor Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak and the security agencies in the state. Prominent Nigerians have also reacted to the development. Wole Soyinka, the Nobel laureate, described the decision to cancel the festival as a crime against the cultural heritage of all humanity and an assault on civilized conduct. An assault on which one assaults the civilized conduct more? These are poor Malu that is about to be slaughtered in the most brutish manner, or I don't know. Let's go on to this one. PDP governors meet to discuss state of the party and the nations. So let's breeze through. Yes, a short read. The People's Democratic Party PDP, the People's Democratic Party Governor Forum will meet on Tuesday in Abuja to discuss the state of the party and the nation. The forum, in a statement by its Director General CID something or the other in Abuja on Monday, said the inaugural meeting will also roll out the agenda of the forum under the leadership of Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State. He said that the first meeting of the forum since Mr. Mohammed and Governor Fubara were elected. And by the way, so Bala Mohammed is from Bauchi State, but where is Governor Fubara coming from? because of course, they've already stood accused of doing this with their Yemsen Wike, which cost them the presidency, to trying to northernize which state is he, governor? Let's see, who is he? Oh, all right. Fubara is River State. Okay, so fair enough. Okay. Okay. Yes. He said that the first meeting of the forum since Mr. Mohammed and Governor Fubara were elected chairman and vice would hold at 1 p.m. The forum is expected to discuss the state of the nation, especially recent developments in the country, politically, socially, and economically. The meeting will also discuss the state of the forum, the party, and the role of the PDP governors in stabilizing the PDP and the nation. In addition, the new leadership of the forum may likely unfold their unity and progressive agenda during the meeting. So there it is right there. So the last stand at the OK Corral, So fight or flight. What is it? Fight or flight. So this is it. This is the last opportunity for the PDP. And if they don't get it right, bye-bye, birdie. If they don't get it right, bye-bye, birdie. So bye-bye, birdie. I'll give you two more readouts and then we'll come in. Let me give you this one because this one is pertinent and germane to the current state of play. Monthly fuel consumption drops by 18.5 million liters after deregulation. The volume of petroleum motor spirit, also known as petrol, that was consumed across the country in the first quarter of 2023 is 11.26 liters, the federal government has said. The government said after the removal of the that's not actually quite significant. If the consumption is 11.26 billion and is dropped by 18.5, that's actually quite a derisory amount. The details don't actually. The federal government said after the removal of the, but then of course, we have to take a month out of this data because the deregulation has only lasted around about a month. So how much have that impacted? So that 18.5 million liters has to be the impact of 1 month. The federal government said after the removal of the subsidy on petrol, following the pronouncement of President Bola Tinubu on May the 29th, 2023, PMS consumption reduced by an average of 18.5 million liters daily. Our correspondence data obtained on Sunday, July the 9th, by the Nigerian. Let's do that again. Let me actually scroll this because yeah. Data obtained on Sunday, July the 9th from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority in Abuja showed that between January the 1st and May the 28th, 2023, which was the pre-deregulation period, the total amount of petrol consumed nationwide was 9.9 billion liters. The average consumption for the 148 days period the average consumption for the 148 days period was put at 66.9 million liters, indicating the country consumed an average of 66.9 million liters of petrol daily during the 5-month period when subsidy on petrol was still in place. So when they had a subsidy, we were consuming 66.9 million. So we're now getting real figures. But figures, so hold on to that figure, 66.9 million was what we were consuming, according to NNPC, according to Melekari, this is what we were consuming daily, 66.9 million. But figures indicated that between June the 1st and June the 28th, 2023, which was described as the post-deregulation period, the total petrol consumption across the country was 1.36 billion liters, while the average daily consumption was put at 48.43 billion. So that's well, you see the difference, 18 billion already. Is that significant enough of a margin to be calling foul, though? Is that significant enough of a margin to be calling foul? The president of the Nigeria Association of Energy Economics, Professor Yinka Omorogbe, said the fuel subsidy regime created avenues for terrible practices. Omorogbe said the removal of the fuel subsidy was a right step, despite the harsh impact on Nigerians. So there is that one. We've already gone through Akeredolu. Let me now give you what constitutes then the headline, which is really what would have brought people here. So let me now bring you these figures, because it's really now wrapping up the remnants of the stolen mandate space. And the more you continue to interrogate the raw data that came out of that election, the more some of the figures that INEC attributed to Peter Obi, the more dubious they seem. Because Obi has always told us that the numbers that INEC attributed to him are not a true reflection of the votes that he got. That's what Obi has always, and he's gone to court actually on that. And the more we continue to interrogate the data of the election, the more right Obi is. Obi is actually right in what he's saying. The raw data coming out of the February 25th election, the raw data is telling us that Obi is right. The figures that were attributed to Peter Obi were not a true reflection, just from the raw data. They cannot be a true reflection of the votes that Peter Obi actually scored. So Obi is right. What the raw data is telling us is that Peter Obi, with certainty, would have done significantly worse than what INEC attributed to him. So was INEC actually excessively generous towards Peter Obi? This is the question that the data is asking. Let me share this with you. So these are raw data now. There are 20 states. Within the northern space that results from for Labour Party in the north. So the Federal Capital Territory, it constitutes the north, and Obi handsomely got 61%, 61.23%. So then this, of course, ramblings that he won the election. So this adds credence somewhat to that fallacy. But let's see if the totality of the North adds credence to what a lot of people consider to be a fallacious mind fade that Obi is parading around, a fallacious mind fade. So that's the accusation that Obi stands accused of. So we have the FCT there, 61.23. And then we go on to Adamawa. So these are figures for Labour Party. Obi got 14.45% there. And then in Bauchi, Obi got 3.2% there. And so in Benue State, so this again adds to his mindset. He got 40% there. But then in Borno, he got 1.55% there. Gombe 5%, but this is where it starts. This recurs as several within the north. So percentage of the votes in Jigawa State. So when I say 0, I mean less than 1%. And when I say 2, I mean less than 5, I mean less than 3. So 0.21%. So what that tells you is that in Jigawa State, they did not even, they are not even aware that there's a human being called Peter Obi never mind giving him consideration to give a vote to. So there it is right there. So in Kaduna State, he got 21.6%. In Kano State, you see now, this is probably the most damning of the vote. So in terms of intellectualism, in terms of the chattering classes, intellectuals within the Nigerian mass, the concentrations of them are predominantly in Lagos, and then from Lagos you have to say, and a lot of them in Ibadan, but really a lot of them in that Kaduna Kano axis. So in that Kaduna Kano axis, that is where intellectualism really is in the north. So if Peter Obi is scoring 1.68% in Kano State, an egalitarian, enlightened intellectual space. So there is that one. In Katsina State, it got 0.6%, which tells you then that nobody is in Katsina apart from the household of Buhari. Nobody in Katsina knows that there's a human being called Peter Obi. These are raw data. So in Kebbi State, nobody still knows that Peter Obi exists as a human being, 1.91%. In Kogi State, they are aware, but they just don't care, 12.31%. In Kwara State, they thought it was their favorite chemist down the road, so they gave him 6.63%. In Nasarawa State, they are very much there are a few takers, by the way, from this raw data that's coming in the north. That tells you where there's a mass of concentrations of likely Christians. So we saw that with Benue, who has a large concentration of Christians. So that explains that. Abuja, you can discount, of course, it being a metro, the capital city. But then Nasarawa, he got 35.41%. So that's to tell you then a good concentration of Christians there. And Niger State at 10%. Then Sokoto State, I'm actually surprised that he got 1.12% in Sokoto State, because if you were wondering where the heartbeat of the North was, you would have thought it was Sokoto State, where religion converges, where religion converges with ethnicity to then form one central hub. And that is where you're getting all of these religion-based stonings and whatnot. So the space that you would have expected a total zero rejection of Peter Obi was Sokoto State. But still, there's 1% of persons in Sokoto State. I wonder if those were yes, there's still 1% of persons in Sokoto State voting for Peter Obi. And then Taraba State, 29.30%. Yola, 0.64%. And Zamfara, 0.33%. So, it's not an attempt to re-legislate anything, but it's just really to highlight. It says out of the 19 northern states, Labour Party scored 25 in 4 states. Can the LP please tell Nigerians how and where it got 25% or more in at least 9 of the remaining 15 are listed to have the necessary spread? So the person, whoever brought this forward, is just speaking about the spread. But really, the narrative actually goes beyond the spread. This is a categorical rejection, what you're seeing here. When somebody is scoring 0 points, if we look, let's actually have a look. So in Jigawa, in Katsina, in Yola, and in Zamfara, it couldn't even muster. It couldn't even muster 1%. So that's Nigeria right there. Of anything, because what the figures are actually telling us is that Peter Obi is right. that INEC this give him the wrong result, but they were overly generous to him. It's really what we're seeing. It would have scored significantly less than INEC attributed to him. So that seems to be the what's to what to be concluded from that. So that seems to Thomas joins us.
Hello, woman, are you there? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but one man is seems to be gone.
Wow, that's bad though.
Yeah, he'll be back.
I think that's London. Why? Why would that happen in London?
No, one man lives in London at Jigunle.
Oh, that should not be happening in London. Well, it's internet, it's technology. Anything can happen, though.
Of course.
Yeah. I think we should wait for him to come in. He might be struggling to come in. He will come in.
Hello guys.
Yeah, we're hearing you, bro.
Yeah. How are you guys? I think obedience is after one man.
Really?
Yeah.
Not obedient. Not obedient. This technology. This technology you know, in play.
Yeah.
I think so.
Let me play the care guides, then wait for him.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
All right, this is now to be somewhat of a tradition. Can you hear me?
oh, night, oh. Oh, night.
I said the obedience is after you, one man.
Can you hear me now?
I
Yes, we
can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, William, this seems to be now.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
This seems to be somewhat now turning into somewhat of a okay, no, that's fine. No, that's fine. Oh God, who's that? Can you mute for a moment? Yeah. So I was just going to say this seems now to be somewhat of a tradition. My system collapsing just as soon as I'm about to land it. But thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. An A-class assemblage. Let's put it that way. An A-class assemblage. But we have Officer Maxwell here. So let me play. Let me go to the storyline. Let me go to the storyline. The intercepted oil vessel that was stealing oil from the Nigerian state. So let me go to this. Hold on. Let me go to this. Let me go to the story. Let me go to the storyline, and then let me line up this let me line up this video clip. So this clip that you're about to see now is the moment of the interception by the security forces. But this is hired by NNPC.
There is one here too. There are two. On the other side of the park here. All the boat don't be gathered here. All right. So there it is. Officer Maxwell. So there it is. Those were your boys intercepting some vessels stealing oil from Nigeria. So what are you making of that? This vessel that has been that's been accosted on the high seas. 800,000 barrels of petrol found. These guys have been in operation since at least 11 years, because they document them back to 2011. Henry Coker is the name that that vessel was registered to. So what are you making of that interception as part of the wider fight against oil theft? Vin, good to see you.
Thank you so much, one man, and good evening
here in Ghana.
Yes, here in Ghana, the beautiful city of Bolagatanga, eastern part of Ghana. Good evening to all the panelists and those that are in the comment section, and our brothers and sisters that are watching us all over the world. I am disturbed with what is going on. They are not my boys, they are my comrades, former comrades. I am ex now. I had no much power when I was in active service. I was just a warrant officer, and I was with the military, the army, not the navy. One man, and those that are listening to us, there is what we call area of responsibility, AOR, in the military. It's a universal concept. I would like to channel it to the Navy. That area you are talking about now, when you come to seas, it is the AOR, area of responsibility of the Navy, the Nigerian Navy. If these people have been operating since 2011, that will show you that they were not operating alone, one man. That vessel, that oil tanker you see there, can carry, if I'm not mistaken, it can carry over 200 to 300 barrels of crude oil.
800,000 was found in it. 800,000.
800,000, okay. That is to show you the quantum of loss, revenues that the Nigerian state is losing from oil, illegal oil bunkering, apart from the ones that are happening in the hinterlands. It is very, very ridiculous that Nigeria can no longer control or protect or supervise their waterways and allow these things to happen. You see, I think it was in this, when we were talking about oil subsidy, whether it is a scam or not. I don't know if it was on this platform that I said. I reiterate what Abacha said before he died. He said, if insurgency or any act, I'm putting my own there now, or any act of criminality persists for more than 1 week, the government in place at the time is involved in it. There is no way this vessel in the Navy, when I had the opportunity to enter into their control room while I was in Bakassi Peninsula fighting the Cameroonians, there is what they call PLS, Point Location System. It is a kind of tracking system that can detect any vessel that is coming into Nigeria as far as 60 to 70 or 80 nautical miles. This man or this group has been, have been doing all these things in Nigeria, carrying out this criminal. It's a sabotage for me. And nobody found out or detected them. That is the show.
Vin, does it surprise you the name that this act is being attributed to, Henry Coker, which will then tell you that that's a South person? Does that surprise you? Because I was either expecting a foreign name or a northern name. Does it surprise you that it's actually the Southerners that are behind all this?
One man, I do not care where the person comes from. I do not care where this person comes from. What I am interested in is the loss of revenue that they are causing to the Nigerian state. And you must know my position. Before I make this submission that I'm making here, I am for Biafra. I am for Biafra. And anything that is going to bring Biafra is what I am for. But as long as we are still in Nigeria, this kind of thing that is going on, which has been allowed to persist since 2011, will tell you, calculate 800,000 barrels of crude oil. I do not know how many times they've been, from 2011 to the day it was accosted and arrested. Calculate and check the amount. It might not be this one alone. There are other people that are doing the same thing. It's only that lock run against these people. That is why you see them. You know, in Nigerian system, if they want to prove a point, they would take an scapegoat, take one person and make that particular person an scapegoat.
Is there
It is a
sufficient?
cartel. It is a cartel.
Vin, is there sufficient enough of a policing of the Nigerian waterways? Would you say, you being a military person, is there sufficient enough of a policing of the Nigerian waterways?
Constitutionally, that would tell you, you see, if this thing can happen, people allow these things to happen, how do you want to tell me that the Nigerian, territorial integrity is protected?
Sorry, Vin. Let me just correct myself for a moment. It's 800,000 liters, not barrel. But carry on. Yeah.
800,000 liters. No matter how it is, my brother, even if it is 100, even if it is 100,000 liters, my brother, just quantify it in monetary terms. I will tell you what is going on in that country. A report came out some time ago that Nigeria loses $400 to $500 million on monthly basis through oil bunkering. You do not know how many ships such as this has been coming into Nigeria, evacuating oil, stealing oil from our people, for selfish interest. These people cannot do it alone. It is a connivance of the Navy and those in Abuja. That is why I said it is a cartel. It is a cartel. And it takes a responsible government to fish them out, just like they are doing now. As we speak.
Vin, the NNPC, they've made the decision to sink that vessel. So going forward, do you think this should be the course of action that whenever these sort of vessels they are caught and it's established that they are bunkering oil, they should apprehend and whoever is behind and then sink the vessel? Do you think that's
one man and those that are listening to me as I speak, why would they destroy that ship? Why would they destroy that ship? In the process of interrogation, there is what we call destruction of evidence. Why will you destroy that ship? Like now, if they want to bring it out, what evidence are you going to show that this particular vessel, is it this video that you are showing us there? They are looking at tangibles, raw evidence. That is what they are looking at. Why will you destroy it? If these people that destroy it are people that have the interest of the country at heart, why would they destroy it? You can use this, you can make use, you can convert it and, own it, repossess this vessel, use it for your own good. It is an additional equipment to the country. It is a proceed of fraud or criminality. So I don't support the destruction of this ship. And that coca, where is that coca, one man? Have you heard anywhere that this man has been prosecuted, investigated, or something like that? Have you heard of that, one man, please?
No, it's a breaking story. So I suspect in the course of, we'll find out just what's been done about him.
Okay, I would like to see some what I would call proactive measures in order to bring this guy into the interrogation room. How I wish I am still.
Vin, one man, Yoruba too also bear coca now. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. But Henry Coca, though, what's his first name? Just because of the crime, is more likely.
A sad person. You're right.
But yeah, that's just my suspicion.
You see, for me, if you look at my earlier submission, I don't want to know where this guy come from. As long as he is a Nigerian, he is committing economic sabotage to the country. That is my own position. And he and his corporates, or those that are facilitating him, must be brought to book. I suggest that if this man, as we speak now, is still a suspect until proven guilty by any competent court of jurisdiction in that territorial integrity called Nigeria, if this man is found guilty, his cartels, those that are facilitating him, must pay, in fact, with interest. Their properties must be seized, both home and abroad, in order to recover the losses that they have incurred against that country. That is my position on this. And mind you, one man, this thing cannot happen without the knowing of those that are vested with the responsibility of protecting the riverine areas, which is our seas, which is
you know, Vin, we've had that conversation just a couple of days ago when we were saying this was when they were giving packages to retiring military personnel, and somebody was suggesting that they were paying them off to stop the oil bunkering. And you seem to concur with that it's impossible without the connivance of security forces.
I told you, if you remember some time ago, before as it is in the public domain, Wike, Governor Wike, I think ex-Governor Wike, made a very serious allegation against a particular GOC within that area. What happened to that man? What happened to him? Typical of Nigeria. What happened to that man? That man should have been made to pay the price, thoroughly investigated. If found guilty, must be paid for what he caused that country. That's my opinion in this. And mind you, there is no way, if it waggles like a dog and it barks like a dog, then it is a dog. Most of this thing that is happening, a civilian cannot do that. When you see a small bird dancing on the center of the road, the drummer is nearby, one man. There are people that were aiding them, controlling everything that was going on, and giving them access to continue to perpetuate this evil against the state. That is what I have to say about this.
All right, Vin, I'm going to take you to two more spaces, and then from you, I'll go on to Akeem. So the two spaces I'm going to take you to, they are not spaces that I've read out before. As you know, the news cycle continues to churn out, and we continue to respond. So this one now, presidential polls, APC preparing for rerun. Labour Party National Chairman warns members. So this is the confidence that he's claiming that they're getting from the court. He says the national chairman of the Labour Party, Julius Abure, has said that the All Progressive Congress APC is preparing for a possible rerun of the 2023 presidential elections, warning members of the party to be alert and not be taken unawares. Speaking on Monday during an online meeting held with Nigerian American Coalition for Justice and Democracy, led by Professor Eddie Okparioji, who is the Labour Party diaspora chairman in the United States, Abure said the APC believes that the odds are against it at the Election Petition Tribunal. In a statement, the acting National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party, Obiora Ifeo, said Abure called on the party members to get ready to defeat the APC in the event of a rerun. In Abure's words,
there are speculations that those in government are already planning for a rerun, and this is part of the support we will be canvassing from you. We should also be getting prepared because since all those in government are already preparing for rerun, we too should not be taken unawares. So we will be needing your engagement and support on this aspect. If it happens today that the election is nullified, which is not what we're asking for, because we are asking for outright declaration of Peter Obi as president. We believe strongly that we want the election, given the statistics we have, given the results we have. We are not expecting anything less than the declaration of Peter Obi as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But supposing that didn't happen, as the government is believed to be planning for a rerun, it will not also be out of place for us to be preparing for a rerun. So this is what's now evolving within the news cycle, and this is Julius Abure, the Labour Party national chairman, speaking to an American coalition around the Labour Party space. So what level of veracity are you giving to this? Is this just an attempt at a money grab by this guy, or is there any veracity to it? Is this something that is being discussed within the obedience cycle?
One man, you see, for me, the case is still ongoing. I think they have closed their hearings in the tribunal, and I believe that this is prejudicial, for him to say this, because the case has not been, there is no order that has been given by the court.
But this seems to be the he's in court virtually every day. So now he's speaking to the indications that he is getting from the court. But then, because if he's asking them to get prepared for a rerun, that is to say that he's canvassing for money for campaign. So is this a 419 or is this reality?
I don't think it's 419, but you see, everybody has their opinion. But for me, as long as the case is in court, I would have, advised him to just, keep calm until a verdict a ruling is given by the court. And for me, you see, one man, most of these things that you see happening left, right, and center concerning the election, the presidential election, shouldn't have happened if the right processes were done in line with what INEC themselves put out, especially both in Nigeria and in Chatham House. You say that you are going to, allow Nigerians and the world to see through BVS to IREF portals. The National Assembly election was uploaded in the same way as they said. But what happened in the presidential election? Why was the glitch that they're talking about? And
sorry, I'm not trying to stop you, but it's only because we've gone around that cycle so many times. We're just waiting for the verdict from the courts now. So all the whys and wherefores, we've done them endlessly. But now this guy is indicating that there's a possible rerun. So I was just wondering, because you are in that obedience space, that is there anything that underpins him saying this, or is it just on a money grab to exploit?
One man, I am not an obedient. I am pro-Biafra. I am not an obedient. I am pro-Biafra. You see, and I hope that my people in the comment section will understand and respect my own opinion. And that is not to say I cannot speak in what is happening in Nigeria. You see, I would advise him to just allow the tribunal to pass their ruling before they now start talking what next. For him now to go and begin to make these, pronouncements outside. If you remember, I do not know if I'm going to equate this with Abiola. Abiola won the election of 1992. and he was campaigning. He was very, very convinced that and all of us during that time in the military believed that Abiola won that election. What happened? They charged him for treason because of comments he made. Unfortunately, I respect that man so much. I called him my father because I met him first in Aso Rock. I saw him. I saw his, his composure, and till his death, I will tell you today, till his death, he never ever surrendered that mandate given to him by Nigerians overwhelmingly to anybody. He died a proud man and a conqueror, a brave man. He was pressured.
Hold on, if you are setting Peter Obi on the Abiola course, are you setting him on the same faith? Are you sending him to the same faith?
No. If you look at what happened in June 1992, it's just like what is happening now. Like what they said, if these people, the process that brought the president, whosoever it is, was clear, fair, seen by everybody, you will not see all these banters coming from left, right, and center, my brother. That is the issue. So the problem Nigeria is having today is the INEC themselves. These are the people that destroyed whatever. Anybody. Look, you cannot blame anybody now. Even if I did not win that election, I can come out and tell you, say, I won that election. Because the processes that they agreed upon was not carried out to the letter. That is a problem. Let's say the whole thing happened. Have you seen anybody going to challenge the National Assembly, election results? None. I have not seen anyone. If you have seen anyone, tell me. No one has ever gone to challenge it. But why are they concentrating on the presidential election? Because the process, as everybody has seen, the European Union, the observers, and the rest of them has commented on it, that it was flawed. So that is how I'm going to. So if INEC got it right, my brother, you won't see all these things going on. Thank you.
All right, let me take you to this space, this final space. A brief commentary on this, Vin. So it's almost as though there's always a sense sometimes that are we been listening in on? It's only because we discuss so many things and we see it come to pass. We were discussing just a couple of days ago the level of participation, or was it even yesterday? The level of participation that the southeastern space that they have in trying to address the unrest and shall we even call it an insurgency and insurrection, but certainly the criminality there. We were saying, are they putting in a collective effort to address it at the local level first before they start to shout Buhari Tinubu? So fast forward 24 hours later, and now this. It says, after 4 hours of closed-door meeting, Southeast political leaders resolved to seek an audience with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the security situation in the region. So there it is right there. And this is what we were discussing just barely a day or two ago. So the totality of everybody of relevance within that space, they've gathered now to have this meeting. So let me play you a 2-minute clip of what's transpired and then give us a brief commentary on it, and then we go on to Akeem.
In touch with the president. The problem in Southeast is too much, it's too big for either or the governors to solve. The president of Nigeria must accept it as a Nigerian problem and give support to the governors. And of course, one good thing about it today is that there is unity between the governors and Manazeli. As you probably noticed, my emergence was the first time the whole 5 governors all agreed. I'm from Imo State. In Imo State, no other candidate emerged. Nobody opposed me. I came out. I was opposed. And the 5 governors all supported me. So the unity we have in Igbo land today, we have never had before. And that is a very big advantage to achieving our goal. I don't have any doubt in my mind. Definitely, we don't expect to sort out the matter in one day. Because some of the problems we have, there's criminal problem. Because people who come and kidnap, people who come to kill, they cannot say they are working for Biafra or working for Nnamdi Kanu. It's not correct. You know, if somebody kidnapping, see that up kidnap. So I think really that the governors in particular and the members of National Assembly, not only the governors really, and that's why we call them to this meeting. The members of National Assembly will work with the governors and get in touch with the president, so that the matter can be actually resolved and once and for all. So I know.
So there it is. So that's Emmanuel Nwayaun, who infamously called Yoruba people rascals. So that's Emmanuel Nwayaun, of course, the now new leader of the Ohanese Indigbo. Sitting to his right is now the Fulani governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma. So the convergence then of the social-cultural group and the governance space are coming together now to speak to the goings on within the Southeast. So is it is too little, too late, or better late than never? So there's now unison in their voice, and they're taking it to Tinubu. Do you think this should have happened a lot earlier? But now that it's happening, are we expecting results? Brief commentary on that, Vin.
Yeah, one man. I would like to say something. He has come out to debunk that rascal comment that you said that he made against the Yoruba people.
It was caught on audio. Yeah, it was caught on video saying it. So
he has come out. He
explained it. He didn't debunk it. It was
I
caught
listened,
on video. Yeah.
I listened to him when he debunked it.
All
He
right.
called elements. According to what he said elements. So, you know, that being said, for me, I don't regard these people. For me, I have Igbo blood running in me. The rain is falling here. I hope you will hear me very well.
No, it's good. We like the sound of rain. I've missed it. Yeah, go on.
Oh, okay. You see, I don't regard these people. These were the same people. When they were shooting these boys, when they were carrying flags, chanting for freedom, just like they did to Lekki protesters, what did they do? What did these people do at that time? For them to come out now to speak or to say release Mazen or going to visit, how many times did they visit how many times did they visit him? How many times did they requested that Nnamdi Kanu be released? Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. The issue that is going on in Southeast today is as a result of the injustices that is meted out on Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Abba Kyari has been granted bail, 50 million naira. What is Mazen Nnamdi Kanu doing in DSS detention?
Yeah, but it's not been granted his liberty, though. Abba Kyari is not walking the streets free.
But it has been pronounced that he has been given bail, but they have not pronounced.
But no, they've pronounced Nnamdi Kanu's bail too, but they've not effected it in his release.
Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was not given bail, he was discharged. If they discharged Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and the DSS allowed him to go to his house and they rearrest him, I will not be saying this that I'm saying here today. You can decide when it comes to security. When we discover that you are a security threat to a nation, when we were there, if the court pronounced that you must be released or discharged in line with their own nomenclature, allow the man to go home. If there is any reason for rearresting him, you can go there and rearrest him. Did they obey the court judgment? They did not. Instead of discharging him, overnight, the judges, that is to tell you how Nigeria is, the judicial system is. Baba Chao said something and people, did not even talk about it. How they prevail, how he himself prevailed over his wife to give concessions and privileges, to people, to politicians in Nigeria that has criminal cases that should go to jail. What is Mazen Nnamdi Kanu doing there? Discharge this man, allow this man to go, and the Court of Appeal said there is no other court that will charge him in related charges that they are discharging him of. Did they allow him to go? No, nobody spoke about that. Overnight, the judges that discharged Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was disbanded, shifted, posted to different places, and a new judges were put in place that allowed the stay of execution. That ex-party that is keeping Mazen Nnamdi Kanu there. Is that not injustice? So what did these people do when this thing happened? I don't give, it is in the spirit of, it is in the attitude of average Igbo man. If an elder is not doing the right thing, they will look into your eyes and tell you that you are not doing the right thing. I don't respect these people. I have no atom of respect, I beg to say, to these people, because they are the ones that made this people come to this stage.
Yeah. So you don't acknowledge their fault. So what do you want done? You just want them to release Nnamdi Kanu. What do you want done? I'm confused. Hold on, but don't go long. Just make it a short term. There's a security situation in the southeast that is fast escalating out of control. The whole place is being subsumed by violence. So the security are people that are the people responsible for security, the seniors in the space. They are having a meeting in order to find a pathway to a solution. So Nnamdi Kanu is one situation, and they've asked endlessly for him to be released, and it doesn't look as though he's likely to be released anytime soon. But the security situation continues to heighten. So they've now come to have a meeting in order to address it as a standalone outside of the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. Are you saying they shouldn't? Are you saying that's a bad thing? Are you saying they are on the wrong course?
One man, with all due respect, I want tangibles. I want proactiveness.
Is that not proactive? What they are doing?
It is. No, it is not. It is not just a matter of saying words. It's not just a matter of saying words.
They've had a meeting. They've had a meeting to agree a common purpose, and they've come out to the media to describe an action plan.
This is not the first time they've been holding meeting. They've been holding meeting as long as I have lived on this earth. There is nothing tangible that is coming out of it. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is there in dungeon after court has discharged him.
No, we know all that. Nnamdi Kanu, so we all know that Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated, but the whole place cannot be left in limbo, and we continue to say Nnamdi Kanu is in dungeon.
One man, my brother, they are the cause of all these things. They gave out when other people were protecting their own, those that are wielding weapons and killing people anyhow, they were protecting them and guarding them and telling them that they are their warriors.
No, but we are where we are now. There's a lot of storytelling in that space. If not and wherefore, we have a real and present danger. We have an existential threat in the southeast that needs the immediacy of everybody on board. It's not that, oh, we don't respect the elders, we are Republicans, we are independent. Leave all that. Leave all that for the beer parlor. We are talking about people. You've seen the clips, endless shooting in that space. So that's the immediacy of it. It's not Mazen Nandekano. Forget Mazen Nandekano. Let's talk about the reality of how we get out of where we are.
One man, there is no way you will get out of where you are without knowing where you are coming from. That is my opinion. You cannot get out of where you are in now without knowing what they are treating now are the symptoms. They are treating the symptoms of what the causative treat.
One man. Sorry to interject. Listen, if we want to use the man that is speaking now, let's use his logic. Let's release all the hardened criminals in Nigeria. Let's just release all of them. Let them go. They didn't commit any crime. You understand me?
Don't open that space, or we'll be here forever because they will then.
It's crazy.
No, hold on. You are going to open up a freedom fighter.
I want to do that. Listen, these people think they are just the only tribe in Nigeria that they can do anything. This is what pissed me off. They come online, they tell you that Nnamdi Kanu did nothing. You can say he did something bad, but we plead the government to let him go. Don't just say he didn't do anything. You can't. It doesn't make sense because are you trying to fool everyone? We didn't know what he did. Type his name on YouTube. You see some of his utterances.
Let me respond to Jide.
If we use your logic, Osama bin Laden didn't kill anyone. He didn't personally kill anyone. But
listen to me. If you know the history.
All right, hold on. I will let you respond, Vin, but make it a very brief response because
this is what I want to say.
Yeah, hold on, because that's such a big space. If we open it up, we'll be here for hours. It can go, it can go endlessly and it will go wild. But respond to what UFC said, and then I'll go on to Akeem.
You see, my brother, what did Igboho did? What did he do? Was due process not followed on him? There is something we call intention and the action carried out. If I tell you that I'm going to kill you, was the action carried out? Was the action carried out? You see, the problem we have you have people all over Nigeria. There are non-state actors that are doing worse than what that man did. When the man was calling for self-determination, is it a crime irrespective of how bad the 1999 Constitution is? So I don't want to respond to that. What I am saying is this: if you like, in Kuje prison, was terrorists not released? Have you arrested any of them? Have you arrested any of them? It's easier for you to come out here and begin to tell Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, he made comments, he made this, he made that. What of the people that have carried atrocious deed in that country and they are released? How many of them have been prosecuted? Rather, they were giving pardon and so on and so forth. What did Mazen Nnamdi Kanu do? Calling for me, I want to leave this contraption. I want to leave this entity. It's not working for me. Is that a crime? Go to your laws, go to your constitution, and go to any law in the world. Tell me if what he was calling for was a crime against him. If it was a crime, why did the Court of Appeal discharge him? You are not a lawyer. And you cannot act like a lawyer. If what you are telling me now is a crime, then the lawyers that know more than you and me would have convicted him and jailed him. That is what I will respond to that. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So thanks for opening things up for us. So that's our resident military expert, Officer Bain. So that's our we have a resident for everything. We have resident financial experts, resident legal experts, and now you are
where is Ajale Koko? Is Ajale Koko here?
And Ajale Koko is away for a few days, but he sends his regards. You are our resident military expert. So our resident military expert.
One man, please permit me. I have to leave you now. I'm going for my my tribe's festival we are holding at
which one of your tribes, your Ghanaian tribe or your Igbo tribe or your Sudan, because you're a bit like Rational Mind, isn't it? You even have Chinese.
Rational Mind is my friend, my brother. He's always on point. You see, I am from the Kusasa tribe, one of the largest ethnic group in the upper eastern part of Ghana. The Kusasa tribe. So we are having a festival in the Cape Coast Castle today, where the slaves were sold, to the
you know what you could do. Do you have a smartphone, Vin?
Yes, please. I'm talking to you through a smartphone.
Yes. So if you can take just mini clips of the event and send them to me, so we can share the celebration.
I will do that. I will do that.
And then so tomorrow we can play it and then see how you celebrate in Ghana.
I will do that. And I will give you the illustrations of what the people are going to show us there today and how most of those things that happen. It is going to be a lengthy one. We are going to finish around 2 a.m. Ghana time, GMT. So, and for my Igbo blood, my mother is from Abia State, so I always support my people. So I will not stay, where I don't want to stay away where people will be shaving my people's head in their absence. I always represent them, and I will continue to represent them. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
All right, thank you, Vin. Have fun at your festival. So thank you, Vin. So that's Vin, of course, a long-standing presence in this space, and equally long-standing presence. I wonder, every time I go to him, he's never really there, only to then come in 2 hours later to say, what man did you call me? So Akim, the progressive, are you there? Of course. So that's Akim, the progressive. Is probably in the fridge somewhere. So let's go on then. Let's go to Prince Daddy, who hopefully is there. Prince, are you there? Your Majesty, Obalola.
Hello, woman. How you doing?
Kabiesi, Dobalemo, I was shaking the day. Okay, so let's go to this space then. I actually have a clip as well to this space. So let me play the clip and then we get into the story of it.
Àwa kì í sọ̀sùn nílùú Ìlọrin. Ẹ bá fẹ́ sọ̀sùn ẹ kọrí s'Òṣogbo. Ìlú Àlímì, ìlú Kùránì. Àwa kì í sọ̀sùn nílùú Ìlọrin. Ẹ bá fẹ́ sọ̀sùn ẹ kọrí s'Òṣogbo.
And there it is right there. Tẹ́ bá fẹ́ sọ̀sùn ìlú Ìlọrin, ìlú Kùránì. Àwa ò kì í ṣọ̀ṣun ní ìlú Ìlọrin, tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ṣọ̀ṣun ẹ kọrí s'Òṣogbo. So that was in Yoruba language. So for the benefit of the listeners, so you see the turban people, they were singing. That was in Ilorin, by the way. So they were singing. The town of Ilorin is the town of the Quran. We don't do native practices, especially the Osun Festival in Ilorin. If you want to do the Osun Festival, go to Osogbo. So there it is. The stage is set. The Sultan, the Emir of Ilorin, as you know, he banned native practices within the Ilorin, which he now considers to be his emirate, which is predominantly of his religion. So he banned that. And then, of course, Wole Soyinka very critical of that space. So Wole Soyinka came out in criticism of it. And then some wayward rascal had the audacity. Wole Soyinka lacks home training. So this is some alpha from that space. The audacity of it, Wole Soyinka, a global presence, of course. But then that space does not end. So is starting to now ratchet into something that is likely to spiral out of control. So, Prince Daddy, this group have now come out to say that fire for fire, we are defending our faith. So, the native practice versus Abrahamic religion, they are set to play out in Ilorin. What says you, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, well, man. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. Um, yeah, the same topic I think we discussed this topic a couple of days ago.
Yes, it continues to evolve. Yeah.
Is that right? I mean, the people in turbans, they sound like what they were speaking Yoruba, right? So, were they not?
Yeah, they were.
I mean, how come you bear that Prince Daddy? I mean, you sound like a Yoruba person, and then you can't even figure out that Yoruba there, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, but there was a heavy Ilorin accent to that Yoruba, though.
Any Yoruba
you know, Prince Daddy only understands Ajebota Yoruba. No, he's not understanding Ijile Yoruba.
Is that rational mind?
It's rational mind.
Listen, the Yoruba we speak in Lagos, just like is totally different from all the other, different forms of Yorubas. I mean, give me a break, rational mind. Anyways, yeah, these people, I don't know. They don't want a foreign religion on their land. That's what it sounds like. But if it's something, I think Simba was trying to allude to that. If it's something that's like totally foreign, they're not used to it. I mean, it's natural for people to want to defend their territory at all costs, be it from foreigners or foreign religion. So, but at this point in time, if you ask me, not to escalate anything, I think it's an issue of bringing understanding on both sides. Many times we operate in society, we're not aware of the law, and not everybody's like Benny. No, we all don't know the law. So they may be thinking that hey, they have the right to stop any such practice in their domain, but that may not be the case. They need to be called, have a meeting, talk to, let them understand that hey, in Nigeria, everyone is free to practice whatever religion they choose to, right? So this is the classic case of misunderstanding, quite frankly, and of course it can escalate to something else, a religious war leading to, I mean, little things like this. They can completely escalate to a point of war, destruction. They destroy their own community just to stop this so-called foreign religion from being practiced. So. And I think the governor or some high person in that space also came out against it. But if it's not Tinubu, somebody high up needs to bring these people together and try to.
Where my concern is, where because of course, like you said, it's a storyline that we have been following over a couple of days now. Where my concern is that it looks as though a battle line is being drawn because the emir of Ilorin, he has come out to back that he doesn't want native practice within his emirate. But then the Native Practice Association, they are saying they are going to, so they've now come out now to say they will defend their faith and their rights to practice. So that is to tell you that promenade now, it has to hold in Ilorin because they are not backing down. But then if it holds in Ilorin, what then does the emir and his supporters do about it? So the stage is set for what is likely to be a brutal clash there.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm talking about. It shouldn't get to that point. Of course, the we call them those traditional worshipers, they want to exert their rights, rightfully so. But again, what is the goal? What are we trying to accomplish here? What are they trying to accomplish? Is it to be able to practice their religion eventually at any time and not being hindered by anyone else? Sure, that's the goal. But again, rather than try to agitate the other religions or the Muslim religion or the people against them, I think it's better that they shouldn't hold that festival. But nonetheless,
no. Hold on. You're saying they shouldn't hold a festival?
well, yeah. If you go to a court until the judge passes the law or makes a judgment about a case, both sides or all sides need to abstain or be set apart. No one is allowed to do anything, and I think this should be the approach to this matter right here. Not trying to deny them from practicing that religious belief or the traditional religion, but what are we trying to accomplish here? Is it a religious clashing between the Muslims and the traditional worshippers? We're not trying to do that. So a person of prominence.
You know what we're trying to do here, Prince Daddy. What we're trying to do is to assert the fundamental right to free associate and worship as you will, so long as it doesn't impugn or impinge on anyone else. Because to say that they are, you are second classing them, aren't you? And you are second classing their belief system. So they want to run a promenade through their own town in celebration of their belief system. How can that be stopped?
Well, absolutely. I'm not trying to do what you just said right now. See, looking from outside or as an outsider, right? I'm trying to approach the matter in the most logical, peaceful way as much as possible. I'm not trying to deny them. Of course, I mean, naturally, they want to express themselves. Just like they're trying to do. Okay, they should go ahead and do whatever they want to do, and there comes clashing, and people die, and so much chaos, and it escalates to something else. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to deny them of anything, but if somebody of prominence or somebody that has authority comes in and bring both sides together, or put a halt to whatever they're trying to do, then they know that somebody's definitely, especially in the government, is understanding of their grievance or grievances. Okay, and not because they're just being pushed to the side and being marginalized. That's not it. But if they have that in mind, sure, they can suspend the practice for now until they come to a consensus whereby all parties understand the Nigerian constitution as it applies to the free practice of religion. So let's say it's easy when people are not in the war or in the battle in the war front to tell other people to go ahead and go and die. I can easily say, oh yeah, they have their rights. Let them go and do whatever they want to do. That's the easiest way to do it. But that's not the practical way to resolve it.
But the practical way to resolve it is for the state governor to make a public pronouncement to curtail the excesses of the Emir of Ilorin and assert again the Nigerian Constitution of freedom of worship and association, and then sign that parade should take place. There is no other option aside of that. The audacity of it.
Yeah, of course, I accept your latter pronouncement or explanation to the problem. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If the governor or somebody in the government of prominence that has authority can do that. But even when they do that, would the emir or the people against them understand it? That's another thing. See, again, not everybody knows the law. I mean, if they truly know the law, they don't have any right to want to oppose these people. But it's quite clear that sometimes people's belief and people's believe about something and the perception is more important than what the law says, until they are brought to bear to understand what the true law is and why they don't have any superiority in terms of the practice of their religion or their ethnicity over other people, then they are more likely to stand back. And also, if they understand the punishment that comes with their action, well, that also would deter them. So I'm just being practical here, not trying to instigate anything and get people killed. That's just my approach to the matter.
All right, Prince Daddy, I want to take your sounding on this headline as well. How Southwesterners dominated President Tinubu's list of 20 special advisors. So I want to take your soundings on that, but I think Rational Mind wants to come in on this Ilorin space. So let's take a sounding from Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, you wanted to come into this space. Rational Mind. Look at that.
Yeah. So sorry.
Yeah.
You see, it is. You see, there's hardly any way I will go on this topic that I will not say certain things. Now, I've often said it. I'll be more gracious with my words. Now, I've often said it that when certain people or certain religion feel entitled, it spells doom for any society where such is allowed. You know, I've often said that on your platform here, on the very first time when I came here, that religion is one of the problems, if not the major problem we have in that country. I don't know what the crap these people are talking about. Ilorin has never always been an Islamic caliphate. We know all the story, how it began, the conquest, how we got there. There were people who lived there, just the same way we say, Odua, the guy they call Odua, that people call the father of Yoruba. No, Yoruba, there were people who were living in that area before he came down and settled and he dominated over that place, and people refer to him as the father of Yorubas. I mean, come on, let's. I don't know why some of us will bring in some kind of foreign religion, and we want to like let it dominate over the people. I mean, this is a foreign religion. I mean, Islam is not African. Christianity is not African. We have our own religion. We are mostly animists. We are Ethans, people who worship all kinds of things. We find deity, we deify virtually everything, trees, stones, whatever. So these are the religion that people practice. These are the beliefs of people who originally live on that land they had before these foreigners came in. That Usman Dan Fodio came through his conquest, his jihadist conquest, and he captured that area and he was able to establish himself as some sort of a leader, and all his progenies, all his seeds after him, they continue to reign supreme on that land. Does not give them the right to infringe on the right of the people who have lived there before them. You don't have to force them. In this 21st century, you don't have to force them to conform to your kind of religion. All right, now let's go back to this topic now. This woman, of course, maybe is not a native of that place. He moved from one Yoruba, part of Yoruba land, to that place. But of course, there are people who are like her, who are Ethans, who believe that they should be able to practice their own kind of religion. And so the question always we're asking is this: so what rights? I mean, what right do one other religion has to have over the other religion, telling them you cannot practice your religion? I don't get it. And we have an important 1999 Constitution that does not enforce any rights of whatever it was spelled in that Constitution. So it begs many questions. You can ask many questions. What is going on? Is this really a country? A country where the Constitution says that everybody shall have the right to their own religion and thoughts, and then one person, one certain religion, always making trouble for all the others. Go check how they treat them in Oshobo, in Osun State. I mean, I don't want to use certain words here. They treat the F over there. The native, I mean the traditionalists, they always clash with them, and they know they dare not even try to overstep their boundary there. That's why they were saying that they know how they treat them.
No, but Ilorin has always been traditionally
no, it has never been a woman.
What do you mean it has never been?
It has never been.
Okay, hold on. You cannot say that. Wait. Hold on. Maybe you were not paying attention. Just hold on 1 second.
Ìrì àìlímì ìlú Kúránì. Àwa kì í sọ̀sùn nílùú Ìlọrin. Ẹ bá fẹ́ sọ̀sùn ẹ kọrí s'Òṣogbo.
Ìrì àìlímì ìlú Kúránì. Àwa kì í sọ̀sùn nílùú Ìlọrin. Ẹ bá fẹ́ sọ̀sùn ẹ kọrí s'Òṣogbo.
So what's the point?
No. So there it is. Those are the indigents of the space.
No. One man. Let's not do this. We're talking about history. Historically, that's what we're saying. There was never a caliphate in the Ilorin. It came in the 1800s or in the 1900s. That's where they came there with their conquest. We know the story of Afonja. Afonja was a traditionalist. He worked for the older your empire. They hold sway in that area, but we know how the story came, how it ended, with how the Usman Danfodio and his conquistadors or whatever they call themselves, they came in there and they took over the whole place, and they did away with this guy. That's Afonja. Afonja is a warlord. If you've watched or if you read books about Afonja, Oman Din, he carries his traditional stuff on him. He's a warrior. He's a balogun. He's a warrior who has charms, who has all of that. He's an Eton. Or how do you say it in English? He's an animist. He believes in charms. He believes in all of that. And these idiots that call themselves that brought the conquest. Were they not also talisman? Or don't they have their own talisman? Don't they do their own kind of voodoo on the side and cover up with the so-called religion they say they claim to have? What are we talking about? My point is this, one man, that this life is about live and let's live. I don't believe in one religion wanting to reign supreme over the rest. If I am an Ilorin person and I choose not to want to practice Christianity or Islam, I should be free to do my own thing. That's the point I'm making. And if the constitution allows me that, what are the law enforcement agents? You see, I've seen so many videos of how some of the law enforcement agents were just trying to downplay the whole thing. You see, when one religion tries to make trouble for everybody, or to call everybody liar, that's just the point.
Rational mind.
Yeah.
Let me seek your indulgence, please. And to our listeners, rational mind, please. I want to ask everybody this question, please. Since we are talking about the Sheshis and the Islamic region now, I just want to digress a little bit. Can a Christian pastor like Baba Deboye, can he go to a arts land of Kano and conduct a open crusade? I've never seen that. If anybody's seen anything like that, they can signify and tell us. But I know
I'm sure he has.
Let me finish, one man. But I know predominantly Christian state, if an Afa wants to conduct a wasi, nobody will stop them. But I don't think people can debunk me. They prove me, say I'm wrong. A Christian pastor can go to the heartland of Zamfara or Kano, predominantly Muslim, and conduct an open crusade. Would they allow it?
Hold on.
Thank you.
Do you remember Reinhard Bonnke? Reinhard Bonnke, that German guy.
Yes, Reinhard Bonnke. Yeah.
So he did one, and you know how it ended.
I know.
Yeah, there was a massive. There was a killing.
Yeah.
There was
killing,
after that. So you see, the point is.
Sorry. What's Reinhard Bonnke? I'm not aware. What's the storyline there?
Reinhard Bonnke was one of these televangelists that was popular back in the 80s.
Wama, you don't know Reinhard Bonnke?
No, I don't know him.
Wama, you don't know Reinhard Bonnke?
Reinhard Bonnke.
And you are a Christian.
I'm a Jehovah's Witness.
You are Jehovah's Witness.
Fill me in on that Reinhard Bonnke.
No, just Google it. You see, I think he's passed away now. He died now. When he came back in, I think during Obasanjo time, he came on a crusade. Oh my, that was when their Sharia was so hot over there, and they read meaning to it that he was trying to start crusaders or whatever. The crusade, that's what they used.
Was he killed in Nigeria? This guy?
They didn't kill him, but the people after that, the event that happened after that tells you that they do not want him over there. Yeah, people can tell us. That's the story I read back then. I can't remember too well, but yeah, after that, was it maybe even during the crusade, during the where there was a open like this normal they used to do back in the 80s and 90s, where some pastors would just have been on the platform, on the podium or platform, and people would surround him and he'll be preaching, something like that. So he came and did it in Nigeria. So, and he went to, I think, was it Kano? I think Kano or Kaduna. after that event, or at that very event, they just started, this extremists started just like say they don't want him here. Why would he bring his don't you know that this place is a Sharia state? All those kind of things. So you see, woman, you see, we are going into a dark era. I've said it. I just hope that Tinubu knows what he's doing. If ever he continues as that president, knowing that his ticket is a threat of some sort, because if some extremists could see his joint ticket as a Muslim, or as a reason for them to want to start, fomenting this trouble and wanting to like make other religion to cower to them or like dominate them, it spells doom, because I know they will react. Other people will react. And you can see what is going on in Shoshobo when it's eating this Onisheshe people and Islamists, when they clash there, when they tell them, oh, we're carrying Oro. Nobody should come to Bosholashi during the early morning break. We want to do our Oro. And then they violate it and then they start fighting themselves, and then so the point is
sorry, hold on. Sorry, who is banning? If any of the moderators is banning somebody, please notify me. I'm noticing a lot of names banned, but carry on.
So is my name there? Because I've not been able to chat on chat.
No, your name is not there. But
I've not been able to chat. I don't know why all these months. Anyway, so the point I'm trying to make is that we need. You see, I believe that we need to start enforcing our laws. It is lack of this enforcement of these laws that gives some people that feeling of entitlement that they can tell other people how to think, how to worship, where to worship, and where to worship. For goodness sake, Nigeria is a secular state. And if
Rational Mind, my concern is that if this is allowed to pass, what's been done now, then it slowly starts to narrow Ilorin into a single religious
Exactly.
And then slowly it starts to cascade more.
Do you remember some few months ago when Bubu was there? There was this incident of the Christian school and the Muslim school or whatever, something like that, where some of these so-called extremists, they want to like force the Christians to do certain things about their school, and they were saying, no, we have the right to do whatever I want to do in our Christian school, but you cannot go and tell an Ahmadiyya school or a Saruddin school how to or what. No, you see, we are stepping into a very dark phase in that country called Nigeria. If this thing is not nipped in the bud, if somebody does not come and just put their feet on the ground, especially the president and the law enforcement agents, and enforce the law in the Constitution that, look, this is the Constitution. The Constitution says everybody has the right to freedom of religion, freedom of expression. If I want to express myself, I want to like do my babalawo in front of everybody, it is up to everybody to come there and watch me. As long as I'm not committing violence, I'm not infringing on the right of other people. But some people just feel that their religion must reign supreme, or whatever beliefs that they have must reign supreme. I don't get it. And it's one particular extremist in those religions. So we need to understand that Nigeria is for everybody. It's not for some selected or some kind of religion. If Nigeria in the real sense of, in the paper, in print, it says,
because of the configuration of the country at the moment, it's easier to let this stand than not. Because if they back what the emir is saying, then the Isheshe space, because the Isheshe space is not even a big space enough to put up any sort of a resistance. So they will just have to yield. But if they don't back what the emir is saying, then there will be big trouble in that space. So the law and the government will back what the emir is saying. But by backing what the emir is saying, they strip them the rights of the Isheshe, and that's another cheap way at
You see,
like I said, it's quite a we're being levity, so we're treating this thing with levity, but if for both dark tidings.
So it spells doom, because if I cannot be free to express myself because some people feel that their religion is more important than mine, or they feel that let me just quickly say this. So, Oga, I don't know what you're asking me about. Go and check the 1999 Constitution. I don't know what you're asking specifically. You're talking about the right to religion and freedom of expression.
A guy is a lawyer. He knows the law.
I don't know what kind of lawyer he is. Just sometimes just tells cracks. type. I respect. Sometimes I know some of the things he says. I cross-check them. They make sense, but sometimes I don't even know where it stands. And so many things he just says on that. So anyway, my point is this: I don't know what you're talking about, Oga. If you're talking about the freedom of expression, I think there's a place in his constitution. As a lawyer, you should be able to find it in the 1999, the fraudulent 1999 constitution. You should be there. You should find it there that Nigeria should be a secular state. But even though it says a secular state, I don't know why they have to allow Sharia as another part of an appendage to some kind of law, which is in itself, it's the beginning of some kind of sort of domination in that. I know maybe they meant well, but you see, you can't frame constitution in a way whereby if you frame it, you need to consider other aspects of it, because you know that you see, it's a very deep area. I don't want to go into. Oh man, I wish I wish I was his name. Oga, you see, I don't know what this guy or call Oga. I don't know. Come on the platform. Let us have this debate with you. You always go on there and just type. I don't know what's I'm not trying to. You need to come on the platform. Let's hear your voice. I don't know if you come here, you're on a different name, and then you come on the platform. Every time I've often asked you, come on the platform, into the chat room, to the studio, and let's have a conversation with you. I don't know, you just there and you'll be typing. So anyway, for me, woman, I'm very passionate when it comes to this issue of religion. You know me very well, and some of you are a few viewers here. And not the reason because I want to champion one religion over the rest, but I detest when one religion wants to reign supreme. Just the same way I detest when an ethnic group wants to reign supreme over that. If you do not, like they say, they come for the Jews, you did not say anything. They came for the gay, you did not say anything. They came for this. When they will come for you, you will know that then. So we need to understand that if you overlook certain things, these extremists, they have a way. You start having clusters of them here and there with conflicting views. You are inviting anarchy. You're inviting some kind of. It's like that was why I said it spells doom for us, because you cannot expect a country where everybody thinks the same.
Rational mind. Sorry, good morning from my side. Can I talk to you a little bit?
Go on.
And I understand you are furious. You could not be more furious than me, but please just calm down. Because what's going on right now, in both ways, there's not going to be a good ending or a winner. If the emir have his way, it will cause a lot of trouble. If the Sheshe Oshobo festival have its way, you're going to call ethnic rising in Oshun. It's a very delicate, Ilori, it's a very delicate situation. I'm more furious than you must understand, but relax and see the kingdom of God first, and the rest shall follow. There's undertone in both sides, like I said before. If that woman is practicing what she wants to practice on our personal level, she has all the right. And if the emir or the person going against them, then they are on the wrong. People will rise up and take it to court, whatever, and she will win. But the tone from the both sides, from like this for that woman, is the Oshobo festival being done in Ilori, which is not a traditional practice in Ilori. Let's assume, let me just put a name. There's something like Balogo festival in Ilori that has been taking place since the time of memorial, and which is part of the people, even though they've not become Muslim or change religion, and you want to go against that, that woman will have all the right. The world can rise up and stand for that woman. Now, but she's coming to do Oshobo there. That is the problem. Now, you tie some people hand behind the back when they want to support her. So I want also to be very clear in this issue and be very careful how we go about it.
Sorry, Warpace. You know that the Oshun Festival, it's no different from the Shango Festival or the Ogun Festival or any of those. The fact that Oshun is in Oshogbo does not narrow it to Oshogbo. It's a Yoruba deity. It's essentially a deity of the rivers and the waterways. That's what it is, which we have all over Yoruba.
One man. Oshogbo Festival is very big. Like I said, it's very big, and people travel all over the world to come to Oshogbo to see that festival. Now, Olokun, let me break it down a little bit. It's predominantly practiced in Oshun, on Oshun only, not even in Oyo, Ogun, Ekiti, or Ondo. Olokun is practiced just predominantly Oshun and Edo states. That's the headquarters. So please get it a little bit, like what I'm saying. Doing it is not a problem for that woman. On a personal level, if you invite 1,000 people, on our personal level. My mother does that. But saying want to do Oshogbo festival in Ilori, that is the undertone in it that they are
It's
saying.
not Oshogbo festival.
No,
It's
Oshogbo festival.
It's
Okay.
Festival.
Oshogbo festival, I mean.
And Olokun, by the way, it is everywhere. Particularly,
I know
Olokun is
it's
more
just,
prominent in Lagos and Benin, but Olokun
no,
is everywhere.
I know it's everywhere. I said highly practiced. Highly practiced. I didn't say it's not everywhere, but highly practiced these places.
Highly practiced more in Benin and Lagos. But Olokun is
okay.
All over. But Olokun is still practiced. It's just like Shango is more prominent in York, but it's still everywhere.
Okay, but
Oshun is more done in Oshogbo because Oshun is
thank you for the clarification. And thank you for the clarification. Yeah, the same thing you're saying. Yeah, some certain things are mainly practiced in somewhere that is not for somewhere. So now,
hold on, because it's not for anywhere. What Mike is saying to you, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Olokun festival, like the Oshun festival, they are Yoruba deities. They are not isolated to a specific. They are Yoruba deities now.
One man. Wait. That I want also to isolate first, and let's deal with the how will I say the legal terms of it. You know, no, this thing that's going on is two things that's going on. Hold on, one man.
All right, carry on.
Hold on, just listen, please. We are looking for solution here. We are not looking to put more fire, gaslight the issue. We are trying to solve the issue so that the issue will calm down, so that we'll be a win-win on both sides. And now, Oshogbo Festival is well known, no dispute. Olokun Festival is Yoruba or Oshango Festival. It could be Yoruba deity, no dispute. But the dispute now is in Lori, not even Kwara. It could be happening in other local government in Kwara. That nobody stops them. Ilori is the bone of contention right now, and Ilori seems to be a Muslim, predominantly Muslim enclave, which 60% are Yorubas, which is Muslim. They are saying they don't want Oshun Festival in their locality. That is the part I said we should look at. Not like it's wrong to do it. So if that woman wants to do it on a personal level and they want to stop her, it's wrong for those people, and that woman will win. But the undertone in both sides is like we're imposing one deity or one religion over one. In both, and any way you're going to look at it, it's win-win and lose-lose. So we should be careful. And let me drop here.
No, it's not really even an imposition. It's essentially letting everybody live. You know. So the Oshun festival is not going into the mosques to ask them to come out and worship Oshun. They're not saying that. They're not saying convert from your religion to become an Oshun worshipper. They're saying we are Oshun worshipper and we're worshippers, and we're celebrating.
We are gathering exactly among ourselves
in our own land.
We are gathering among ourselves to celebrate our deity, and you have a problem with that. But if it was Indians or some people from Arab or some other continents, they were there, they welcome them, they'll give them their freedom to do whatever they want to. But you have problem with people being themselves. They're not coming to you, telling you, and I can't believe you got talk.
Hold on, Wapis. Let Mike land.
People are gathering. They're not telling you that, hey, we are doing something for you, or come and join us, or we are coming to your space. People are gathering saying we are celebrating our goddess Oshun, and you say you don't want that they must get out of play there and go. What is that? What is threatening you? What is threatening you? You know, that's the problem. What is threatening you? What are they threatening you? If your God is superior, so why are you scared of their own? So that's what I don't understand, you know. And unfortunately, you know,
Mike, it's about domination. That's what it is.
No, it's not domination. It's fear. No, well, my problem with Africans is this. My problem with Christians and Muslims is this. You tell me your Allah is the supreme, your Jesus is the supreme. And me, I say, okay, fine. That's your belief. I mean, I believe my Orisha is the supreme. Be your mosque and praise your Jesus to come and conquer me. Stay in your, be in your church, praise your Jesus, come and prove he's the supreme. Stay in your mosque and prove that your Muhammad is the supreme to come and conquer me. Let me stay in my shrine and tell my Shango to come and conquer you. So what is the fear there?
Okay, yeah, now you call it that.
If you are if you think you are superior to me, wait. If you as a human being feel you are superior to me, you can fight stronger than me. And let me how you get in a boxing ring and do a physical fight. If it's a spiritual fight, why you mixing it physical? Do your spiritual warfare against me. Let me do my own against you, and let's find out who is supreme. You don't need to say, "Oh, I'm fighting for Jesus. Now you take my sword." Or, "I'm fighting for Muhammad. I'll take my sword to come out." I don't take my sword to say I'm fighting you with my Shango. I take my sword to come and stab you in your house. I don't do that. I stay in my shrine. I let Shango go and attack you if you to let me believe. So you guys, it's very obvious who's superior, who's not. It's very clear the African way is the superior way. That's why everybody's feeling threatened by it, and they have to resort to physical violence against it.
Can I? Okay. Well, can I come in, one man?
Yeah, come in. You have the floor.
Yeah,
and then after you will, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So far, I don't think it's gotten to the point of religious superiority. I don't think the other side is trying to exert that. But the issue we're having right here is, to me, is quite straightforward. It's an issue of a lack of education about the other side. Okay, and the fear of the unknown or strangers. What is the apprehension of the we call it the Muslims in Oshogbo? There, it's not as a result of them fearing any other religion, but it's the same apprehension that you're more likely to find in any place where people are not used to a certain thing or certain people. They're just expressing their fear. But in the expression of the fear, also they lack the knowledge, that is the understanding of the Constitution of Nigeria.
You are contradicting yourself. You say it's no fear of another religion, and then on the same breath you are saying it's a fear of the unknown. So what are you saying?
Well,
it's fear.
Well, no, they're not necessarily afraid of the religion unless they've come out to say that.
What is the fear?
What if there's a combination of both?
Okay, well, it can be a combination of both, but it doesn't stop the other side also from expressing their fear of the religion or of a foreign people in their land. It's a normal human thing.
People is there people they know about it. That's why they're afraid of it. If I go to listen, when in the United States here, for example, we practice it here. The people that don't know what they don't understand us, they're not afraid. The only people afraid of us are the Africans. They know about us, especially particularly Nigerians. The black Americans, the moment they hear about it, they want to learn. They come and
participate. Exactly, Mike. You don't expect everybody to react the same way. Well, in America, other places, they may be accepting of your Sheshe practice and want to learn, but other people can be afraid, like these Muslims in the Oshogbo.
So now you're making my point, but you keep saying they are not afraid of the.
I said they may be afraid. They may be afraid.
You say they don't know because they don't know it. But now you're saying it's because, come on, man, you're contradicting yourself.
Let me wrap up, please, guys. Let me go.
Hold on. Let me finish, please. At this point in time, I don't think we can declare absolutely that that is the case. They are afraid of the religion, but something they're not used to in their space, in their environment. They have the right to be apprehensive about it. Okay,
they know about it, man. Don't say you're not used to it. They are Yoruba people. They know everything about it.
No, Mike. No.
Are you more Nigerian than me? I grew up there. You didn't grow up there. Come on, man. Why are you telling me no?
Well, because I know. Because you've heard about something doesn't mean you know about it. Mike.
I grew up there. I know Kwara very well. I know Oshogbo very well.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying in general, because you heard about something.
No, you say it's unknown to them, and I'm telling you that it is known to them.
Well, it may be unknown to them in terms of the actual practicality of it, the practice of it in the environment when it's close to them. It may be they may know all the religions of the Yoruba, but it doesn't mean that I myself, I haven't been around such practices of such traditional religions. It doesn't mean I don't know about them. So that could be the same case. And again, they don't want it in their space, but do they have the right to deny the Isheshe people?
They have a right.
I'm sorry?
You said they have a right?
I say, well, you gotta listen to when I talk. I say, okay. It's kind of. I'm asking the question: do they think they have a right to deny the Sheshe people? Absolutely not. They don't have the right. They don't have the right to do that. So I'm not trying to. From my point of view, or like I'm not trying to make both sides clash. To me, I think these people, number one, they lack the understanding and the education as it relates to the Nigerian constitution and the right of other people to practice freely as they desire. But got to keep one thing in mind also, because you have a religion and the country or the constitution allows you to practice freely, it doesn't mean that you have to practice your religion in infringing upon other people's space or their religion also. It's a fine line. It's a fine line.
All right. So, sorry, Mike. Before you let War Peace have the interjection which you wanted to have, and then we go back to you, Rational Mind. So War Peace to you.
Thank you. Rational Mind. Sorry, just glitchy. Yeah, I agree with Prince Adi to a certain extent. I agree with Mark to a certain extent, and the same thing we are both saying, that we have to tread carefully. Now, let me quickly use Aunchi in Edo State as an example. Aunchi, we all know, is a Muslim area, but it doesn't really mean they are 60% Muslim. Aunchi have most of the deities in Edo, located in Aunchi. I don't know if you are aware of Ise or Azolosa. Ise, where you go to river and swim in crocodile. I've been there many times. Anytime I go there, I vow not to go again because you swim with big croc. You know, there's so many deities, but you will not see when they are doing their festival, they take it to the Me'aunchi area, which is predominantly dominated by Muslim. It's called respect. It's called what let's say is all written on the written law. You have your boundaries, and you don't see Muslims doing what they're going to do, going to Anagbete or going to Aganibode. All these areas are all deities areas. Go and do what they are doing. So what I was saying is that the both parties are right, but if you tread carefully, since the Ilorin people, majority are Muslim and say they don't want it in that area, you should find a way to diffuse it. If that woman is doing on her own capacity, I believe that will allow her. But my problem is she trademarking it as Oshogbo Festival in Ilori. That will raise
How do you keep calling
eyebrows.
it Oshogbo Festival? It's not Oshogbo Festival.
It's Oshun Festival. Sorry, Oshun Festival in Ilori. That will raise eyebrow. I'll suggest she say, Madam Nene is doing her Sheshe Festival. Come one, come all. And if anybody goes there and stop her, then the law will take its place. What I'm saying, they should not give this people the right.
Well, you see.
Continue. I'm done. Continue. Thanks.
All right. Back to you, Rational Mind.
You see, sometimes we just, all the things we said, that's our opinion. We're all here to share our opinion. You see, when some people say, let me just say this first with Mike and Abadi, the Prince Daddy, rather. You said something about fear. Well, there's an element of fear there. But what is that fear based on? The fear of that if we allow these people to continue, they overrun the space. That is where the word domination comes in. They will dominate the space. We will lose our adherence to them, and they will reign supreme here. So that's why I said the bottom line, either you say fear, whatever you try to say, apprehension, the fear is rooted in that suspicion that if these people are allowed to continue, they will take over the space here. They will run the area here. People will
I don't think so. I think it's more fear of the power.
Hold on. Let Rational Mind
fear of power, whatever you would like to talk about, it's a mystical thing, like as if it's some kind of a big thing. Forget it.
Well,
it could be one of the reasons. That could be one of the reasons, though, that they fear that we don't want all these demons around us here. How they refer to these deities as demons. They say we don't want to feel their effect around us here.
Sorry, Rational Mind. You know what? You know what I think the thing is. The Abrahamic religions, they recall from other religions outside of theirs. And I think that's what's in play because they consider it to be pagan worship, they consider it to be impure, and they consider it to be anti and the antithesis of their belief system. In fact, they consider that their belief system is to cleanse that sort of enemies, sort of worship mindset, the ancestral worship mindset. So,
by nature, by God.
Yeah. So, and I think that's what's in play. because those big religions, they prefer that everybody within their area of dominion to be under that religious umbrella, and I think that's what's in play here. It's an Islamization agenda.
Woman. You see, we use too much of language. Dogo Durenchi, we talk about just to cover up the main or the underlying issue that we're talking about. Either you say fear, or they suspect that religion as fetish, as this and that, and in their religion they cannot teach them that they need to clean it. Forget it. It's all about, that's just all just vocabularies we use to spin this story. But the main bottom line is that it's all about conquest. It's all about domination here. So if they fear that these people, if we allow them to continue this way, we're going to lose our adherents to them. We're going to lose our followers to them. And then these people will reign supreme. They will become the dominating religion here, or the dominating practice here. And then they look at them, even their so-called emir might start looking at his own position as being threatened in that way, that, okay, if these people are allowed to continue, so very soon then, if my emirship will be taken over from me, or they will just say, we don't want you here, we're the dominating religion. I mean, these are some of the fears we can talk about. But the main bottom line is the domination, the power part of it is what is. So, you see, for me, the only way I just see around this is that let us enforce the law. You know, somebody was saying in the comment section a while ago that, why do you have to always bring Tinubu common crap? I mean, call this crap. I mean, I don't know what some of you just come here, you just want to attack people, or you don't want some of people talking about Tinubu.
Hold on, you'll be here long. If you have to not pay attention to the comment section, otherwise, they would do your head in. Yeah.
So look at what they were able to do in Borno State. They said they were able to do in Borno State, which I think is a little bit working, which I think that you do there in the UK and some other countries. They restrict what certain fanatic religious leaders can preach. There's some countries now, they're not, which I don't subscribe to that. But if that's going to be the only way out of this, I think that would be the best thing. What I'm trying to say is that look at in Borno State, they tell preachers, their so-called Islamic preacher or whatever would be Christian preachers, what to preach about. They should not preach extremist view. Like in the UK where you stay there, woman, there's a certain extremist view that you will express that they will start. They maybe see your MI16 or whatever they call them, or your
MI5.
MI5, they'll start putting you on the radar and watching you. And then even in France, recently, I mean, some months or a year ago, they had to shut down a mosque because of the imam there was expressing some extremist view, which I don't subscribe to. But the point is that this is how it breeds all these kind of things. And that video you showed, the one I watched from some other channels, they said some of these young people were going to that lady. They said they were threatening to like do away with her if she continues insisting that she wants to do this thing. These are young men who indoctrinated these men to be extreme, to have this extremist view. That's the point. So if that was why I brought Tinubu in. He's the leader now that we have there. I don't understand why some people just can't stand people talking about Tinubu.
Nah, the solution is beyond Tinubu, man. But one man, let me say something real quick.
Let me. Okay. I brought Tinubu in because he's the leader now. He's the president. With his Muslim ticket, I think he could be able to do something with that. Because if he were to be a Christian, they might.
No.
Hold on. Let me learn. If they say maybe he's a Christian, and they say okay, maybe he's a Christian. Now that he has a Muslim ticket, let him nip this in the bud. Let the rule of law prevail. Nothing.
But it shouldn't be. The president is not a judiciary. He's not in charge of judiciary now. Why should he be the one to be carrying out?
But that was why I said we need to follow the template of some other countries, like even the one they did in Borno State.
We are not doing dictatorship, so the president cannot solve that kind of problem.
I'm not giving you other country. I'm giving the one they did in Borno State. I wish this guy could come here, our guy from Borno State, could come and enlighten us on what they did. The governor or whoever, through the presidency, they had to put in place some kind of whereby some of the preachers there, either Christian or whatever, they kind of monitor them, the kind of doctrines they preach out, they dish out there to people, to young people. So maybe we could go that route. If he can sponsor a bill and make that bill in well, I think they said there was one.
No, that'd be a disaster. You shouldn't even be going there.
I know. I'm just because you see, that's why I said if we cannot go the route of enforcing our law, maybe we should just enact a bill whereby
not the president. We, the people, and the police and the judiciary should enforce the law, not the president.
The president can sponsor a bill. He can.
The president cannot be going after religious matter. He's president. I know you want it to fail. I understand.
Hold on, Rational Mind. You don't even need any bill being sponsored, because embedded in the laws that we already have, there is protection for this Isheshe practice.
Exactly.
So why are you telling the president to go?
So it's really just for the law to be followed. Nothing else needs to be done to the law, because already the law facilitates for protection of practices. Yeah.
Thank you, woman. But there's something that is missing. That is why I use the template of Bruno. The issue here is extremism. When some people feel they express extremist view. Now we'll talk about that. That's why I say there's some aspect of that video you do not, maybe you don't have access to, or maybe you go online, you see it. There were young men who were threatening this woman. And who are these young men? How did they come about this radical views that they have? Of course, no doubt, they must have gotten it from some of their preachers or whatever. So that's what I'm saying. The law only says you cannot infringe on other people's right, which is it's understandable. We can, if that is enforced. How about those people who indoctrinate other people? Why can't we just start doing something henceforth from that? Telling them that this is, I mean, they do it in Russia. I mean, you see, I hate to say this because I think it's a very draconian way of going about this. Because some countries, that's the only way they've been able to nip this extremist view in the bud a little bit. Because the law only says, okay, people have the right to their freedom. But what about people who are indoctrinating other people to be extreme or radical? Can we kind of put a kind of a measure or a ruler to that, whereby they'll be measured on what I'm opposed to people being told, preachers being told what to preach. But we should not understand that there's a limit to what you can express. I mean, radically, that you look at other people as, maybe they need to set up some kind of standard. But for me, I think it's going to be, I think I'm conflicting myself. That's why I'm not able to say much on this. But my point is this, that people should not be indoctrinated with a radical view. And that is what leads to this kind of things that we see, whereby somebody wants to express his own religion or how he wants to worship his own deity or whatever. And some people feel that, no, you cannot do it. My religion says you cannot do it because I feel threatened or I fear. No, you cannot do that. I'm a citizen like you.
Do you know that if those Muslims, those imams, if they would have said in what they were saying that if you do this here, we will do this to you, they have broken the law. They could be arrested. But if they are only there saying, if you want to do this, go to your place, or if you want to do this, it's kind of like MC Olomo when he spoke.
That was why I said,
wait, let me give you something. I'm trying to explain how law works. You understand? No, I'm trying to say that if they directly make a threat, then they will be subject to being arrested.
Hold on.
But hold on now. I'm just interjecting. Let me learn. There's already law in place where if you're threatening someone directly, you can be arrested and you can be prosecuted. But what we are seeing with these people that are doing all these things is they themselves know the law. So they won't. The law clearly describe what threat is. A threat is if I say, hey, if you do this, which is legal, I will harm you or I will kill you, then you've broken the law. But if I say, you don't do this here, go to your place and do it, that's not law breaking. And that's how this guy, the only people say they should arrest them so long. I'm saying, no. In what he said, the guy was smart enough to not use direct threats where it's describing the law that, okay, you made direct threat. If you would have said, Machuku, if you come out and vote, I'll kill you, you are in trouble. Or you say, Machuku, if you want to vote, sit at home, he hasn't broken the law. It's just, we all know that directly is threatening, indirectly is making threat, but it is in the law, you have to actually be precise in your threats for you to be prosecuted. So what you are saying about, they should make a law against radical and all these things, the law is already there in place. So you need to understand that.
All right, round off your interjection, and then Prince Daddy round off that space, and then we move on.
For me, conclusion, because I need to go.
But before you move on, one man, good evening, sir. Please, I want to contribute to this.
Hold on, Tony. Yeah.
So, in conclusion, one man, I just think for me, it's getting ugly, and I hate to say this. I don't want to be a bearer of bad news every time. Express pessimistic view like I often do on platforms, just because Nigeria is so filled with ugly things that you just wonder, are we a country? Are we a nation? Are we just some kind of banana or jungle kind of live, like everybody just live anyhow? We don't even have a functional government that is really functioning in the real sense of function. We have call it fraudulent 1999 constitution that is just like a kind of a book that is just written. They only apply that applies to the government, that those people that are in power, that benefits them. But the ordinary people in the street, they don't get any benefit from all this, from even the so-called the constitution or that constitutes that country as a country. So for me, you see, I'll continue coming on many platforms and I'll continue saying this. we should take religion out of our country. When I mean take it off, I'm not saying we should clamp down, totally silence people from practicing their religion. We should not promote one religion up over the rest. Religion should be your personal issue, your personal matter. Whoever you are a leader, a religious leader or a traditional leader, or you belong to a locality, let your religion be your own personal matter between you and your God or whatever deity. Do not bring it into governance. That should cut across every other strata of that of governance in that country, so that whereby no one religion will feel like they feel entitled. After all, the president is my man for my religion. After all, the vice president is my. We don't want to do that, because when we continue doing this, we'll continue seeing things.
OB is the only one that brought it to governance now. Nobody else now.
Hold on, boy. Sure, I get this wrong. Don't. So the point of what I'm trying to say is this. Yeah, for me, I'm appalled by what happened, what I'm hearing, and this is spelling doom. And for your information, I've said it many months ago that there's a bill that is being sponsored secretly in Lagos. They want to gradually introduce Sharia into Lagos too. I said it some months ago when some people were on me here. We are seeing
that's highly unlikely.
We shall see. But that's the speculation I'm hearing. So I said that many months ago. Yes, some people were saying, you have come here with your propaganda. We're hearing that. You see, when some people feel that our religion's law should.
Lagos probably has the highest concentration of churches in Africa. Where is it?
We've seen it replicate. We see these things are very insidious. If you understand it, I know you understand the meaning of insidious. They do it in a more subtle way, and then before you know it, we're all just at the mercy of all the states. Woman, yeah.
Sorry.
I just leave it at that.
Woman. Can I speak?
No. Hold on. Let Tony go first, and then because he indicated that Tony. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. I greet everybody. So
stay in the topic, Tony.
Yeah, with the topic, sir. Yeah, I'm happy that it's emanating every day. It's okay, thank you, sir. Yes. First of all, Sonny Okosun said that. Okay, Okosun now. You see, Sonny Okosun. That also his name is from this Osun. What Yoruba say Oshun. You see that whenever I write Yoruba, I always write SH or sometimes I use S. So Osun. Sonny Okosun, he said that who owns the land? So that's the question we should be asking ourselves here, first of all. And there was who defeated us in Ilorin and the Auchi? It is this northerners, so and then this Arab religion. It nothing to do with our traditional, not to do with our ancestors. Our ancestors are regretting that they were defeated, and then we should keep it up like that. No, we need to fight back to recapture those two cities, Ilorin and the Auchi, in Kwara and Edo State respectively. So who owns the land? We own the land. No pastor or imam can come from Jerusalem or Saudi Arabia to come and impose their something on us. You know what I'm saying? You can't imagine that we couldn't hold we couldn't host a Miss World contest because they said that it's anti their northern ideology, or that during the Obasanjo's time, the strongest man. So where are we going? So these people have no right to challenge us. We can celebrate Osun. People say Osun, we call it Osun in our place. Right. We have the right to celebrate. These people have no right. We should be preparing to fight them back, to send them back to where they came from Fudajalon. Thank you, sir.
All right, UFC. UFC.
Yeah, see. You see, this whole issue, I think the governor and the state need to come in and resolve the issue. You understand? It is easy to do. Instead of allowing it to escalate, the thing is that our leaders, when they let me just not use our leaders, let's use the intelligence community. When they see like something is growing, issues, they don't step in and quickly resolve it. They allow it to spread and grow before they start trying to solve the problem. I think this issue should be quickly resolved by the state governor. If it is beyond him, maybe the president should intervene to try to sort it out. However, another thing I noticed, the polarization currently in Nigeria, I would say the Nigerian diaspora have done another, like they have done a disservice also. They themselves amplify this division more, because most people that call on all this platform, all of them, they live in diaspora. Most of them, they don't know that they get secondhand information from Nigeria. You are not on ground. Some of the information you get, you should please do your verification first. You verify these things are correct. Look for other channels. Make sure you put information together before spreading. Some of us, just because we love bad news, fake news, when we see it, we immediately spread it. Like the issue of the exam malpractice of the young girl, I just allowed the government to do their job first. I didn't comment on that issue on time. I gave them time to resolve the issue first. But you see, a lot of people just quickly take side on the issue. Then at the end of the day, they now look like fools when what the government was saying was the fact. People quickly take side. We always do this thing all the time. We don't wait for proper investigation first. We quickly take side on any issue. It doesn't make sense. We should find a way to calm nerves instead of trying to amplify the whole thing. If you look at it, average Nigeria, they are living here in Nigeria, they are going about their day. They're in the street hustling. They don't have time for this social media drama that is taking over the whole country. So, I think that's my submission.
All right. Thank you, USA. So, thank you, USA. So yeah, Pansat, come in.
Yeah, thank you very much, one man and fellow panelists and those watching all over the world and those in the chat session. You know, this debate here, it takes me back a little bit, because those who are usually rambunctious, unrestrained, exuberant in the discussion of tribal and religious issues in other parts of Nigeria, they're here being docile, emasculated. They don't look at what our Constitution says. They don't look at what has been said by this mayor or whatever his title is over there. Our Constitution makes it clear that people have the right to worship any ways they want. Not the federal government, not the state government. Nobody can stop anybody. Now that section is section 38(1) of our Constitution. Every person shall be entitled to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, including freedom to change his religion or belief. That is sacrosanct. That's part of the Constitution. Now, the problem in Ilorin, the crisis we have there, is historic in nature. You have Afonja descendants claiming that their people established the place. And then you have Fulani descendants who progenitors were slaves. I mean, not slaves, but servants, probably slaves to the Yoruba, the Afonja. You say you defeated them, that is your claim. That you actually, their main claim is that they produce a king or whatever the hell it is over there, right? That's your only claim. Whereas the Yoruba is the majority in that place. So if you defeated somebody when they were weak long time ago, What gives you? You have to be defeating him all the time in order to keep that thing. So that's why I'm disappointed at people like Mike. They're hubris all the time talking about Lagos. No, hold on. It's not. It's not. This is it's not.
Hold on. Can you hold on, please? We cannot be repeating the same thing all the time. I've already invited you not to call out the personalities on the screen, because then they will get the right to respond and then they will spiral out of control. But give us your delivery so that our Prince Daddy can round it up. Back to you, Pansat.
Now, you tell me how I quote him. How do I do it? Tell me. This is your platform, so I don't know.
No. We're inviting your opinion, not
if I want to quote Mike, what should I say?
Give us your opinion on the subject matter. Mike has expressed his thoughts, so express yours.
Okay. I'm going to be watching out not to be insulting or someone. You say you only have 2 rules. I listened to your show yesterday. You had Madam Rita.
I have 3 rules.
What is the other one?
No insults, no aggressive behavior, and no interrupting Ajanle Koko when he's speaking. So those are
okay. I'm not gonna break any of those.
Yeah.
Ajanle Koko is not here. I'm no insults, and I'm not gonna do that. First of all, there's nobody here that I can insult. I'm older than you. I'm older than everybody here. I could be your dad. So why would I come here?
All right. Give us your thoughts. No, give us your thoughts, please.
Yeah. So my point that I'm making is that we in the Southeast do not need any more lessons on how to defend ourselves from these people from today. If you cannot defend your own people, Ilorin is a Yoruba land, predominantly Yoruba. Go back to ancient times, true, they lost a war with a weak king or whatever it is. That's none of my business. The majority are Yorubas. So what I'm saying is that mind your business so you don't mind mine. Mind your business. We don't want either culture or religion taking over our place, or anybody, for whatever guise you have. We're going to fight and we're going to be dying. That's true. But we don't want it. We don't want you coming over to take over our land. So if we're losing tactically, we may be gaining strategically. We should be teaching you, the Yorubas.
All right.
I'm not done. Hold on.
No, you're nearly done.
Okay, I'm nearly done, but I'm not done. Give me a 2 minutes. Give me a 2-minute warning when you think,
No, you're on the 1 minute space. It's an interjection, so bring it on.
Okay. What you don't want me to talk? Is that what it is? Or you don't
we don't want long essays now.
Okay,
guy, it's getting tedious. We don't
have
to do this every time.
2-minute warning, and then I will know.
No, you're up already. Just round it up in a couple more sentences. Let Prince Daddy wrap it up. Then we move on. It's not,
okay, very good.
It's not anything. You don't have to labor all the time. Oh, go on, man. Just go on.
Like I said, people who are usually
just carry on. Carry on. Yeah.
Unrestrained, uproarious, exuberant when they're talking about us. They can't even defend themselves. They're insulting the Kongi, and you hear saying, "Oh, let us march. Let us do our traditional worship." Is that what you want, or you want your land back from these people? Now, live by example. If you want us to follow you, don't come on platform talking all the time of trying to tell us what to do. Where a whole Ilorin, ancient majority taking over. You have these guys talking to the Kongi anyhow.
All right, thank you, Pansat. You are getting somewhat repetitive now. You are going over words. But so back to you, Prince Daddy. Right. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah. Back to you, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks, Foreman. So I guess back to my initial submission, right? As somebody, I didn't catch the person's name. There's no need for people in the diaspora or people in overseas trying to flame, put fire or flame the fire that's going on right now around this issue But I mean, this is and really to what I was speaking to. We humans, we live to resolve problems or solve problems. That's what we live for. A problem has arrived, and it's up to us in the decent society, civil society, to find ways, a good approach to solve the problem, as opposed to trying to stoke fear and doom and gloom. It's not necessary. And this is when you know you live in a civilized society. We have a problem in our hand, not a big deal. Problem will always come every day, every time. This is not a problem. However, the approach to resolving the problem is what usually makes things worse, escalate things, and leads to war and rife. So again, my final submission on this matter would be: hey, let's get the people that have the power and the resources to approach each constituent to resolve the problem. Because I mean, we all pretending like we all know the law of Nigeria or wherever we live around the world. We don't know. So, I mean, and for a group of people to come forward and try to deny another group or person the right to practice their religion shows their ignorance in a lot of way. Okay, so we're always learning, and we continue to learn because we live in a continuous learning world. Okay, so just bring these people together, let them know that in this space, in Nigeria, people are free to practice their religion, and even though we're free to practice our religion, we have to be also considerate of other people. Even the Bible, where the Bible even suggests that we should be careful when we practice our religion amongst other people or non-believers. We can't be arrogant about it. We can't be arrogant about it. So finally, let's get people on board. No need for fear, doom and gloom. This is the problem. It's not a big deal. We can always solve problems in the distant society. Thanks, Roman.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this headline on the screen, Prince Daddy. So this is a space that I have been watching for quite a while now. So this is Governor Akeredolu of Ondo State. So in the cut and thrust of the elections, his voice was one of the most prominent, pushing hard for the power not only to come to the south, but really to come to the southwest. So his voice was quite prominent in that space, but his voice has somewhat petered down a little bit now. It's not because he doesn't have anything to say anymore. It's because he's completely cranially debilitated by ill health, almost to the point of being bedridden. Anytime you see him now, he has a medical face mask and he's just frail and gaunt. And he has been frail and gaunt now for 12 months plus. So here is a guy now who keeps on sending in medical reports to say he's on a medical leave. And now his latest medical report is to tell Ondo State that he's on an indefinite medical leave. So what does that even mean, an indefinite medical leave? So when is that point then that the clause that when a president, a governor is incapacitated, then they should be forced to step down? Should Akeredolu now be forced to step down as the Ondo State governor, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, thanks, Woman. Well, this is where we need Ogbeni, right, to tell us what the law says.
Yes.
So it's whatever the law says, that's what we're going to go by. We should not be surprised that the governor still wants to hold on to power even in his, let's say, deathbed. I'm not saying he's dying, but you know what I mean. As the saying goes. So yeah, it's let's obviously we have to go by on those constitution. I'm not sure there's a federal constitution also that addresses that issue, but if it does, let's defer to that. Yeah, indefinite medical leave.
What does that even mean? You're a state governor and you're so indefinite means there is no end date. What does that mean? How can that be possible? You're on indefinite medical leave.
Well, that's quite interesting. I mean, is it possible that that's a legal meaning definition to that? I'm not sure. how he came up with that. If that's in that law, who knows? That may be in that law. But when that happens, I'm assuming right now the deputy governor has the power in the state right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if that being the case, yeah, I can offer my opinion as others, but they just defer to their constitution. Indefinite medical leave don't sound right to me. But how does it work? So if it's indefinite or if it's usurped because of his medical condition, and if he gets well, if he's restored to good health, is he able to come back and assume his governorship position, or is done? I don't
Yes,
know.
if he's on a medical leave, then of course he's still in situation in his job. But if for reasons of ill health he has to step down from the job, he ceases to be the governor. Even if he gets better, just the very minute after he hands in that notice, he's no longer the governor. So he's clinging in by just the clutches of his claws. He's clinging on like a Klingon from Star Trek.
That's quite interesting also. Okay, the man is healed. Okay, so at what point in time, what is, according to the law, what is the definition, or what kind of sickness can one have to be able to lose their position as a governor? Is it possible that
if you are incapacitated, if your ailment is such that you cannot carry out the function of the state governor, or the president, yes, it'd be like Yar'Adua, who was brain dead, and they still and they were using his hand to sign. Unbelievable.
Yeah, there's still a kind of a gray area there. You can have cancer and not be incapacitated by any means. If you're brain dead, that's a different case. But if you can talk, if you can communicate with people, albeit limited, you may still be within the law to still hold on to power or be the governor. So I think it's a gray area there. Brain dead, obviously, I think everybody will agree with that. But being sick, having cancer, and still being able to talk, drink, and it's no, it's a human being, so we should not be surprised. No one wants to just give up power like that. But yeah, it's an interesting one.
Do you think there should be a time cap that you can hand over to your deputy temporarily before he becomes the substantive governor? Do you think there should be a time bar? Because this word indefinite it makes me feel uncomfortable somewhat.
Yeah, it's kind of well, that's interesting. Someone goes on a chemotherapy for 6 months, a year. What time do you want to put on it in a 4-year term? What time do you want to put on it? I think it should just come to something really a critical ailment, whereby if you brain dead, pronounced by professional, of course, the doctors that, hey, this is the situation, then it is what it is. But if you can still function as a human being to the point of being able to understand other people, have comprehension, communicate, I think you can still hold on to power. But if it's not being greedy, the transfer of power, or if there's an interregnum, and having somebody else take hold of the position should not be a bad thing. I think it should, which they've done, right? But I think what it's fighting for, just like you said, is to make sure that it remains there with this indefinite sick leave that he wants. So it's up for debate. If there should be a time limit to how long one can be sick for before they are dethroned, so to speak. Well, it's that's what laws are for. Let the people decide, let the state decide, and go from there. But truly, leadership or being in position of power, it's about the people. That's if the leaders do realize that it's about the people. Him being a governor by name on a sick bed is fine, but if they have the competent deputy governor, he should just run the state and let all the power be vested in him to do as he desires until the man is dead or declared, incapacitated, and then we move on from there.
All right, brilliant. A brief commentary on this one, Prince Daddy, and then we go on to world peace. This is something that is simmering in the underbelly of the Tinubu administration, and very quickly, if it's not managed craftfully, it may well come to a very sharp boil. So it's still simmering in the underbelly, and it's a carryover from the Buhari narrative, of course, which the backdrop music of the Buhari administration was a Fulanization. So Yorubanization is what people are starting to seed into the Tinubu administration. How Southwesterners dominated President Tinubu's list of 20 special advisors. So they've done a name count, and as high as 15 out of those 20 are Southwesterners. Is this something, although a lot of the portfolios are not really of any significance to be of any worry, but is this something that they should really pay quick heed to so that it does not then spiral out of control?
I think, ministerial positions are...
No, the special advisors. The ministerial list is still not fully,
Yeah, no, I'm just saying the ministerial position is by law. It has to choose, I think, from every state, right, or every region. But that's by discretion. People are going to make news of it or make whatever they want to make of it. So I don't really care. Quite frankly, I don't care I know the optics is there, but I don't care if he gets 20 Yoruba people. What does it matter? I mean, you work with people that you feel comfortable with, and that's why I never really got into the thing about Buhari, having people of northern extraction around him. I know people complain a lot. That's when they coined or introduced the word Fulanization of Nigeria, because he had a bunch of his people around him. See, they always stuck in fear and all these things. Who knows? Urbanization, that's what they're accusing Tinubu of. There you go. So it never ends.
You're saying they're saying they are alarming that this might be the harbinger of what is to come. So this is the forerunner, the John the Baptist of possibly what is to come. So they're saying if this is the coloration of this composition, then are we looking to see it replicated in the ministerial appointment? So people are alarming that he might repeat this at the ministerial level.
Prince, can I please ask you this? One man, please. I'm very sorry. Yeah. Prince, don't you think the man, special advisor, is nothing? They are not minister. They are not adding any value to Nigerian people. It's just Tinubu's own in-house caucus. I don't care if you pick only Yoruba. What do you think? I don't care. I care about the minister that will impart the life of the nation. That's what I think. I don't know. What is your take? I don't care if you pick Hausa, pick Igbo, pick only Yoruba. That is in-house. It doesn't impart anything on Nigerians, isn't it?
I agree with you. Yeah, that's what I say. If he picked 20 Yorubas, I think who cares? I don't think it matters. But of course, it's Tinubu and whatever APC. They're gonna make a big thing about it, even though it's nothing burger. So again, see, you look at the man's that is Tinubu's disposition. I mean, look at him at is a Guinea when they were this couple days ago. He understands leadership. He understands the need to keep Nigeria together. He understands that. So he's not going to do anything to jeopardize that in any way. Where the law requires that there should be a balance in the region or a state, each state being represented, is going to do that. But it would be foolish of him to bring people around him as advisors that is not used to, and then that means the learning curve is going to be much greater. But if he's worked with people like the ex the IGP that they work with in Lagos and other people, well, then the learning curve will not be that steep. Then just like him, these people they hit the ground running because they've worked with him before. They know his MO, his ideology or concepts and a lot of things, so they can get going. I mean, I don't know why that is strange. It's not a big deal. I mean, the man is from the Southwest, right? He's from the South. If he has people around him of Yoruba extraction, those are the people mostly that he interacts with, is always interacted with over the years. So it should not be a big deal. But one thing, just like we said before on this platform, Tinubu is so versed. I mean, defining. I don't know if we're joking about it. Atiku being a true Nigerian because he married women from all tribes. No, your Tinubu Rada is the consummate Nigerian in all totality. Okay, he understands every nook and cranny of that country. That's why he can traverse from the south to the north and have friends and be welcomed. And, I mean, look at it, is shown in the north. It was super impressive going against a Fulani person in the person of Atiku. Tinubu did very well. And it showed, I think you read some numbers earlier trying to give a percentage of what Obi scored in the north, which is pathetic. It was horrible.
Oh yes, I've forgotten that. Actually, I'm going to bring you to that space, Prince Daddy, because I think that was going to be my space for Akim, but Akim has disappeared on us as he often does. But I want to bring you to that space. Hold on, let me just do a bit of a plea to the audience. So I'm trying to put together a small little documentary on Ernest Shonekan, who, as you know, the interim president of Nigeria, head of state, thereabout. But I've searched everywhere. I could not find a clip of his swearing in. So if anybody can find a clip of Ernest Shonekan's swearing in when he was sworn in as the president of Nigeria, please send it to me via Instagram. So that's my Instagram link right there. So if you can find a clip of
I don't think it was ever sworn in though.
What was it not sworn in? Did he not put his hand on that? Because I searched everywhere, I couldn't find it.
No, I don't think. Babangida just announcing that way he's taking over. They didn't do any official. Babangida they planned the whole thing, just put him there, and already planned a match to overthrow him. So they didn't do swear. I don't think they did any swearing because I don't even. Because I was alive that time. We didn't show anything.
It was documented. It was sworn in, but it just wasn't to the public.
Well, maybe it wasn't to the public. How do we know it was sworn in?
Yeah, because
it was sworn in. There's nobody that will carry out.
Did they show it on TV?
You know, it wasn't shown. It was at that time. Probably there's a picture of it, but there was no video of the event because at that time, Aso Rock wasn't even open for media or anything. So that was the reason why. But yes, it was sworn in by the Chief Justice.
All right. If that clip does exist, if anybody can find it, please send it in to me. Via Instagram. This agency.
Let me get back with you. I will Google it. There's an agency you can write that can probably provide you all those historical pictures or audios or whatever. There is in Nigeria. I'll get back with you.
All right, brilliant. And also still in that playing mode. For Thomas's after our session, I think Thomas is looking to move it away from politics when he gets to that space. So if you come across storylines, especially clips of I went abroad and this was my experience, some girl that lamenting, or some pastor doing some wayward stuff, those sort of storylines, if you send them to me, then I'll pass them on to Thomas for his after hours sessions. So do those. Let me now take you to this space. You were talking about this data. You know, this guy is a guy worth following, Pastor Okozie J. Atani. So Pastor Okozie, if you follow him on Twitter, it's just gems after gems. So I came across this, Prince Daddy. I think somebody actually sent it in. And this now is because people continue to peruse the data from the 2023 elections, and this gives you a percentage breakdown of actually what went down in the north, and it makes for very interesting reading. So this is the result for the Labour Party in the north, in the entirety of the northern part of Nigeria. So in Zamfara State, for instance, at 0.3%. So you actually have somebody in a good portion, a good 20, maybe 25% of the biggest region in the country, scoring less than 1% or in an election, and the person insisting then that they are president. So when I was reading through this, Prince Daddy, I actually had the thought that I agree with Peter Obi that INEC did not actually give him his true results. Because if you read through this, you probably want to conclude that INEC was actually abundantly generous to this guy, and he scored significantly less than INEC attributed to him. Because where is he getting all those votes? When he got 0.3% in Zamfara, 0.6% in Yola, 0.6% in Katsina, and it got 0% virtually in Jigawa, 0.2%, and the rest are just 1%, the entirety of the north. So where is the argument then that this guy actually scored what INEC told us he scored? Because if there's one thing that I do agree, he did not get what he scored. Because from the reading of the data, Prince Daddy, I will submit that this guy, Peter Obi being the guy, is actually scored significantly less than INEC attributed to him. Prince Daddy, the data speaks.
Yeah, the data does speak. If he scored less, well, it just break his performance by region. We know in the north it did poorly. I mean, that's a given. So that, I mean, and I know some people came on this platform said Tinubu never won one single state. I'm not sure they drew that conclusion, but nonetheless, Peter B, it doesn't have the spread. It's not possible that he won the election. So if they said he won an election, how did he win the election? It's just ridiculous. It defies the logic and common sense in every way possible. So I don't know what to make of it. We know he didn't do well. I mean, before the election, I gave him the 5 states to win in the Southeast, and he did very well, even though there were a lot of shenanigans there that they don't want to admit, but it did happen. But even with all the shenanigans, if they had done the election, conducted the election fairly in the Southeast, Peter B would still have won in a dominating fashion like he did, 90% and 95%, which is fine. It's a given. But it's very important to note also that Peter B did not build the base. He's not a builder. He's not that skillful. He's not that good. So that is fine, and it is what it is. Peter B is a very original person. He was thrust into the limelight in this past election, and because of the strong voice of the Southeasterners all across the country, that's why Peter B appeared to be somebody of relevance. It was not, and there's nothing that happened in this election that surprised me, quite frankly, because in hindsight, yeah, he dominated very well in the Christian populated areas of the country, which is fine. It did well. Maybe I didn't factor much of that into it. I know in Lagos, it won. That is acceptable because, of course, the population of Lagos is...
Please, Daddy, can I please interject you, please?
Sure.
Yes. One man, if you could remember, I brought my junior brother here an election time. Shell told us about He told me even in the Southwest, some people don't even know who is Peter Obi. They don't hear. They did not even know that he exists as a presidential candidate of Labour Party. This is a fact. I'm talking about Southwest now. Southwest. Yeah, continue, my brother.
But to be fair, Thomas, there's absolutely no reason to suggest that anybody in Zamfara would have any reason to know who Peter Obi is. There's no reason now, because they didn't really campaign there. And we heard during the course of that election, some some journalists that traversed the expanse of the north saying that there were no Peter Obi posters there. So how would somebody from Zamfara know that there's anybody called Peter Obi? The result is telling us that they did not even know that he existed. Ditto Katsina, maybe Katsina will probably. There's no reason to suggest on earth
look at Jigawa, one man.
That anybody
look
in
at
Yola
Jigawa.
why would anybody in Yola know that anybody is called Peter Obi? There's no reason to suggest that. Why would they? You know? Why would they? Look at Jigawa. Why would anybody in Jigawa know that? There's no reason to, so it's just a fallacious nonsense.
Well, where's the mandate? Where's the stolen mandate? It's a joke.
The stolen mandates are not embedded in the figures. The figures don't tell us that anything.
There's never a mandate. It was impossible for him to have won 2/3 of the 36 states plus FCT. It's impossible. We all know that. It just defies logic. And this Abure guy, the chairman of the LP, the guy.
That one is a con man, isn't it? He's a con man.
It's a rerun election and all this trash. They're just trying to siphon money from these people and keep the hopes of many people up because it's a game. They're milking it. Listen, I don't blame him. Absolutely not blame him. Just like the attorneys or the lawyers that represented Peter Obi in this past election or petition or whatever, they were just milking it with all sorts of trash and garbage that they're producing in the courts and what they know. But why shouldn't they get paid? That's the Nigerian space there. Everybody milks the system. Why not? If obviously, trust me, Peter Obi doesn't pay shishi. Therefore, we know those monies were from donation from overseas and all the campaign funds. That's what they used to persecute the courts.
And they're still canvassing for that overseas money.
Yeah.
Let me bring you this. I gave it to Vin when he was here earlier on. It says, presidential poll, APC preparing for rerun, Labour Party national chairman wants members. Let me give you a few paragraphs just to refresh. The national chairman of Labour Party, Julius Abure, has said that the All Progressive Congress, APC, is preparing for a possible rerun of the 2023 presidential elections, warning members of the party to be alert and not to be taken unawares. Speaking on Monday during an online meeting held with Nigerian American Coalition for Justice and Democracy, led by Professor Eddie Okpara Oji, who is the Labour Party diaspora chairman in the United States. Abure said that the APC believes that the odds are against it at the Election Petition Tribunal. In a statement, the acting national publicity secretary of the Labour Party, Obiora something or the other, said Abure called on the party members to be ready to defeat APC in the event of a rerun. So that right there, that's the money grab right there. So this guy now is on an online stream with Americans, telling them this rather fabulous story of how an election is about to be rerun. But this is the money move right here. It says in the statement, the acting national publicity secretary said Abure called on the party members to get ready to defeat APC in the event of a rerun. So get ready to defeat APC in the event of a rerun is an assault on the wallet.
Yeah, a big kinetic assault on the wallet, no doubt about it. But look at the crafty headline. Abure said APC's gearing up for a rerun, not Labor. So they're trying to make a suggestion in people's mind that APC has drawn a conclusion that they have to go for a rerun. You see how crafty that is? There's a distinction for LP to be gearing up for a rerun and APC to be gearing up for a rerun. See how they do the manipulation craftiness. It's all good. A lot of people are going to fall for it. Quite frankly, in this past election, Labour Party did the best in marketing. They did absolutely the best in marketing. They did so well. That's why those crappy these poll stars would give Obi 60% in Kano. They are abusing everybody, just abusing the Nigerian people left and right. Okay, it's part of the game. So yeah, money grabbing. Everybody's getting paid. Why not? Why not get paid? So as long as they're not breaking the law, they're allowed to say whatever they want to say. And I'm, in the article, I don't know if you read, if they had a quote from somebody from APC that say, "Oh yes, they are truly gearing up for a rerun." All the shenanigans. As they say, the boats has sailed. It's gone, and all this other shenanigan is just for the entertainment. It's gone. No election coming up again. Go ahead. Sorry.
Please, I was trying to interject before, but I tried to keep cool until he finishes. I want to add something to what Prince Daddy was saying about the appointments, sir. Please, sir.
Carry on.
Okay, thank you. Please, I want to beg everybody, especially World Peace, that was complaining the other time that there were too many Yoruba there. I want 100% ministers and advisors to be Yorubas, because that is how the country is programmed. So otherwise, you will be having a South candidate and Northern candidate. So when it's your time, let us feed our men so that they can be able to develop our place. Because if you just look at the geography of Nigeria, the space, the whole Northern Nigeria is looking better than Germany, while the Southern Nigeria is looking like a toilet, public toilet. So let Tinubu feed all Southerners, during his time, or whether in 1 month, or whether make it as he's taking the power away now from the army, from those people. I don't want to mention any particular section today. You already know where I'm headed to. I want those officers from the north to be removed from the army, during his time. So when they come also, they can do likewise to us. But we have to develop our place within the time that Tinubu will be there, or Obi will be there, or Jonathan will be there. So when Babangida is there in the north, let them take all the whole money also to develop their space. So no sweat with that. Nobody should query that. We want Southerners 100% this time around. Thank you, sir.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. And thank you, Prince Daddy. So, Prince Daddy, fourth time, let me go on from you to Mike. Hopefully.
Quickly, one, if you don't mind. This is for Kulata. No, bro, this is not Trump's template. Obi has his own template. This is totally different from Trump. Thanks, one man.
All right, brilliant. So let's go from you to Mike, who hopefully is still there. Mike, on mute.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, brilliant, Mike. So brilliant, Mike. Mike, I want to take you to this space. So this was something we were discussing just as early as yesterday or the day before, and we were just we were looking at the goings on in the southeast, just what the goings ons are, and we were saying that they're saying that Tinubu has to do something, and we were querying what the local power structures within that space are actually doing. Before they then ratchet it up to the federal space. Barely 24 hours later, they've come up with a response. After 4 hours of closed-door meeting, Southeast political leaders resolved to seek an audience with President Bola Tinubu on the security situation in the region. So that's their response, and they put out a clip as well to intimate us as to what they are doing. So let me play you the clip, and then from there, you give us your thoughts.
In touch with the presidency. The problem in Southeast is too much, it's too big for either Aneze or the governors to solve. The president of Nigeria must accept it as a Nigerian problem and give support to the governors.
I can't hear you at all.
One good thing
is it me? Are you guys hearing me?
Is that there is
woman
unity between the governors and Aneze. As you probably noticed, my emergence was the first time the whole 5 governors all agreed. I'm from Imo State. In Imo State, no other candidate emerged. Nobody opposed me. I came out. I was opposed. And the 5 governors all supported me. So the unity we have in Igbo land today, we have never had before, and that is a very big advantage to achieving our goal. I don't have any doubt in my mind. Definitely, we don't expect to sort out the matter in one day, because some of the problems we have There's criminal problem because people who come and kidnap, people who come to kill, they cannot say they are working for Biafra or working for Nnamdi Kanu. It's not correct. You know, if somebody kidnapping, see that they're up now. So I think really that the governors in particular and the members of National Assembly, not only the governors really. Remember, that's why we call them to this meeting. The members of National Assembly will work with the governors and get in touch with the president so that the matter can be actually resolved and once and for all. So I know.
So there it is. So I was just saying that's the Nwanyanwu that called the Yoruba people rascals the last time when he was elected Ohaneze chairman. But that too one side. Your thoughts, Mike?
He didn't even say anything. Well, I mean, I didn't get anything out of anything he said there. So what is he? What exactly is he saying? What is he trying to say?
No. What is actually coming out is that for what seems to be the first time, there seems to be a convergence to a unanimity of purpose within the Southeast, where they've not now come together to address a particular matter. So you have the Ohaneze represented by Nwanyanwu, and you have Hope Uzodinma there, who is a state governor. So I'm not sure they are fleshing out an action plan, but they are insisting that they are going to go and speak to Tinubu. Is that a step in the direction you want to see, though?
Oh, okay. I see what's going on. So Hope Uzodinma, because the APC guy, they're trying to use him to get to Tinubu. Does that look like people that are serious? I mean, come on. So Hope Uzodinma is the only governor from there, and they are sending Nwanyanwu. You know, these guys are not serious, man. And I know when they get there, the only thing they'll tell Tinubu is to release Kanu. That's what they will say. And they will say release Kanu, so the problem will go away, which is bullshit. I don't believe that. I was listening to that guy from EJJ on Dr. Damages. That guy is one of them. He's kind of like Ranisik or Israel Red artist. And the point he was trying to make is kind of similar to the same rubbish that all these dumb leaders there has been saying. That the reason, because somebody asking like, why the governors there, kind of the same question I'm asking, why they not making moves to go after those troublemakers there, you know? He said because they don't want if Nnamdi Kanu is still in jail and the governors start going after those people, they will look like the governors or the leadership they are trying to go after against Biafra and going against the interests of the Southeast. And they say, but if the government releasing Nnamdi Kanu, now the government can go after them and nobody will say they are going after Biafra, you know. I say, come on, man, stop that bullshit. So you're telling me that so the governor know how to go after them now, but they don't want to because they don't want to look like they are going against Biafra? Is that the point you are making? You know, these people, man, like they're just doing it. We all know what's going on in that place, man. All they want, all they all want is for Kanu to be released so they can go out again and be continue to do it. I don't even know why they want. It's just like it's ego thing. They feel like their regions got punked by their warrior that was doing all that noise, making them look like a bunch of the super warriors of Africa.
You know, Mike, the Nnamdi Kanu narrative is separate and distinct from the unknown gunmen phenomenon, because the unknown gunmen phenomenon is immediate and is existential and is taking human lives right now. So
Yeah.
if they want to be saying now you have to release Nnamdi Kanu, these people will continue on this killing spree. But the government is not looking like releasing Nnamdi Kanu anytime soon. So are they saying then that these people can go on this slaughtering spree that we're seeing in the Southeast until the government yields? Are they willing to? And it's their region, by the way. So I don't really get it. Similarly, as I don't get it. It's just so confusing.
Woman, if they want to flush your non government and hand that stuff in that Southeast, they can do it overnight. With the working together of the governors and the people, the Ohaneze and their leaders there, whether political leaders, socio-cultural leaders, all the so-called community leaders, they can hand that thing. But the thing is this: they know if they hand that thing that's going on there, then there's no problem going on in their region. Then there's no reason for government to release Kanu. So they themselves want that thing to keep going. They believe that if that will be one leverage they can use to get their tribal warlord
Do you think Nnamdi Kanu
released.
do you think they should just release him and get the noise out of the way? So they release Nnamdi Kanu to them, and then they continue in their ways. Then Tinubu can shrug his shoulders and say, "Well, that's your business."
If they release Kanu, Kanu's goal is to turn Nigeria to Somalia. Is to turn Somalia to paradise. You know what that means? Meaning to turn Nigeria to something where we look at Somalia and say, God, Lord, Somalia is paradise. Kanu is a guy that he said this. That's what he wants. That's his desire. He wants, and many people that think just like him exist in our region. I'm not saying everyone from our region is like that, but it's just very unfortunate that it's just like people like that.
Quick interjection. He said Biafra or nothing. That is his word.
And if he doesn't get Biafra, Somalia will look like paradise. So his end goal is to turn Nigeria to a disaster zone. That's what he wants. And he made every move. He saw his followers, they'll be looking for weapon everywhere. He created ESN. The violence started before he was arrested. The unknown gunmen, the Gulag was killed before Kanu was arrested now. The killing started before Kanu was arrested. You understand? The only thing that happened was when Kanu got arrested, the killing was able to be contained because Kanu's goal was to start the ESN and then to command them, disperse them to other regions to start violence. You understand? But his arrest is what kind of contained that thing in the southeast. Now, if you're telling me that if you put him out there, he's telling the general of an army to be released, to have a full control of that army, the guy will fulfill what his wish, which is to turn Nigeria to Somalia. So, and these their leaders, they are so low IQ, the same way they were so low IQ during Ojukwu time, when Ojukwu was trying to turn Nigeria to Somalia. The spirit that was inside Ojukwu, where Ojukwu turned the whole place to Somalia in 1960, from 1967 to 1970, it's the same spirit, same bad spirit as in Nnamdi Kanu, a destructive spirit, where you want to turn everything it's the same thing. And unfortunately, I don't know what it is, that the people just have to follow those kind of characters. They all follow the Ojukwu. Now they're all following Kanu. I'm like, what kind of people, what kind of mentality, this kind of people are you? I mean, I don't get it. Like, they didn't learn from Ojukwu's own. You're all following behind Ojukwu. The same song they're still singing for Ojukwu. It's the song they were singing for Ojukwu is what they're singing for Kanu. Our savior. Hey, holy. What the heck? You didn't learn any lesson from what Ojukwu did. What Ojukwu did didn't make any sense. That word didn't make no sense. It's just a war that I knew it wasn't going to win from the beginning. It's just no strategy, nothing, just straight up create disaster and millions died and people were still worshiping. And now another Ojukwu is born. Ojukwu kind of want to do the same thing. And luckily, Buhari was able to, grab him and just put him in a place just to prevent him from further doing it. And these are Mumu leaders. They all know that if that disaster happened, they themselves will suffer it. We all can see where Kanu is trying to lead everybody to. He's not leading us to anything that makes sense. If he was leading us to Igbo nation, we would know that, okay, that makes sense, because that Biafra is not possible. You are saying you want all these territories, that's 70% non-Igbo territory, Edo State, Delta State, Canabra, Rivers, where someone like Asai Doko was already telling you that if you come near, they have weapons ready, they're ready for war. You have to fight war with them to take them as Biafra. So that's the Biafra we are going. First of all, you have to go to war with Ijaws. You have to conquer them before you can force them to be your Biafra. And you still have those states. You have to go and you can conquer the Yoruba of Benin. He wants to. So and now they are even trying to claim Lagos. Some of them are even calling Lagos Biafra land now. They still want to. So where is it leading them to? He's not leading them anywhere. And unfortunately, their leaders want him to release, and they are willing to allow those killings to continue because they believe that's the only thing they have right now to convince the government to release the guy. And I don't know what's so important about Kanu that Kanu has to be released. Who is he? I don't know. I don't know who is it to humanity or to Igbo society. Who is he? Is he someone that has some kind of solution to their problems or anything?
No, Mike, they believe that if they release him, that the killing will stop. I know it's delusional, but that's what they believe.
It's a lie. They know it won't. It's a lie.
But that's what they claim. That's what
they will claim now. But it's just ego. They have this ego.
But Babati, do you think they and you, Mike? Do you think they really believe that, or do you think they are just leveraging the unrest, let's put it that way, in the southeast as a tool to pressure the release of Nnamdi Kanu? Because there is no sign that the release of Nnamdi Kanu will stop the excesses in the southeast. So are they not just leveraging it as a political tool?
That's what they are doing. They are leveraging it. That's what they're doing. Because trust me, there's no way a group of what's the population of the unknown government? Just maybe those guys they are not that many. So imagine a group. It's kind of like a group of armed robbers now making the whole Southwest sit at home. It's a willing thing. The population they are colluding. Trust me, that's sit at home. It's not Samuel Ekpa in Finland as commanding everybody to sit at home. It's a lie. Their leaders they have hand in it. They all have the people themselves. They want to sit at home because they want Kanu to be released. So it's not unknown government that's making them sit at home, or the unknown government they can't find them, they can't fish them out. Are you telling me the men in the community, some few unknown government somewhere, the men can rally themselves and form vigilante and fish the unknown government? Or work with the police or work with the army? You don't need presidents to fish out the unknown government. All you need is the law enforcement and work together and information, and you fish them out. It's a simple thing now. It's like the way we fish armed robbers in every other part of the country. The Southeast are known to fish armed robbers in their region whenever it's armed robbers. So you're telling me they don't know? I've seen a video where the unknown government march in the market and they were all hailing them. So we know this is something they are all cooperating together. All they want is their man can, which it doesn't make any sense to me. It's just ego. They feel like their ethnic group is being punked by their.
Do you think they should, if they release Nnamdi Kanu, do you think they should deport him as well to the United Kingdom?
No, that would be a disaster now. I hope I won't be shocked if our government do that because they are not to make dumb decisions. It's like you are going back to square one.
Mike,
you can't go and release this guy and put him out to continue that.
Mike, hold on. Just take it from this angle. You said they're playing games. They know what they're doing behind the scenes. And I would say, remember, the federal government is privy to intelligence that we don't know. So if they're playing games, the federal government will know. If they are playing hanky-panky with the public, the federal government knows, right? They have sensitive information that they will not disclose to the public. So if what you're saying is that some of them are behind this, the so-called elders and politicians, and I can guarantee that the Secret Service will be privy to sensitive information about.
No. I'm not saying. Before you misunderstand, I'm not saying they are the ones sponsoring the. I'm not saying they are the ones sponsoring the gunmen. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they are behind the sit at home. They support the sit at home. Is what I'm saying. The unknown gunmen, they all know where they are. They know they can fish them, but they just turning the other eye. They are turning the other eye. They are turning the other way. Right. The governors, they all know, they know the solutions to your no government. They don't want to solve it.
Okay, Mike.
But I'm not saying they are the ones sponsoring them. No, they are not.
No. Somebody sent me a clip earlier, like a 20-second video where one man, I don't know if you've seen the video where local government chairman was kidnapped and killed. And the person that was speaking in the video said, well, we are not ESN, we are not IPOB, but we believe in Biafra. I'm like, why are you fooling? It's like you pretty much telling on yourself. So when I was asking about, you saying that they know about it, who are the unknown gunmen? That's what it boils down to, one man. I mean, if IPOB is saying that they're not responsible for all these killings where you're capturing local government chairman killing people, then who is really behind it? That's really what I want to know.
The Kanu is behind it. The Kanu created the ESN, the unknown gunmen, all those guys. Listen, he's the one that we saw when he created them. Now he became the commander-in-chief. He announced it when he did it. We all remember that, and that's when this guy, Uche Mefo, quickly put himself out of it. Like, this guy's, because I was only here for money, but I didn't know we were going to take it to this level. That's why the guy quickly dissociated himself, because that one knew that now you are going terrorist way. You understand? So I remember when that happened. Now he created it. He wanted to turn the place to disaster. The governors were kind of against it at that time, because no. But now the unknown government, the monster he created, are now in it all over the place. They don't know what to do because their commander is in prison. So what they want is their commander to be released. So they are just carrying their shooting, their whatever. But the elite, of course, they themselves want him to be released. So they are not making effort to go after them, because
But that's what bothers me, Mike. To be honest with you, this guy should be. I'm not the court. I'm not the jury, so I can't speak. But my personal opinion, Nnamdi Kanu should be charged for treason and locked up for life.
That's what I'm saying. The guy should go through military tribunal.
Because you're justified. I mean, it's not going to stop. Like Kay was saying in his comment section, it makes money. It makes a living out of creating chaos.
The guy promised Ezekiel millions now if you can get him in place. That's why Ezekiel will go and be saying, "Oh, what is
if you don't release him? Like if you don't release him, it's going to go back." And second of all, isn't it funny that your so-called leaders are meeting in Abuja? One would think that would be in the southeast, right? Is it just me that find that kind of odd? That you
have but the southeast is unsafe now, so there it is.
The point where your people cannot even meet. Oh, come on, one man.
The thing is, that's not the reason why I was afraid that if Obi become president of Nigeria, that because they will create disaster in the country because they don't have they just lack the capacity to lead or control this. Like, let me not say lead, but they don't know how to manage disaster. I'm going by historical antecedents.
No, hold on. You can't make sweeping statements.
I'm not generalizing. I'm just saying the typical politicians. I haven't met the ones that know from me. I won't say everyone is like that, but I would say like a typical political leader or sociocultural leader that I see they are present. I don't know. Those kind of people just normally make it to the top in their society. I don't know why. Like when I study Obi himself, when I study now from historical antecedent, I'm just saying, look at the way he runs and manage his position as a leader of Nigeria. You have coup plotters, he refused to prosecute them. You saw he didn't see the disaster coming that he was going to lead to pogrom in the north. He look at the way he managed the situation. Okay, Ojukwu became their next leader. You saw a war coming. He didn't manage it well. He led the people to disaster. Look at this one that's going on now. Look at the way their leaders are managing. Look at even Obi. Obi couldn't even address the issue. He's scared. I'm like this. I want to leave Nigeria.
Mike, where is Obi Ezekwesili? We've not heard anything from her about this.
Exactly. That's what wants to be.
Yeah, you don't.
Okay, Baba, this is the guy that wants to be president of Nigeria, and he can't even address. He's fighting for mandate. He can't address the disaster going on in his own region right now. Imagine. Now he wants to come and lead the whole country. So you can't even address disaster going on where you come from right now, and you want to lead us and manage crisis in Nigeria. No, it's very obvious to me. This guy can't. He doesn't have what it takes.
But woman, please, can you tell these guys to slow down because there are no Igbo people today. Now let we here. So that because the other day you were saying that you don't want to.
When you go Nigeria, they ask them whether there are no Yoruba people here today. Do you ask them that?
Yeah, you know me now. You know say are they fight for Yoruba now? You don't know. Go and ask Alexander Gome. Frank, ask anybody.
You can't even say it there when you go there. When they are talking, there's no Yoruba person here today. You won't even say that. They will throw you out.
But I'm there now. But I'm there to counter anything. I'm always everywhere. But what I'm saying that the other day, one man was saying that doesn't want to scare the Igbo people away. So not that
not Igbo people now. We're having conversation about what's going on.
Guys,
to set a limit, okay? Please.
Tony, hold on. This is what
Mike, I beg you. You know, say me you know the same now, huh?
Tony, hold on. This is what I'm going to start doing on this platform. I'm going to start addressing East and the Southeast, and because we have this, we won't say it on this platform. But each time somebody from other part of Nigeria addresses any issue from the Southeast, they are quick to label them as anti-Igbo. No, I can be objective. I can be caring. I have concerns because we are Nigerians at the end of the day. And I should be able to address issue in the Southeast without being labeled anti-Igbo if I'm objective about what I'm discussing. So, of course, if we're discussing issues in Southeast, that is still Nigeria, right? Yeah, so we can discuss issues about the Southeast. Doesn't mean no. I'm being objective.
Yeah, but we also have to take on board the delicate sensibilities of that space. That space has their sensibilities.
People are dying. You guys are talking about sensibility.
One man. If I stick to facts, that should be enough.
That's the problem of Nigeria. When
under normal circumstances, hold on. Under normal circumstances, it should be. But the space. When has fact ever
one man just say what you really want to say? You say it. Say it, one man.
What I did want to suggest, just as a thought, it was that should Nnamdi Kanu be released and then let him and Simon Ekpa, let them cannibalize each other, and then the country then has, the government then has just one problem to solve. Because of course, if they release him, he and Ekpa, they will lock horns, and one will cannibalize the other, and then we only have one problem left.
And what would be that problem? What's that would be that one problem?
Whoever the winner is will be the problem. Now we have two problems. We have the finished problem, and we have the DSS facilities to be released problem.
It's the same now. I mean, they are one in same camp right now. But when you
they are not in the same camp. Or they are two businessmen. But both straddling the same portfolio. They are two businessmen.
Yeah, they are not. They are primarily businessmen. It's all about money. But currently, Samuel Ekpa is a disciple of Kanu right now.
He's not.
He's claiming to be. He's claiming to be. But we all know.
But that's it. Now that's the storyline.
Yeah. But you're saying
is the disciple of the Almighty Dollar. That's
dollar exactly. So now when you release Kanu. So when you release Kanu, we are now exposing, because now you find it difficult to drop that the position of where he's making money. So now if all of them start crashing, the situation will become worse, because now they will have two factions fighting each other.
Yeah, but one we have to bring down the other now. Then the government can take care of the winner.
So you are Chicago PD now. That's the way they behave with drug dealers now. You let them kill each other, then you declare one winner and you support that person. So you want that kind of it's not good for the country, one man.
It's just a thought, but
it will exacerbate the killing in the southeast, because now you have two gangs killing each other, and then
all right, sorry, who wanted to come in?
It's Brownberry.
Oh yeah, Brownberry. Good to see you. So all this, you couldn't bear it anymore. All this noise.
Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to quickly get this out of the way. I'm one of those that I don't want Nnamdi Kanu to be released because of so many atrocities he has committed. I mean, you don't need to really come down to do to do the killing or to do the butchering, but your words and your instigation goes a long way. I haven't gotten that out of the way. I want to say that I'm really disappointed in you this evening.
What have I done?
You just allowed Mike to just be going gaga, just allowed him to be insulting the whole tribe, calling them Mumu people, calling their leaders.
I didn't say the whole tribe. I'm talking about the leadership.
Hold on, Mike, please.
The leadership. When did I say the whole tribe?
Hold on, Mike. Let Brownberry.
You are calling the Ohanese leaders. You are calling them Mumu people, following. How would you feel if?
So you don't agree? Okay,
now how would you feel? I mean, don't say that. I think that was just too much. You went overboard. And that's really wrong. And you need to apologize, really.
All right. Hold on. Don't say anything yet, Mike. So Babati, that was the delicate sensibility that I was just saying there. But
right.
Brownberry, public figures are separate and distinct from an ethnic nation. So the Ohanese space, they are public figures. They are political figures. It's no different from him saying that Momo Tinubu. That's not an affront to the Yorubas. That's an insult to that's his commentary on a political figure. So before I forced the apology out of him, did he say the ethnic stock are Momo people, or did he say the political leadership are Momo people? Because those are two separate places, Brownberry.
And I'm going to tell you what he said. He said, Ohanese represents the Igbo tribe as the the group that your Adebanjo leads. I'm sorry, I can't get off my head right now. They also represent Yoruba people. Afenifere represent Yoruba people. He said that the group, they don't have brain, they are not able to reason. And he also said that these people, this set of people from the south, from the part of southeast, they followed what's his name, the former leader Odumegu. They followed him in a Mumu way, and they're also doing it. I mean, those are for this. I mean, it's very, very. I mean, it's too much. It was just too much. and you just allowed him to be going that like that.
I didn't spot it in that manner. So now that it's been highlighted, Mike, do you want to retract it and reword it, and then we just move on?
Okay, let me try to understand what he said. So he said, I said those that followed Ojukwu, knowing it was leading to a disaster, which ended up leading to a disaster. It was not a mumu, it was a mumu move that they made. So when you follow someone that leads you to disaster, is it a mumu move? Wait. I just want to ask you a question. Wait. If you make a land now, I want to know if you can prove me that whether something I said is wrong, and I will apologize. I'm trying to understand. So those that chose to follow, not all Igbos follow Ojukwu during that time. In fact, it was jailing some people that disagree with him. I even killed Ifajuna that disagree with him. So that tells you that I'm not saying all Igbos they followed him. Some people chose to follow him, knowing it was leading them to hell. And even while the hell was going on, they were still following him. And he led not only even the Southeast, even a lot of non-Igbos died. Millions of people died. Those that followed him, is that a mumu move that they made or not? If you can convince me that it's not a mumu move, I swear I will apologize for calling them mumu.
Was this how you said it earlier on?
That's what I said. Those that followed him, they followed him, they're mumu.
It wasn't that wasn't how you said it. This is very simple. There is nobody knows you. Nobody can see your face. I don't see any reason why you cannot say, "Oh, I'm sorry for what I said." What you said.
If there's something to be sorry about, I will say I'm sorry. That's what I'm trying to. You convince me.
You just said that. Oh, it was so during that time where they also mumu follow Ojukwu, and that's how they also mumu. They can be played back.
All right, Branberry. So now that you've pointed it out, Mike has he has expanded on what he either the way he said it or whatever, but he's expanded now on what he was intending to say, the message he was getting across. So does what he said, what he's just said now, does it satisfy you in terms of a fair comment? Would you say what the clarification that he's giving now is that fair comment?
I don't think it satisfies a lot of people. Not even people that are listening, even panelists, some panelists here. I know they were most of them were cringy when he was saying it. I mean,
can I just add something quickly? This is the reason why I came in. I think Mike said some of the things I've said before. So I'm not. There are some areas maybe he went a little bit over the line, but the point he was trying to make was that somewhere along the line, the Southeasterners keep falling for the wrong kind of leader that don't see danger coming. He actually highlighted that aspect of it. He gave the example of Aguiyi Ironsi that made catastrophic mistakes that led to that civil war. Because if he had gone ahead and prosecuted the people that committed that conducted that coup, most of all this stuff, the history of Nigeria probably would have been different. The same thing, Mike went on to highlight Ojukwu and said, if Ojukwu had just said, okay, beating it, because remember, this speech was not necessarily between the Igbos and this thing there. It was mostly Ojukwu that didn't want to recognize the power of this thing, that's the supremacy of Gowon in the earlier stages. So if during that period he had just said, okay, let me be a statesman here.
I'm not sure that that's true, because we've had commentaries from Ojukwu's younger brother who was telling us that Ojukwu was actually pressured to declare that pogrom.
No, that was after all because while they were negotiating and having that, because when the coup happened, why did you think Ojukwu didn't immediately join this thing, go on and say, okay, let's come together, stop this bloodshed? It didn't happen. Ojukwu, if anything, Ojukwu ordered for Zogo to be moved to the southeast. I think maybe before then he had already been moved to the southeast. So the pattern was indicating that there was a kind of tribalized movement that was already going on in Nigeria. And if he had just said, you know what, this stuff, I saw what, the pogroms that is going on in the north and everything, but he could have known that, okay, the South is not going to support him. The North is going to attack. The Southwest is not going to support him. So why go into that war? Sometimes you have to see bigger dangers. That's one of the things I said earlier on, when I said the only morality in the public life, like the type Ojukwu was engaged in, is the greater good. Because if he had just said, okay, because of all this killing that has happened now, if we go into a war, even larger, millions may die. Stop himself and say, you know what, whatever the government demands, because the government did make a proposal to him that in the end, after the one that Abuari, this in Ghana, if they refuse to accept anymore, it was just too late. None of them agreed for a peace deal, this in a kind of settlement anymore. But if a statement was there, they could have. They would have prevented a lot of damage that happened to the Southeast. All that war wouldn't have happened. So you can see where Mike is coming from when he said, why is it that this lady, look at what Kanu is doing again now. He's causing so much trouble that there's no direction to end this problem. And Kanu 2014, even before he was attacked, was already threatening Nigeria. He said that Nigeria would look like Somalia would look like a paradise compared to Nigeria if Biafra is not given. That Nigeria recognizes only violence. This was anything. It wasn't even close to him being attacked at all. So the behavior sometimes you see of this way, you wonder who is funding them, who is empowering these people to do because they are not helping the Southeast at all. So Mike, I don't see where Mike. The only area I fault Mike is where he brought P2B in. What has P2B done? P2B has been doing everything by the book.
Oh no, let's leave Peter Obi.
No, don't bring Peter Obi into it. Peter Obi has been doing everything by the book.
Why is Peter Obi not addressing what's going on in Southeast?
Fair point. If you want to accuse him of that, he should have.
That's what I did. Now, what else did I accuse him of?
No. You are saying something about that. His leadership too was bad. But if
that's what it is. Part of it. Is he not the leader? Is he not the most popular guy? Next to Kanu, who's the most popular in the Southeast right now?
Right now, if you ask me, yes, you have a point. I don't know whether he has.
So where do you disagree then? So now you're agreeing.
No. You painted him in the same light as Ojukwu and all the others. It's not the same.
He's similar now. He's not managing anything. He's not managing a crisis going on. He's not doing anything, and he wants to rule Nigeria. Are you kidding me?
How do you know he has not said something? Do you know that?
I haven't heard though. Maybe I've been deaf.
We're in this space now. We're in the political space now. We monitor it every day. So I think that clarification by
one more. I will not. One more.
Kanu hasn't even. I mean, sorry, Obi hasn't even called for end of sit at home. So are you saying he supports sit at home? He hasn't even said people
he just doesn't want to get into those areas.
He wants to rule Nigeria.
One man.
Personally, I think you know. Hold on. Let me just make this last intervention.
Hold on. Let's hear from Thomas.
So Nigeria, you just finished spoken. Please.
Hold on.
Yeah, one man. Can all of us apologize to Mike now because he hasn't made any comments? You know, I'm just saying that rhetorically.
No.
Yes.
Hold on.
I need an apology, to be honest.
Nobody. Thomas. Mike was misheard, and Mike has clarified. So if you
I might get an apology now. One man, you never fair to me, man.
I'm always fair to you.
Mike, apologies for the attack. Carry on, my brother.
Attack on what? Apologies for what?
Attack on what? This guy from Australia.
You guys came to roughly agree with me, and you don't think that's an attack?
I think it's a fair criticism Mike made. I think that's one of it. I think Mike spoke quite reasonably today. Yeah, he spoke quite reasonably. The criticism of Peter Obi, the criticism of Peter Obi not saying anything, I think that is quite a fair criticism because you can't see this whole situation happening in the South and say he just remained agnostic of it, you know. So I think he should have said something. Personally, I consider him a de facto leader of the Southeast at the moment. So I don't know why he's silent about these things.
Yeah, but is that not
silent about what? What is he silent about? About this 1 week sit at home thing that has been the controversy last week.
Is he the governor? Is he the governor of the? Is he the governor of the state?
He's the president now.
Hold on. To Niger. What you just said now, is that not a damning indictment on Peter Obi's leadership skills? Because the space that he has the most followership, that his voice is listened to the most, that he has the most impactful influence. So that place is under crisis now.
So
hold on. I want to Niger too, and then you're coming after him. Is that not an indictment on his leadership skills? So this is a person that wants to govern the entirety of the complexity of the Nigerian space, but the narrowness of his homogeneous space where he reigns supreme, he cannot even demonstrate management skills there. Is that not an indictment on his leadership skills?
See, to be frank, I tend to agree with some of you, the point you made there. He should have at least come out and try to calm things down and say, you know what, life's matter.
Is that not what leadership does?
That's what leadership does. But you tend to find in Nigeria that when things happen, the leadership sometimes disappears for a week or two. Then after the event occurs, they start saying something. That is really weird, what our Nigerian leaders do. It's almost as if they say to people, fight yourself first, then later on we start saying everybody should calm down. What I don't understand it. That's why from that point of view, I'm going to be consistent and say, yes, P2B2 should have spoken up. But I don't understand, because when I see some of those images of children lying on the floor alongside their teachers and people that are as old as their grandmothers lying, young men asking them to lie down on the floor, that is not a good sight. You should be able to come out and say, you know what, some of all these things we need to stop. And when you ask people to sit at home and you don't give them the freedom to come out, they should have the freedom to come out if they choose to. Otherwise, that is kidnap. You are basically kidnapping people for a day if you are not allowing them out of their house. You see what I mean? So there is this aspect of it that is very unseemly that I feel like maybe he should have come out to say something about it. Because this sit at home thing, I think, is getting a little bit weird now, because it's one thing to say people should sit at home, but you should give them the freedom to come out if they choose to come out. Because when Abiola's struggle was happening, people have a right to go. The ones that want to protest will go and protest. The ones that want to get on with their life will get on with their life. But this sit at home thing, you tell everybody to sit at home. That doesn't seem right.
Nanja, be very
sensitive. Be come in and then we go back to my.
Be very careful, because according to One Man and Friends, we must be careful of people's sensitivities, even though we've been objective. So, damn objectivity. But
did you not see it demonstrated just then with Brownberry?
No, because Blackberry was a very nice guy. I enjoy listening to. Came up here,
he's a gentleman, yes,
but he never addressed the issue. That's what I'm saying.
What issue, Babati? I don't understand.
No. You said somebody said something that you didn't like the way maybe his delivery was not the way you like it to have been. But look at what he's addressing. That's what I'm saying. What the issue itself? Somebody is about to lock down his own region for 2 more weeks.
Look,
doesn't bother anybody.
When I got here, what did I say first? That's what I said first. I said I'm one of those that don't want. That I don't agree that they should release Nnamdi Kanu. That's what I said. I just put that out before I start speaking.
Okay, right. Okay, but let me go back.
And the steps they are taking are not good steps either. But I'm not, but I shouldn't, he shouldn't put it that way. Like just, so it was so derogatory. Like just putting them down, the leaders. That's what I was saying. It does. I mean, there are ways we can talk. It does. We must not be too aggressive. I mean. It doesn't.
So Babati, do you see now why we have to be mindful of the language? Do you see now?
Look at it this way. When somebody says something that is very critical about this sensitive position, we are all Nigerians at the end of the day, Blackberry. Okay, so what I don't like is this idea of somebody being making a position known, and people are quick to jump that person is being a tribalist. No. If they've been objective, maybe they might get awarded it better. I get that, but let's not always jump to this notion that they are being tribalist or they don't. That's not. That's not the way to go. But back to
you didn't see anything wrong with the way Mike put the way he put it. He just put it together. You didn't see anything wrong at all.
What part maybe the moment.
Okay, so let's just move on.
Let's move on. But let me just, the reason I actually came up to I was going to address this meeting that they had in Abuja today. I just saw it because I came back from work. And they said they're going to meet up with Tinubu to see how we can help them out. And that's always been my position, that if you want federal government intervention, elders have to come in to provide cover for the federal government. So when they're moving, because the federal government, one man has to move into that space. They have to. If you really want to flush these people out, you have to militarize this house.
But should they be the first? Hold on. Should they be the first mover though? Should the federal government be the first mover, or should they? Is it not? Or is it not only after this? Because the states have sub autonomy. Is it not after the state would have exhausted all their might to manage their space, that then they reach out, because we've not seen any effort from the states. They just come on the camera and say a few words, and then
it's a joint effort.
Babati, you see, what you are not speaking straight. You are not looking at things holistically. Okay, you see in the Southeast, right? If you are a soldier, you wear uniform or police. Those unknown government will shoot you. They will target you. They will. It's like a death sentence if you are in that area. Even their own tribal person at West Nigerian uniform, army uniform, police uniform, they target them. There was a lady that was going for a wedding. She was wearing Nigerian army uniform. She was killed before a wedding. Now, we are telling you that
Mike, check the private comments. I have a message for you there, please. Thank you.
No, carry on with your thoughts.
So wait now, wait. You agree with me that security starts with the people, right? Like the people start, because law enforcement can really not do much without the cooperation of people, you know.
Okay, so can I
now?
No, you ask a question.
Wait, you let me land. I'm debunking. You're saying if the federal government come there, why is not going to go there by himself? He's going to send the army there, or police, law enforcement that you have to send there. But let me land. For the law enforcement to go there and effectively do the work, they will have to need the cooperation of the people and the socio-cultural leaders and the community leaders and all leadership there to solve that problem. Now, if it's looking clear to you that even the socio-cultural leadership there, they are kind of like, not doing, they are giving you a sign that we want this thing to continue until you raise our man. So there's no other way the federal government will come there and do anything where the socio-cultural leaders will cooperate with and the population there, they are willingly sitting at home just to obey their and all those people because they want their leader to be released. You're telling the federal government, if your brother is a soldier, would you want him to go there? Or if your brother is a police officer, would you want him to go there? So you're telling Tinubu to be sending other Nigerians to go there and go and be losing their lives, right? Is that what you're telling me?
Because you will not listen to what I said. You just wanted to say what you want to say. If you just listen to closely what I was saying, then it will make more sense to you. So let me try to rephrase so you can understand. Okay. This is my position. I said earlier that the elders, they failed. I agree on that. That they've done this.
And they are still failing.
Let me finish. Please, let me finish. And I said, if you earlier listened as well, I said the federal government is privy to sensitive information that we don't know. They know what is going on behind the scenes. So when I'm talking about them coming to the Southeast and they having the cooperation of the elders and their political leaders, is to use those sensitive information, go in there. It might not be soldiers initially, but they have access now. They have approval of community leaders, like you talked about. So that's the reason why I mentioned information that they have. They're privy to documents. They're privy to sensitive material that we don't know. So when they call these people in and say, "Listen, this is what we know. This is what's going on. Some of you are compromised. This is what's going on. This is our plan." Then they work with them. That's my position. It's not like they're going to just show up one day and just start killing people. No, it's based on intelligence that they have about what's going on there. So you need to listen more before you rebuttal, please, Mike.
You still didn't make any points, to be honest.
All right, brilliant. Mike, let me take you to this follow-on space. Did you want to come in, Ekene, before I moved on? Ekene, I thought you wanted to come in. Yeah, Ekene. Ekene, you don't
speak. One man, I wanted to say something concerning people bringing P2B into issue of Southeast and all that. The reason is this: you know how the campaign went around concerning P2B and IPOB and all that. So anybody bringing in P2B the issue of Southeast, P2B has handled the issue of Masob during his time as a governor. Know how, and everybody in this platform know how it went against him and all that. And during those time as his governor, he really put it to an end, even though people criticize him on the way he went about it. So let the governors also do what the man has also done during his time as a governor. All those things went against him in the campaign period. People also attach him as an IPOB and all that. And not that he has never been in a position to do something concerning IPOB. He has been in a position to do something concerning IPOB, which he really tackled in a more serious way. People really rebelled it against him. Even those IPOB cannot come close to his government during those times. They cannot speak anything concerning Biafra during P2B as a governor of Anambra State. He really dealt with them. So seeing people bringing him in now, with all these unserious governors that we have in the Southeast, I don't like it. If he has not been in that space before to tackle that issue, then I would say maybe he has not been able to do anything about it before. But this is where he has been before, and he has been able to show capacity on it. So let's stop bringing him in the matter concerning Southeast. He has done his part as a governor. Let those governors do their part. Yeah.
See, don't you think that? Let me just ask you now. Don't you think that? Sorry, let me just ask him a simple question. Don't you think that when people are getting hurt, just even not about a governor, not about anything, just as somebody that, because we know Peter B is very empathetic, he can just come out and say something, and it's not like condemning anybody. Just have the people a little bit calm the situation down. You see what I mean? Because if he takes
maybe how is he going to calm it down?
Like coming out to say, look at the people that are suffering with some of all this. They are our people.
So
we should just take it easy. We should.
They are our people. They are our people. But I'm giving you a narrative when he was a governor, how he has been able to deal with it.
Please, sorry.
No, but that is not.
My brother, you can't do this now. Hold on. How can you say you said Peter Obi dealt with
Let me finish now. Let me finish.
Well, you finished now. Let me wait. You said hold on, give me a second. You said Peter Obi dealt with Masop during his time as governor.
Yeah.
Anybody here can go and look at an interview that was done about, I think, 6 years ago. It was after by Rudolph Okonkwo when he was interviewing Uche Mefo and Peter Obi, where Uche Mefo was accusing Peter Obi of going after Masop and killing Masop member. And Peter Obi used his own mouth to deny that he wasn't the one, and telling Uche Mefo that Uche Mefo is not being fair with him, that he wasn't the one that went after the Masop. There was the Nigerian army. Peter Obi, even what I said, when he was specifically pointing at some killing, that he was outside of the country. There was the Nigerian army that was single-handedly doing those things, dealing with killing those people. So Peter Obi denied that he went after Masop. And you are coming here today to tell me that Peter Obi was the one that went after Masop. The interview is still on internet. It's still on YouTube.
Whether he said that. Who was the governor then?
He denied that he doesn't have hand in it.
My concern is that those Masop people, they cried during his time as a governor. They cried.
No. He used his own mouth to say he has no hand in going after Masop. Not like the
way he said these people are parading themselves now.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter, he didn't go after them. When he was the governor, he didn't go after anybody. Just like he's doing right now, he's not going after unknown government. He's not doing anything.
But you said, in this your platform, you also labeled it again that he was the one that killed those people. Is it not what happened in this platform?
His platform, have I handed it over to you?
So I don't want to go to that space.
No, I mean the fact of the matter is, I mean, let's be factual. Obi uses Omar to say he never went after Masop.
I know what is happening. I know what is happening in that area. I don't want to go to that area. If you want to make your point clear.
And I'm making the point very clear.
Don't bring issue because you hate somebody.
Mikey, can I say something, please? Ekene, let me please land before you say anything, please. Let me just clarify what Mike is saying. I listened to Peter Obi himself. He denied attacking Masop. He said it's the Nigerian government that did it. He denied it. The video is still online. So if you say Peter Obi dealt with them, that is a lie. Peter Obi himself said it on TV that he didn't. So the lack of leadership people are talking about is still playing out now. He distanced himself from Eastern ESN. He distanced himself from IPOP. Ekene, did you saw the video that is going on Eastern, your place now? It's because we can't even share it here. I know everybody here has saw the glimpse of it. You saw the video? And Peter Obi, somebody that wants to be a president of a nation that is still fighting for his nonsense stolen mandate, cannot even utter a statement.
There's no need to be calling it nonsense.
It is well. My brother, no, don't tell me how to talk.
Hold
on. One voice. Just
Naija, please, don't tell me how to talk. That's what I want to say. Please. Thank you. Ekene, up to you. One man, over to you.
My point is this, no matter how you want to bring it out, my point is this: I was in that space when P2B was governor, and these guys cannot make a point during his time as a governor. You understand? So bringing P2B into this issue is what I don't like, and I wouldn't like anybody to bring it again, because the man has even suffered he even suffered it in campaign. He suffered it in many areas. Whether you say he didn't do it or he denied it or whatsoever, we know that even the Northerners use it against him, that he is a member of IPOB and all that.
But Peter B will always be.
You understand? So when you want to discuss him, you discuss him in a more political, not just saying that P2B. When you have governors after him and they still after him, and those governors are still failing, you couldn't call Obiano. You couldn't call Obiano
is not trying to be my president now.
Hold on, Mike. Ekene, who is the number one voice in the Southeast now? The number one voice.
I don't know who is the number one voice.
You do.
Whether he's do you make him the number one voice? Are you the person that make him the number one?
No, you're from there, so you know better than anybody else here.
No,
the number one voice in the Southeast.
The number one voice in the Southeast now is the governors and the Ohanese Igbo following.
Okay.
They are the people in position. They are the people in power. So they are the people to tackle. If they cannot do it, let them go and sit down. Don't bring Peter Obi in that matter.
Just to be clear, to be fair to Peter Obi, he has consistently remained unconfrontational. He doesn't like to confront. He doesn't like to come across as being confrontational.
It doesn't like to it doesn't like to tackle difficult situations. He wants to be a leader. He doesn't like to tackle difficult situations.
I think he sees it as being talking when you don't have to. I think maybe it's just his style. If you look at all the issues that occur in Nigeria, you rarely see him come out the moment this stuff happens.
When he doesn't have to, he doesn't have to talk right now.
Hold on, Mike. That's factually not true. What you said to Nigeria. When the Deborah Samuels thing happened in Sokoto, the first voice that came out politically was Peter Obi. During the Alaba situation, it was only Obi Ezekwesili that beat Obi to commentaries. He ran commentaries on that. When the Tinubu motorcade came out, he was quick to the media. He's never not quick to the media. He's never not quick to share his thoughts on controversial national issues. The only time he's silent is when it pertains to the Southeast.
Even when, okay, I take your point on that they asked him when he came to court, and remember the court is not even being held now, if I'm not mistaken. So when he came to court, they asked him about it, and he made a comment about that.
So they're not asking him about the Southeast? Are they not asking him about
because he's not showing up. That's the problem. He's nowhere to be seen. Have you seen him publicly where anybody asked him any question? They probably would have put the question to him, but he's not anywhere to be seen.
It's been going on for a long time, so they've not asked him in all of the times that it's been going on. Are you the number one voice in that space? What do you think?
If they ask him, I think he will comment on it. I don't
Even
think
during the campaign, most of the time they ask him. They start talking about China.
He abstains. He pleads the fifth. That's what he does.
He's not that kind of person. I even said it during the campaign that he should have dealt with come out as a presidential candidate to talk about the kind of divides that happen in Nigeria, from the religious to the tribal stuff, just similar to the kind of stuff Obama did. That he could have done that, Because if you want to own the mantle as being apolitical, irreligious, and a tribal, not being tribalistic, you want to talk about these things and people get your perspective on these things. But he doesn't do that. Peter Obi is not a very confrontational kind of person. I find that a little bit strange, and people don't. The way Peter Obi is a very, very, I don't know. He has his way. He has his own way of doing things.
So he is placid and meek, and he wants to be a leader. He's placid and meek.
That's what I mean by that. He has his way. When you get into his way, where he's strongest, you're going to regret it.
It doesn't have the testicular fortitude.
No. I think he just has his own style. He just has his own style and his way of doing things.
Placid and meek.
No, they are waiting for him to speak so that he will say that he's now being tribalistic. So forget about that. I know those thoughts and all those things. Don't wait for him to speak. They are waiting for him to speak to figure out his tribalistic and all that. So for me as a Southeasterner, the people that we have 5 governors. We have Ohanes and Dibos and all that, and they are number 1 in the Southeast. Peter Obi is not number 1 in the Southeast. Let those number 1 that have been elected in the position of governors, senators, and all that deal with the issue. There are many in numbers. You cannot be looking at one individual because he contested for an election.
All right, I want to move the conversation.
Did you vote for Peter Obi to be the president of Nigeria?
Hold on. When you are questioning Tinubu, did you vote for Tinubu?
Why are you showing
what's going on? I said hold on now. What are you doing? I want to move the conversation on and move it in your direction, Ekene. So thank you, Mike. Mike, you are still in the conversation, but just to move it from that space, I think we've somewhat exhausted that. I want to move it on, and I want to move it in your direction, Ekene, and I want to move it to this tweet released by your friend and mine, Simon Ekpa from Finland. And this is what Simon has to say, Ekene. It says, Biafrans, if MNK is not released today, get ready for 2 weeks lockdown of Biafra land with possible palliatives. It is economic strangulation to the Nigeria state government and the Islamic Federal Republic, a federal government. Watch the State of the Nation address this evening for more directives. So this is from Simon Ekpa's verified Twitter handle. Biafrans, if MNK is not released after today, get ready for 2 weeks lockdown of Biafra land with possible palliatives. It is economic strangulation to the Nigeria state government and the Islamic Federal government. Watch the State of Nation address this evening for more directives. So did you watch the State of Nation Assembly, whatever it is, and what directive is there?
I don't have time for that.
So an additional 2 weeks of this now or an additional week of this now.
For me, the guy is biting more than he can chew. And just like I pointed my position out yesterday, those governors sitting down there looking at him as if nothing is going on. They're just having a meeting in Abuja today and all that. In fact, since I became a Southeasterner, this is the worst time to be a Southeasterner because our governors have I don't know what makes them so silent. I don't know. I don't know why they are busy going to Abuja. They couldn't even come to the space that they are governing. I made out those points yesterday. You want to have a meeting, everything is in Abuja. Most of them. They now find themselves so comfortable in Abuja. But they are the one receiving the security vote and all that. Money and all that. What have they used it to do? This guy, can they write a letter against this guy on how to arrest him in that Finland that he is? Can they make a move about it? Because I never even recognize, even this guy self, his own is what I hate this guy more than Nnamdi Kanu self. I don't even know why. I couldn't even listen to his speech. And the responsibility is upon the governors. They are the one receiving the money for security and all that and all that. The senators are there. Thank God they now have a deputy speaker from Abia State. What is their response? Are they going there to just collect money and they come back? Don't they have the responsibility to protect the region they come from?
Do you think the Southeast can handle an additional week of sit at home? Do you think?
I just pity for my brothers and sisters. Not even them, because it will also affect our business, because we have we also have customers there. So I just pity. I don't know the situation that this guy is trying to put this region, thinking that he has sense. These are the people that you're supposed to be saying that they don't have sense and all that.
You know, somebody was trying to put a figure to this sit at home, right from when it started under Nnamdi Kanu till now, and they are putting a figure of close to 700 billion naira in terms of economic losses in the Southeast. Does that figure surprise you?
Well, it didn't surprise me anyway. It didn't surprise me, but you know, it didn't surprise me. But if the governors are not finding it as anything, let them continue now. Let them continue, because for me as a citizen, I can only speak. Even if they call me, even if they want me to come for a round table today, this is what I will tell them. I will tell them to their face: you people are failures. People are failures. You can't be allowing your people to be controlled by one individual enjoying himself in Finland. This is the most disgusting thing that I've ever seen. This guy is there enjoying himself. You are putting people in abject poverty and all that. At least when you go to Anambra now, that space of Ifeanyi Ubah is well secured. This is just one individual. Just think about it. If these guys can come up with a very good strategic security plan, they will achieve a lot. But because they are benefiting from it politically, all of them relaxed. All of them relaxed. You watch your space. Some local government people desert it just because of one man, and you as a governor, you guys stay in Abuja. You couldn't even. None of them has visited any of the local government, as in to visit a local government as a governor. None of them have been able to do that as a governor. Probably the reason they're having this meeting is because of that economic impact. If not for it, maybe the life of the people doesn't matter to them. So these are the guys that are the problem. These are the problems of the Southeast. This number one. These governors are also, and I can tell you, they are an accomplice. They are part of this IPOB, these governors. Because if they are not part of it, why wouldn't they fight this guy? What is stopping them? Can this guy kill all the 5 governors in the Southeast?
But how are they able to fight him? Would you object to the Nnamdi Kanu treatment for Simon Ekpa if it suddenly appears on the Nigerian shores in Abuja? If Simon
I will want more on
in
him.
The same way that Nnamdi Kanu appeared from Kenya. Would you?
I want more. Anything that will make this guy being captured today will make me the most happiest man on this planet Earth. Because this guy disgusts me. His utterances disgust me. His manner of approach disgusts me. And the people that are supposed to do something are there. They're just gallivanting around as a governor without even you can't even see their policies. You can't even see their this thing. You can't see them carrying out even a single of their policies, the campaign promises that they made. You can't, none of them. They're just in Abuja looking for position, wanting to be the next governor and the next senator. That's the only thing they want to be. we elected, anyway, some of them we are not elected, but I know that some we elected failures as governors. And I'm not sorry to say that. We elected failures as governors. I don't even know what they're looking. Is this world all about money and position? That's what I always think about. It's all about money and position. Once you get that, you are satisfied. You don't care about the masses. For me, I don't have any sympathy for anything that will bring peace in the Southeast. Whatever they can do. I've made my position known yesterday about it. The cleaning, if not for that clean and all that.
Can I just add something to what you're saying?
No, I was going to invite you in anyway. So add to what Ken is saying, and then give us your thoughts. Just more condensed. So you know, Nigeria, you know, you like your long essays, but
I know.
Yes, give us what you want to give us. But then also a brief thought on this now. Simon Ekpa extending the sit at home to 2 weeks. And promising possible palliatives, whatever that means.
Wow.
What's this doing to the Southeast? It's getting out of hand.
He has to stop, because what he is doing is basically is a tantamount to kidnap. And I don't know. For me, it was this weekend it clocked in my mind that, you know what, this guy is basically telling people not to leave their homes. The ones that don't want to obey the DC, they discipline them. They deter them from going out. So that, I don't know how the federal government allowed this to get to this point. And this is the same issue that they talk about with Boko Haram. They just allow things to spill out of control until it gets really bad. And I really sympathize with the previous speaker. I think it's Kene, what he's saying. These governors, they have all this power. They cannot be prosecuted. Yet they don't want to use it to defend their own people. I can't for the life of me think about it. And this is one of the things you can see that in the Southwest, they tend to be quite good at doing this. They tend to know how to close ranks very quickly and stop because there was a time, you remember the time when Amotekun was put in place. There was a lot of, you were having spate of violence and stuff like that. Amotekun was put in place. Before you know it, everything has calmed down now in the Southwest. And to also add to this is that you notice that even in the central areas of Nigeria, Plateau and all those, there's a lot of bloodshed going on there too. There are a lot of governors that seem to be asleep on the wheels. And sometimes you don't have to always wait for the federal government. They do have power. Governors do have power. Even if they say that they are waiting for the center, they can recruit people, local people, to secure their own area, ensure that these actors don't come in there and do what they need to do. What I suspect is, okay, I think I only let me just keep it brief. Forget about it.
Let me say this. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
You see, when people keep focusing on Samuel Ekpa, first of all, Samuel Ekpa is not committing crime. That's one. 2, Samuel Ekpa is not using some kind of
incitement is not a crime.
No. He in his voice, he never say, "Hey, go and do this, go and burn this, go and kill." He never said that. That's one thing he's always careful about. That's the difference between him and Kanu. Kanu directly tell you, go and attack this, go and attack that. All Samuel Ekpa is saying is, in my opinion, I think we should sit at home. Or in my opinion, I think we should do this. If I see here, if you see on your show saying your opinion, Yoruba people should sit at home, and they're all sitting at home, am I going to blame you or come on, what the heck? That means they were. Come on, they are willing to do that. There's no way if the people are not willing to do. There's no way a guy in Finland just on the YouTube open a YouTube channel and speak through that channel and people obey it. It's not that. It's not him. That's not his power. It's what they're willing to do.
The ones that are going out are being chastised. You saw the video of the children and the women being.
People are not obeying that.
It's not. Samuel Ekpa is not.
People are not obeying it. What is happening is that people are afraid to lose their life. You can just see it
that's
now.
not true. That's not true.
You just see it now. You just see it. These people are capitalizing. These people are capitalizing on this the issue of sit at home to perpetrate evil. They use it to kidnap. This is my space. I know what has happened. See, one of me has been kidnapped, and up to today, he has not been found.
Well, I really feel bad for you.
Forget about these things they are doing. It's all about their person. I don't even know. How can you be kidnapping your people, collecting money? asking them to bring money. Even when they couldn't raise the money, you kill that person. And you tell me this is issue of Biafra? This is criminality. And the people that are behind it supposed to be really dealt with. See, these governors have every power, both abroad and in the country. These governors can meet even the president of this Finland and make a demand from him. What are you telling me?
Well, Finland, they follow rule of law there, so they're not just gonna.
Whether they follow rule of law, they will be ready to follow that rule of law until they get this guy.
They can, even if you get Samuel, another guy. Wait.
They will be able to go there and explain to the president of this Finland. See the damage that this guy is causing in this in our region.
If they pick Samuel Ekpa, another Igbo guy will open YouTube channel and just start doing this.
If they use him as an example, he's not the only one. He's not, even as of now, he's not the only one that have a platform for Biafra.
That's what I'm saying. So once Ekpa is picked up, you start following another guy.
The issue is this: how can you be? You know that this thing is causing problem to your people, and you are enjoying it. You cannot tell me that this guy is not. You cannot tell me that this guy is not making millions in dollars because of this.
It goes to the question I keep asking: why do people like following those kind of people? Because Ekpa is not different from Kanu. Kanu is not different from Wazuke. Wazuke is not different from Ojukwu. Ojukwu is not different from. These are the same kind of character, and people just love them.
These are the same criminal-minded narrative that they have. Because I cannot. I don't know.
So why do how come the people don't learn from anything?
Let me tell you. If people want to perform or execute crime, they don't have the platform. They are just pretending that they are not criminals and all that. So when that platform comes in for them to execute crime, you see them come up with all those their mindset, and that is what is happening. Those criminals that are kidnapping people, those criminals that are shooting people on Mondays and all that, those guys, they are criminally minded and they have wanted to perform that crime. But because they don't have the opportunity then, now people now have come to give them the platform by using sit at home.
You see, woman, you see,
and when this guy perform this crime and they make money, they send to this guy. They send to whether the donation they are doing to their YouTube channel, they circulate the money within themselves, they will be enjoying themselves. This is what is going on.
You see,
for you to deal with these people, you need to be active as a governor. But the issue is this: most of these governors benefit from this. They use it as a political vehicle to regain power, because these are the kind of individuals that you need.
I think you are right. That's a very critical point you just made. Let me just add something.
These are the kind of individual that you need.
Yeah, let me add.
Let me do.
He's right. He's right on that point.
Hold on, one voice. Sorry, Tunaja, let Mike have an insertion, and then you wrap them both up. Let him insert, and then you wrap both. Yeah.
So I keep saying this is a people issue. Even if the governor, as a single man in the states, wants to do something, if there's always community leaders, every neighbor we have leadership, we have men and things like that, that we all know that if they have to work with them, if they all are not on board, it's not going to happen. And now this issue of, I keep asking, why do the people like to follow these same characters that just like to scam them, mislead them, take their money, or just going after money? And it's a trend that keep happening. Ojukwu, when he called the Southeastern to leave all part of Nigeria to come to a new country called Biafra, first thing he did was scam them. He told them to bring all their money in exchange for Biafran currency. A Biafran currency that doesn't hold any value anywhere, it's not recognized anywhere in the world. He took their money, gave them this Biafran currency as a paper money that doesn't mean anything. He used their money, used most of it to fight war. And at the end of the war, he didn't return their money. He ran away with all the rest of the money. The people now have Biafran currency coming to trying to exchange for Nigerian currency, and Nigeria cannot take your paper. Your money doesn't hold any value. We can't give you real currency for that. Now, these people, Ojukwu now turn around to lie to them that they have money, but I don't know what you want to give them their money. he was giving her 20 pounds. He flip it around. It's the same thing. Their leader, all this one they are following today, the Kanus and all of them, and all these fake leaders, they will mislead them, cause them pain, and blame somebody else. Usually someone from another tribe. Oh, everything that happened to you now is that man, that Yoruba man, or that they will blame somebody else. You see, and this thing keep happening. It's a trend. This criminal will come out of nowhere and find a way to just convince people to follow them and make themselves supreme leader. And it frustrates me because there are so many intelligent people who need to try to know what's going on. They can see through it, but they can just keep quiet. There are so many intelligent people now. People like Alan Oyema, people like Tony Lumelu, very highly intelligent people, technocrats. And they all just sit down, watch their people get scammed by these crooks. You know, that's what frustrates many of us. And then when some of us from our tribe say, come, this is happening to these people. Like me, I love women and children. I hate to see them suffer. So when I see this innocent evil women and children suffering, and I come here to share my frustration about those men that are causing the problem, they will say, oh, Mike is a bigot, he's a tribalistic guy. No, I shouldn't have to be the one coming here to say it. It should have been someone like Alan Oyema, someone intelligent, even Obi should be the one coming here to say what I'm saying. It shouldn't be me. It should be the one going after those, exposing those criminals that are scamming their people. There shouldn't be a reason why people should be worshiping Ojukwu in Igbo land. Like, hey, Ojukwu, you came back, naming stadium after, even Obi, they are naming things after Ojukwu in Anambra. I'm like, hey, what the hell is this? Who's this guy? Even Jonathan Mumu, he buried Ojukwu as the national hero. Oh, that day, you want to bury Ojukwu Nigerian flag. I'm like, you do things backward in Africa. We think backward. We don't call hero. We call villain hero. We call heroes villain. We do everything backward. That's why we can't solve any problem. That's why the continent is like that. We need to start speaking to facts, like truth. Let's just speak to what it is. It doesn't matter whose feelings it hurts. You know, let's speak the fact. A villain is the villain. A hero is the hero. Let's not call a hero a villain because you want to pander to somebody. We don't want people to feel good about it. That's what the problem is, man. Let's learn to speak the truth. Let's speak to facts, man.
Well, all right, to you, to Niger.
I hope Mike keeps up that spirit of speaking the truth. You know, it's good to remain consistent. I see the one thing, you know, he says that Mike said that why the people like these people. See, their popularity has never been tested. All we know so far is that they are good at intimidating people and causing anarchy in the Southwest. And you don't necessarily need a lot of people to do that. And these people have been intimidating the Southeasterners, and they've caused a lot of anarchy. And sometimes I feel like there are forces out there encouraging them to do what they are doing because they are not delivering anything positive for the people in the Southeast. And I subscribe to what Kene said about, you know, that some of the governors have something to gain from this. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening. You know, like the area where Tony Lumelu is from, this sort of stuff doesn't happen there. Like in the Delta area, it doesn't happen. So what is going on in the Southeast? It's almost as if that region is being used. They introduce these people to alienate the Southeast somewhat from the Nigerian polity. And this is why I agree with what Mike said in terms of telling the truth, because the truth reveals these things. Because you start seeing for things for what it truly is. Because Peter Obi is the only one that has been tested in terms of real popularity in that region, and no one person has actually gotten the vote of the entire region like that. You see what I mean? But people talk about Nnamdi Kanu. All this stuff is people say, he said, she said, people online intimidating people all over the place. That is what they are doing. If they call him now to bring his proposals and put Peter Obi's proposal or put any other candidate's proposal, he might lose. This is why Ojukwu lost an election.
Even Ojukwu popularity came to nothing when he contested. So people should understand it, that this is a few criminals. When you come out to the real politics or popularity test, people will tell you that you will now know the mind of the Southeasterners.
Yeah,
these are just few individuals organizing themselves. So when you talk about testing their popularity, Ojukwu has also tested his own popularity, contesting for the president of what does he get? At least if every Southeasterners are in love with all those narratives, they would have given him at least 80% votes. Maybe he couldn't get from other region, but at least that Southeast could have given him 80% vote.
Can you see? Let me just find out 30 seconds. I heard what I heard it in the voice of Mike. What my own frustrations were too. I believed him when he said he doesn't like to see women and children suffer. But when I saw that video, I can tell you that I don't know what came over me. I felt very, very viscerally angry with these people humiliating. Because it's one thing to flog children on the ground, putting their people that are equivalent to their mothers lying next to them. They will never forget that sight. And these are
because that undermines the authority
completely,
of the mother,
destroys their mind
over the children.
It's just not right.
Tunaya, let me say this one man before you close. You see, if this is not wickedness, and if this is not criminality, why would they do such a thing? Why would they kill somebody like the husband of Tola Akunyili? Why would they do that? A very noble and reputable doctor we have in the Southeast. What did the man do to them? Have the man come against them before?
If it is not wickedness. I have a theory about that, about carrion and land. Yeah.
So tell me, this is wickedness. These are evil men in our society. And you cannot tell me that this their father in abroad is not part of them. Because if they are not part of them, they will be the one to speak. See, what we want is Biafra, not killing our people. Don't go that direction. Don't kill our people, this and that. So why wouldn't the government, the governors and the government rise up against this guy and deal with him? I tell you, one man I told you yesterday that Nnamdi Kanu is from Abia State. Well, when you come to this insecurity, at least if you talk about insecurity, Abia State is the most secure state in the Southeast now. You can go and make your research. Abia State is the most secured. To tell you that it is criminality. At least if this is about the issue of sitting at home of Nnamdi Kanu, or the first, before you had about a gunshot in other regions, you should first of all hear it in Abia State. But Abia State, Umuahia is somehow way more secured in the Southeast now. Go and make your research very well. These are criminals, both EPA and their sponsors, looking for money, people to kidnap. And when they receive that money, they share it in their platform. They contribute it in their platform. They use it to build their platform. Now, when it comes to the time of election, the governors will recruit them, use them as a political tools. And they're keeping quiet.
All right. Let me say this. The killing of the husband of Dora, what's her last name?
Akunyili.
Akunyili.
Very humble, noble family. You went there and waste the man.
No, hold on, Ekene. Yes, I have a theory about that. It's just a theory. But you see, under this, the unknown government something, a lot of criminality is hidden under that narrative. So you have political assassinations hidden under that narrative. You have business rivalry eliminations hidden under that narrative, and then you have even love strifes, killings hidden on that narrative. So the killing of that gentleman now, they will wrap it around the unknown gunmen, Free Nnamdi Kanu narrative, but there is not, and that Gulak that was killed in the Southeast as well. They will wrap a lot of these things under that one umbrella. But what is to say that it's not just some personal assassination based on relationships that have gone awry, either in business, in politics, or in relationships. So a lot of things packed under that. But let me use this window to do a bit of administrative stuff. Actually, before I do a bit of administrative stuff, somebody put this out for people in the Americas, the Americans. So as somebody put this out, they are canvassing for signatures for this petition. It says Nigerians demand for a consulate in the west coast of the United States. So somebody has put this out, canvassing for
Woman, can you show the map, the actual map, so I see what they're talking about? So the blue side, right? Don't they have one in California already?
I have no idea. Somebody's just. I think they're looking for signatures. It's a petition. Yeah, but
they should be campaigning for the South. They're the one that needs. No, that Texas. They're the one that need. Imagine that there's no Nigerian passport office in the whole of Texas. So as huge as the Nigerian population is in that state, they don't have one. So they're the one that.
Baba T, don't they have one in Atlanta?
Yeah, but that's like the deep south. I'm talking about Texas itself. Houston.
That's close enough. I mean, on the West Coast, I think they have nothing. Last time I had to go to Washington, D.C.
They have Los Angeles, right? Don't they have one in L.A., in California? Am I wrong?
No, what they have is the agencies. They have those agencies that can do your processing. But if you have to do,
office,
they also have those agencies in Texas. They have them, but if you have to do your biometric, where you have to show up, go in the consulate, it's only Atlanta and DC.
And New York too, I believe.
No, it's just DC and Atlanta.
So even New York, they don't have
They only have Washington, DC, and Atlanta.
That's crazy.
And those people, I just came out when they won Atlanta. Those people are pathetic. Those one that work there, man, they're pathetic. And Nigeria needs to do something about their employees, man.
Even one man has his own.
It's the same in the UK. They're the worst example of everything.
One man, I know what they were doing.
When you go into the Nigerian consulate, it's like being back in in
yeah, it's like you're back in Nigeria. The first people spend in Nigeria.
They are rude. They are unprofessional. They are lazy. It's just the worst of everything.
Let me tell you this.
Many of us were in that place. Are we going to behave any different?
No. So Nigeria is very different.
You'll be using a begging tone to interact with them. Otherwise, they will frustrate your life.
They will even insult you and they will push you.
And when you go to the Nigerian consulate in London, I forget that you have a 2:30 appointment or a 1:45 appointment. It's a whole day event.
It's a whole day. Yeah, that's what they did to me now. Event. They gave me 11:30 appointment. I'm thinking I'm going there for 11:30. And the funny thing was I already scheduled my flight to leave the same day. Like I'm going to Atlanta. I'll do my 11:30 appointment. I'm thinking I'm leaving at 5 p.m. to enter my flight. When I got there, I found out they gave 1,000 people the same appointment. I said, "Yay, I'm stuck here today." The funny thing was that the one I thought that was so funny. There were some Americans. They came for visa. Those ones now they are starting to visit Nigeria now. The black Americans and the Nigerians were shouting on them like that. And those ones were confused because Americans are not used to that kind of service. So me, I'm paying. In America, if you are paying for something, you expect that I think when you show up, they will treat you like customer. Because you see that, but they don't know that in Nigeria. No, if you are coming here, no, you are the one that have to treat the customer. You are the one.
Do you know what
I don't know the experience in America.
One black American guy, the guy nearly punched. The guy nearly punched the Nigerian guy. I was laughing.
In the UK, the consular staff, they are aboki wall to wall aboki, all of them. Yeah.
Do you know what I do? I just pay the $500 to the agency so that they can just send my passport and get the stamp. I don't want to waste my time in that agency.
Yes, maybe that's the way to go.
I'll just pay the
you have to do with the passport. You have to do your biometric. Unless if you are renewing it, that's different. But
no. I said the American passport and I go with my American passport to Nigeria.
Yeah. The only reason I used to have American passport. The only reason I just want like if you have both passports, you don't have to pay for visa to go to Nigeria.
No, that was not in Nigeria. So when I went in 2019, I got the 40K one in Nigeria. That was easier for me than the one in Atlanta, America. I can't be flying up and down with kids and all that.
All right, gentlemen, let me tidy up and then I'll hand over to General Thomas. But before I hand over to so that's for the Americans if they want to sign up to support that petition. The link is in the comment section. I'm going to sweep up and hand over to General Thomas. Ekene still has the floor. Maybe Ekene will pick it up from the headline on the screen. But before I do all of that, the administrative, as ever, no surprises, of course. As soon as the session starts, there's Ayo with a handsome welcome note. And as you know, Ayo usually AK-47 to the super stickers. So he rattles off a volley of our AK-47 at the Super Sticker. So that is Ayo just endlessly just firing off the round. So thank you, Ayo. The Progressive Hakim joins him in this instance. Liz Z, a name that now seems to be finding space in that super space. She comes in. Prince Daddy, of course, who almost on a daily basis now, that's Prince Daddy, paying his tithes and offering. Kulata, who, whenever he's not on the screen, communicates with the conversation via super chats. He rattles off. He usually super chats to poke fun at somebody. So I'm waiting. Yes, and that's what he was doing with Prince Daddy there. So that's Kulata rattling it off. So that's Kulata. Keep them coming. So keep them coming. So now that the civilian administration is now over, what we are now used to within the Nigerian space, a military administration. So the next voice you will hear after mine will be the General Thomas. Let's usher him in the proper manner. So Thomas, to you.
That's a good one. Big General and Lockma with Koboko. That's more like Thomas than General.
That is good afternoon in Yoruba, Dalu in Igbo, and good afternoon in English. To our listeners, this is the military era of the General Thomas. You guys are not serious. How are you guys? Good afternoon from Melbourne, Victoria. Yeah. Let's kick it off with Ekene still have the floor. But before we start, we have the rules, military rules. They only have the rules. Please, no too much interjection and not talking on each other, please. If you want to interject, please can I interject? If the person speaking doesn't give you the space, let them land, then you come after them. Thank you. May God bless you all. Yeah. Yes. What are we talking about? Are we okay with the Nnamdi Kanu space? Samanepa, are we done with that so we can move on? Did anybody still have anything to say?
For me, anyway, I'm done. Yeah,
I'm done with that space.
Yeah, you're done with that space. Yeah. Yes, this is the story one man brought to us. Let's just think about this. The military, what they call it, the consulate, what they call it, their prison in Nigeria, they are badly paid. Then what is going on now that the warders, they are collecting money from the prisoner before they can even get transport to go home. So what are you guys thinking about this? If our prisoners are even financing the transport fare of the warder, so what is going on here? Why can't they get better pay as the other force? Even though we know they are not getting better pay, why can't they get equivalent better pay? They are paying them 38,000. Is that not ridiculous? A whole 38,000 naira. 38,000 with this economy, and they are even borrow money from the prisoner now to go home for transport fare. What is going on here, man? I don't. What is your take, guys? Don't let me go so far. Yeah, let's start with Ekene.
Yeah, Thomas, thank you very much. You know the issue. Nigeria are suffering a lot these days. It's just that we have a new government, and for me, it would be very unfair to start to criticize this new government because he met of. I can't even imagine how this man is going to manage the nonsense that is going on in this country. But I wish that God will give him the wisdom, because looking at what is going on in general, people are really suffering, Mr. Thomas. You just need to pity Nigerians. They are suffering a lot. These are supposed to be government officials that are supposed to be well paid. Now they are borrowing money from prisoners. Maybe tomorrow they can even collect bribe and say allow one or two of them to go. You understand? And these are the reasons most of the time you see some prison break and all that. They might even offer a bribe and all that. These guys, another story would be prison break and all that. So government should do something. Government should do something, even though I know that the money is not there. The money is not there. This man, if he wants to raise tax now, the narrative will be that you want to suffer Nigeria. If he wants to, and you see, it's very difficult now in this country. And I don't even know what to say. Mr. Thomas, everybody's in it. Everybody is in it. I don't know what to say.
What I'm saying now is, if the warders now are borrowing money from prisoners, so even to buy them drugs, to bring them drugs into the prison, that is an avenue to bring them drugs, bring them Igbo, bring them anything. Because now they are working hand in hand.
That is it now. That is it now. And these are the reasons why you see corruption everywhere. Even in the park where you want to go and buy tickets for just transport from Lagos to East anywhere, they still collect bribe. They'll tell you I want to sell another seat. Maybe customer has picked a seat. If you add me 1,000 or 2,000, I will sell that seat for you. So to tell you the level of how bad this country has gone. So these are the issue, and the government need to wake up. Even if they couldn't do something now, they should wake up. Maybe at least Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are suffering, and you cannot blame it on the new government. The new government, this government is all about bringing Nigerian back from the dungeon that they have crept into. That is what this government is all about. Any government that comes in now, just to bring Nigeria back from the dungeon. Nigeria is a very, very big. We have the last manager of this country was don't know anything about the economy. Didn't know it. He borrowed the future of this country. He borrowed it even for Tinubu to borrow money now. Do you know it's a problem to him? Because any bill being signed, he must go and borrow money. Nigeria will shout. So how do we do it? I don't know. But these guys need to be taken care of, because if we allow things to continue like this, that is how you see corruption everywhere, even in our prison. You see corruption. When you begin to see corruption in the prison, that is when you see them begin to release criminals. You now begin to recruit criminals back to the society. So, Thomas, I don't know what to say. This issue concern the federal government. I don't know what to say, but I just pray that the country gets better.
It's very speechless. Sometimes you will even say you don't even know what to say. Sometimes, so what do you say about this thing, this story?
I think that it's emblematic of what we see in Nigeria. There's a decay everywhere that is part of the reason why Nigerians are very frustrated with leadership. Like in June, Nigeria saved $500 million US in June just from the removal of fuel subsidies. And if you were paying, some of those prisoners 80,000, it's barely going to make a dent in that at all. Like it barely make even 5% dent in that. So it tells you that there's something wrong with the way Nigeria is being run. And if the new government wants to do good, anybody that wants to do good in Nigeria, it's so easy. Some of all this is because we have been jaded so much. It's almost as if it's hard. It's really not hard. It's just that that's what should tell most of us that our issues is not necessarily, it's coming from what our leaders are signing away, and the ability to do things in Nigeria that they are signing away. That's where the problem is coming from. Because this problem, we have the money, we have the ability, you can reshape Nigeria so that things can work very well, but they don't want to do it. If anything, they want to make things worse. They want to divide people. When all these sort of things, like in the case of when we're just talking in the Southeast, when something like this happens, you should be seeing leaders coming out and say, no, we can't have said this. Our people in Jos, when things are happening like that, we have to stop this. You should see a sense of urgency in the leadership that says we don't want any of this nonsense to be happening anymore. And if the leadership does that, you see the people will follow. But I guess the leadership are part of the people. You can ask Nigerians now, how many of them have got their driving license through the genuine way? They went through their driving test, they went through everything precisely. I'm telling you, they're not going to be up to 10% of Nigerians that did that. So we are all part of the system that has just led to this inefficient way of doing things. But even then, you just need good leadership. Let's say Tinubu wants to do the right thing now. You'd be surprised how fast Nigeria will turn. They have the money. They have the know-how. Just the will to do the right thing is the problem. So if people are begging money from this in prisoners, it's like prisoners are running the prison now. No, they are running the prison. That's how it works now.
Sunaja, if I'm a prisoner now, I gave you money for transport today, tomorrow, next tomorrow. If I told you to buy me a drug when you are coming back, will you hesitate to buy that drug?
Not at all. Not at all. And you give them, if you want, if the prisoner wants their girlfriend to come over, they will bring it. Stay overnight, they will allow, because they are the ones running the place. It's just it's not. This is the weak state we are talking about, because the state has made itself so weak. It doesn't want to take responsibility, and this is what I've been talking about. I've been saying these are our leaders. They are just awful set of people that don't want to take charge of the country.
Speaking of girlfriends, will you be worried if your girlfriend works in that establishment? Because if they have that kind of money in that prison, and your girl is not making that much money, they might induce her to start doing things in that system, you know. So even the women that work in that kind of environment, I pity them, because if care is not taken, if they are single and then they are poor, they might be doing things that, if you know what I'm saying. So
I understand.
Constitution now. You start selling your body because you don't have enough money to survive.
It's a decay. It's a decay. Sometimes I wonder how Nigerians manage
to Naija, sorry.
Yeah.
But have you noticed some of those prison workers in Nigeria are a little bit elderly people, not younger?
Because I know I used to see patients in the prison system in Huntsville.
Yeah.
Right. And I know how they get down. You know, they don't get paid that much. And I know when you are a drug lord, drug dealer, all those young female in those prison cells, they're pretty much sex workers. Yeah.
They're getting paid, well paid now, because they realize that that's one of the key issues. When you have a guy that is not well paid and you have a prisoner that is a millionaire, so it's a little easier to influence and to induce them. So yes, they're trying now, even though, you know, Texas is one of the worst states you could ever work for, you know. But like I said, in Nigeria, I've noticed that most of our people that have seen the videos, especially on YouTube, they're a little bit older, not that young, you know. But nobody is above being induced. Anybody can be induced at any time, right?
But Adewale, is that not ridiculous? Prisoner giving warders transport fare.
Listen, Nigeria,
how much the police earning? How much?
Nigeria and the other South American justice system is almost the same. You have a system where the prisoners run the prison. It's a breakdown of law and order, and it's not good for society, especially for the safety of the society. Now, what will it take? I strongly believe that federal government allocate money to take care of this inmate, but somehow, someone somewhere, at least someone like Rauf Aregbesola, should account how he's able to discharge his duty when he was the Minister of Interior. You know, questions should be asked. When you have a prison where the prisoners are the one running the show, and there's no expenses or, you know, money to run prison, then we should ask them. There's no way that the federal government will not allocate money to run this prison, but it always goes into the one particular individual pocket. And to even appoint a warden now, you have to be politically inclined.
Adewale, do you know a take home of a officer in this Australia started from $85,000 annually?
There you go.
For a start, I said for a start. that you just finished police college, they just as a constable, 85,000 per annum, 85,000 Australian dollars per annum. Can you seduce that person to? Can you bribe that kind of person? No.
Don't get it wrong.
They are earning very well.
People can still be bribed.
Just as it's harder to bribe them. See, if we don't start building, and if we don't start doing it, we can be complaining from now till the next century. Nothing is going to change. And I think we in the diaspora, we need to start thinking about ways to do this thing, even on an individual basis. Because every little thing you help with helps build the block of change that is going to be needed in the country.
Who controls the prisons in Nigeria? Is it our federal government?
I think the federal government. See, there are key areas in government, isn't it? 3 major areas: executive, legislative, and judiciary.
You have state prisons, local prisons. They kind of break it down. It's not all federal, so I'm trying to understand how they. So
do they?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just asking.
See, I think that because the prisons are linked to the judiciary system, those are all systems. Because if a judge passes a sentence, it's the prison that the prisoner goes to. Those systems have to be protected. They should be prioritized. Clearly, the House of Assembly is being prioritized. The legislative, because they are the ones getting a whole heap of the money. The executive is getting all the money, but the judiciary is not as well lubricated as they should be, so that the justice system, if it is functional, I think the politicians know they too will be in trouble, so they don't want it to be functional, so that the prisoners take over the prison. Because if you sentence a corrupt politician into prison now, he is going to be running that prison, basically, because he has more money than all the wardens.
To Niger, do you know I've heard from a warder before that big politician, not even politician, big man in prison, sometimes 10 o'clock, they go back to their home, have fun with their wife. Before 6 a.m. in the morning, they will bring them back.
Definitely. That is easy. They will do that easy. Given what you just reported just now, they can go anywhere they want, and they will just put somebody to, they may not even care about putting somebody to impersonate them. They will just do whatever they like and come back in there again. And that's dangerous.
So it's not hostel now. That's hostel.
Oh, yes, it's even more dangerous. Now they can go out and do something while claiming that they are still in prison.
One thing, to Nigeria, one thing. When we are talking about criminal justice system, it's not about the amount you are being paid, but the value of the individual being employed. You have to have self-respect and value for you to be able to discharge your duty efficiently. Now, why do I say this? Even in federal prison that is supposed to be the most secured, you will be aghast. Let me borrow one man's word. You will be surprised that where you expect to find a proper, thorough law and order, that's where you will find a breakdown of law and order. In the federal prison, you have a lot of free hand to do a lot of things. Even the people that get paid over 100,000 per annum, one way or the other, still get induced. Why does that happen? We have gang members penetrating the criminal justice, where they purportedly put their gang members to apply for a prison job and station in their preferred unit, so that when their people get transferred to those units, they will be taken care of. A lot of things are happening in the prison system. Don't get it wrong. I mean, don't get it twisted. You think American criminal justice system is the best? Well, you will be surprised. What we have is not correctional program or system. It's a pure slavery. States like most of the southern states in America, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, those states have prison to enslave just to make money for themselves. They have private prisons. And in those private prisons, you can imagine what could be going on in those prisons. Just imagine it in your mind. So that's to tell you, those things, because it's American criminal justice system, oh, it's going to be about security. Now, lie. Till today, they are still finding hard drugs, narcotic in the prison, to the point that they are even using drones to deliver like a puzzle, like a like a USB, like a nine post to deliver drug to their people in the prison. So, but the thing is that they know when it comes to time to turn things around, they know how to do it. But sometimes they let the prisoners have, some leeway just to have some little freedom. But the one you expect to have the most stringent conditions, the federal prison. That's where you found out that, as a matter of fact, they even have people that serve as a server in some prison, some federal prison. I will not be surprised if Hush Puppy have people that work for him in the prison, that serves him, wash his clothes, do laundry, iron his clothes, make his bed, do everything. So what we have in Nigeria is just like a pure slavery, and it's barbaric. But you would think that in advanced country it should be better. I tell you what, you've never been in that environment, you will realize that it's not better. It's still the same system, it's still the same way.
I agree. There's some truth there, because you can see clearly each other. See, most of the things we see in our country, it's happening to other people, but it's not necessarily harming the quality of life significantly of the people. That is the difference, because we are in such a weak state. This is why I keep saying that Nigeria is bleeding. That is why it looks like everything that happens to us is bigger. It feels worse, because we are not equipped to handle those difficulties. Can you imagine the salary we are getting? Even if you are getting good salary, and all these sort of things are happening, the damage is not going to be as significant. You see what I mean? So I think that is where we really need to start moving towards the direction of trying to fix our societies. Our societies are quite good, actually. We are quite civil with each other by and large. It's just that this hardship we are experiencing is making people very cranky. And even by European standard, if you put Europeans through what we are going through in Nigeria right now, you will see how ugly they get very quickly. What happened in France recently that they got very ugly about. So just because of they want to raise pension age, they almost tore the whole place to pieces. And one child was killed by accident the other day, and they burnt so many things. So you can see that in other climes that you could, things that affect us badly, if they were subjected to the same condition, it will even be worse. So from that point of view, we are good people, but our leaders are not tapping into that aspect to actually build something a lot better for our people. That is something we need to change. Yeah, our people are actually good people. We are very, very tolerant. Jesus Christ. Isn't that what Fela sang Suffering and Smiling? We are so tolerant of things that are completely intolerable by other people. Other people won't take the kind of suffering Nigerians are taking at all. They will make sure those their leaders answer for what they are doing to them. But I guess this is Nigeria now. We are nice people. We try to be as nice as possible, and yet our leaders keep kicking us in the teeth repeatedly. So we'll see.
Yeah. Thank you to
General Thomas Babati said he's been marginalized. I don't know if I'm not there.
Babati, you're talking now. You know how you force your way in now.
One man ran away.
I'm going away. It'll be me.
Blood Joe, ma binu Joe. Oko yami.
I gotta go. I got it wrong, guys. Good night.
What do you think? Are you really? That's all right. Pansat, do we have
on call?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Hey, excuse me. Pansat. Why are you calling Pansat? Pansat has dominated this space for all day long.
I thought you were a general, Thomas, trying to control Adewale now. Which kind of general you did talk when you don't give me?
Hold on, Ancestor. Hold on.
Adewale, what do you think about this? Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Your service is, I don't know, your network is something.
So go ahead until it comes back. I definitely wanted to say something.
Answer the ancestor, because you came here this evening and started throwing words around. You are the oldest and the Methuselah in our midst. That's what you said.
You keep living a good life. You get to be.
You know, the funniest thing is that when you come around, you hardly bring positive things. You always bring negative vibes. I don't know why.
Okay, I'll tell you why. Let me tell you why. Our country is in trouble. So there's no other way to say it. But I came here to respond to Niger and Ekene for a minute. So just hold your horses, please.
Did you listen, Pastor? Did you listen to Niger?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is someone that I respect most, because you know what? Even though you will have an exact opinion, he will table in such a way that it's not shoving it down in the throat of anybody.
That's true.
And that is what I want you to, the kind of trait I want you to imbibe, because
I'm not like that. I've already told you that I have my own style.
Like you said, you're an ancestor. You are living in the state.
Please?
So
if he wants to talk, let him talk. If it's my turn, let him wait till I'm
finished.
finished.
It's not your turn yet, because I have not even spoken on this platform.
It's Adewale's turn. Yeah, I'll come to you after Adewale.
I've heard you on this platform today, not twice, not 3 times, so many times. So
Adewale, what do you think about the prison palaver?
Like I said, I've worked in the prison before here in Texas, the most terrible prison you can ever put any human being in. Don't believe in all those Riker Islands or all those things. If it's a gang, it's here in Texas. If it is name it, rapist, everything, sex offender, they are there in Texas. But you know, prison is supposed to be a correctional medium where offender will pass through and change their character.
I'll be a better person when they come out.
Exactly. But you see, what we have in Nigeria is even worse than slavery. It's like the prisoners are not alive. We treat them worse than animals. When you have in a society where you have prisoners that are being seen as a leper, you treat them as if they are not human beings. Yes, they've been punished by being in custody. But what we have in Nigeria is a system where single individuals pocket the money, treat them as if they are not human beings. Yes, some of them committed heinous crime, but how do you change people? How do you change their ways? How do you correct them if they don't know better? If you don't show them the way, they will not know better. I want to believe that the prison doesn't even have a in-house program other than volunteers that come from outside to visit them and give them goods. And some of those items that will be given to them probably will be taken by the securities in the Nigerian prisons. You see, what I expect is a lot of things can be done. You were made a minister of interior. You are in charge of prison. I expect, at least at this time, having prison is a money grappling program. And it's all about taxpayers' money. And the taxpayer money has to be spent judiciously. So, but the purpose of warehousing criminals is not just to stockpile them like a dead fish, but to correct their ways, to make them a productive citizen of a country. And when you fail to achieve that, then the purpose of having prison is defeated. So people need to be, account to what they've done with the money being given to them on a monthly basis. I'm not surprised in the prison.
Sorry for cutting you. Are you sure they are getting those money? Let's start from there.
Oh, absolutely. There's no way when the federal government present a project budget annually. What do you think? So Ministry of Interiors will not have budget, will not allocate any amount to prison services? Come on, they do. But guess what is going? It's going into the pocket of individuals. And at the end of the day, here in America, see, I tell you what, I would like to use Texas as an example of criminal justice system. If there's any country that really want to revamp their criminal justice system and turn it around, they should come to Texas. Don't go to New York. Don't go to California. Come to Texas or go to Arkansas or go to Mississippi. All these southern states, they have a very strict criminal justice system. They even have private prison. It's a money spending business because they're trying to get rid of criminals in their society. But some of the policies being put in place by these states, actually working. Before in Texas, they used to have a lot of rape among the offenders, even men or women included. They are raping each other. But you see, every year, annually, they get some stipend from federal government. More or less like what you call it when the federal government gives some money to the states just to, take care of their offenders. And there are conditions attached to this stipend because you have to follow the guidelines. So they get accredited by the agency. But it's an organization that look at the system in those prisons, whether they actually being put in place to meet certain goals. And what are the goals? To make sure that offenders are rehabilitated. You have programs. Offenders are allowed to go to school. Offenders are allowed to learn trade. Offenders are allowed to use their hands to earn money while they are being incarcerated. Those are the programs being put in place. And to some extent, it works. But don't get me wrong, in some other places, it doesn't work. Reason being is because the state have decided, we are going to make this a money spending business. So they privatize some of the prison. But I'm not saying Nigeria should privatize prison because we haven't gone to that level that we will start privatizing prison. For what purpose? I'm actually against it. But of course, me being a Texan, I won't come out there and say, I'm against it. Nigeria can learn on how these states are able to, have a standard, like benchmark that standard against America, state of Texas and all those southern states, because they actually have recently, state of Arizona was in the news because of some of their policies. For example, during the summer, it's always hot in Arizona. We all know that it's a desert. And some of the prisoners were being, put on the field just to have, get some fresh air. But, desert is always going to be desert. And the society kicked against it. The person who was in charge, the sheriff who was in charge of that program, was actually kicked out because they felt that was dehumanizing prisoner. But there's a lot of things that we can change when it comes to prison system in Nigeria. The money being spent on these prisons can be, someone need to account for those money. What did they buy? What is it being used for? Is there any rehabilitating programs, any academic programs, anything being introduced to the prison to, for the offenders to learn? But Nigeria would not pay attention to that because they believe that anyone being condemned should pay the price by being incarcerated and being in custody. It doesn't care whether that person is rehabilitated or not. So they are more or less like a forgotten human being. So society itself has to have a change in their orientation, because keeping people in prison is not just to punish, but to rehabilitate so that they can be a productive member of the society. Nigeria still has a long way to go, General Martin, Thomas. We still have a long way to go.
But I heard they change our name to Correctional Service now. Yeah, we changed our name, but our behavior did not change.
Well, if that is the case, the correctional aspect of it has to have some element that shows that we actually, get towards rehabilitating and correcting the offender. We're not just to warehouse them like a dead banana fish. Some of these folks goes into custody, and they ended up coming back home with diseases and I don't know, sicknesses, and they ended up becoming what do you call them? People with disability. So we have to measure the correctional aspect of the function of that body to see if they actually measure up, to see if they actually live up to that, what they are being called. Correctional services. Are they? So we still have a long way to go.
I heard a story of a guy. He said he obtained his BSc from the prison. I said, really?
Yeah, even Harvard,
your US. Yeah.
Harvard, and I believe Harvard and Yale actually introduced some kind of like a long distance program to federal prison. Actually, why not? Why not? You arrested somebody who condemned somebody at the age of 20. He has a long years ahead of him. So you keep him in the prison. Probably give him maybe 20 years, depends on the felony. The worst is federal is a piece of cake. State is the worst. If you commit federal offense, you are in like Hush Puppy. Hush Puppy is having good time. Hush Puppy is having Christmas every day in the prison. For real. State is the worst because state does not have that luxury of making life easier for the offenders. So what do? They're trying to maximize because it's about the taxpayers' money. So the federal system is even much better because the federal government, listen, it's only in America I see people going to prison and they get fat, like real fat. Like real fat. In Nigeria, you can never see that. They eat 3 square meal a day. They eat. See the same food prisoners eat, the same food the guards, everyone eat in the prison. How about that, Thomas?
Wow.
The same food. The same food. I could remember very well when we were finished the training program. I think the training program lasted for like almost 3 months or 4 months, and we were dispatched to various prisons. And I went to maximum prison, and the day, because we were there for like 8 days, and by the time we're coming home, I remember ordering 4 sandwiches because I was so damn hungry in the morning when I was going home. I was so happy going home. And I was really, really hungry. And I ordered, I think, 4 sandwiches. And one of the captain in the prison walked into the dining room and looked at me like, man, wait a minute. Who is going to consume all this? I felt a little bit ashamed too. But guess who made the food? The prisoners. And this is the same food they eat. So we have a long way to go. We have to start looking at it from, okay, these people being put in prison. Are we changing them? Are we making them productive? Are we making them, a productive member of the society? If that's not the goal, they will fail. The prison system failed them. No matter what we call it, whether we call it correctional or call it whatever, rehabilitation or whatever, it fails. It fails.
Adewale, in short step there, so that we can move on to another person. What do you think about this death warrant the court will sign, and the governor is the one that will sign the final verdict, and the governors are not doing that? All those people that were sentenced to death are still languishing in our prison till today. What do you think we can do to forestall that?
You know, in an advanced world like America, because that is the only world I'm being exposed to the criminal justice system. The wheel of criminal justice is not always on the fast lane. It's very slow. Even if the court pronounce somebody condemned, has to be hanged, or being subjected to death by lethal weapon or whatever it is.
Or electric shock?
No, they don't use that. That has been disbanded for a very long time. Capital punishment is most of the state in the southern part of the Americas still retain those capital punishment, but most of the time is usually for murderers, capital murder, like class A, when somebody already premeditate that I'm going to kill this individual and went ahead and carry out the plan. Now that is the kind of punishment being reserved for such offender. But in some of the southern states are not always, they don't care about. They try as much as possible to explore every legal process to make sure that they've done all their due diligence to make sure that this individuals is not subjected to death without alternatives punishments. And at the end of the day, that's why you will have somebody being on a death row for 20 years, 2 decades, and the governor will now sign, and that individual will now get executed because they've explored everything that needed to be explored. So, and the final say goes to by that time, the governor will have no choice or the governor will have a choice too, because but most of the time, usually when the court pronounce somebody that has to be put to death, the governor will look at it like, okay, what have you appealed? Have you done this? Have you done a lot of court injunction? And after that, when everything already exhausted, then the governor will now pronounce that individual. That's why it takes a longer time, to execute prisoners that have been, condemned to death. So, but in Nigeria, that's not the case. We have a justice system that is not just slow, but very super slow. And some of the judgment being passed around in the judiciary system cannot be people don't have faith in the justice system in Nigeria. So that's why when somebody is condemned, people accept that that individual actually committed that because committed that offense, and the society always go with, oh yeah, he killed 12 people, so he has to be killed. So society already, this is the punishment justified, so go ahead and kill him. But governor won't do that because we're in a society that have more of religious and conservatives kind of mentality. So we don't want to be the one that will pass that judgment for someone to be put to death. But to me personally,
but why not? That's the law of the land.
Yeah, but me personally, Thomas, I don't think there's anyone that is not capable of changing. Anyone can change at any time. I've seen the worst of the worst in society that get their life transformed. So that is why it's a little bit of positive when it comes to the resistance of the governors in Nigeria not to sign the death warrant for an offender. Because to me, I believe people can change. But when people, when you have a constitutional authority that is so quick to put somebody to or condemned, then that means there's a problem because you have to look at it. Oh, how can this person be transformed? How can this person be made, useful to the society? Don't get me wrong. There's some individuals that commit heinous crime that there's no when in this world that individual will be forgiven. But we are just human. A human being killing another human being. But capital punishment is no longer fashionable. But somehow, even in the United States, some of the states in the southern part of the country don't care. They will kill you by lethal injection. They will.
I like that.
Yeah, but you can't say that. Well, it's subjective. But the point is that
why do I say that? Let me just learn it, Lord.
Okay.
You kill somebody's parents or somebody's child, and they gave him 30 years. In 15 or 20 years, he's already out on parole, and the family members of those people that you take their life of their kids and they'll be staying on the same street. Is that not ridiculous?
Very. Very, very ridiculous. You have a point, Thomas. You do have a point. But if you notice very well, the symbol of justice is a lady having a sword and a scale at the same time on both hands. We have to weigh the crime you committed and commensurate with the punishment that is going to be applicable to that offense, and apply it blindly, regardless of whatever circumstances that crime was committed. So, when that happens, of course, the family of the victim will be aggrieved. But at the end of the day, what if that person, that offender, that person that perpetrated that evil, have a change of mind in the prison? What if he becomes a born again Christian? What if he get his life transformed? Do you still want to kill that person that can still help the society and contribute in one way or the other? Me personally, I'm against capital punishment because it serves no purpose. Even the worst of the worst offender can still get transformed. So, abolishing capital punishment, no, not abolishing capital punishment. I think society has to look inward to see what kind of people that make this society. And if you think the people that in society are, the breakdown of values and all that is, degenerate to the point that people doesn't see committing heinous crime as a big deal, well, maybe you can have a deterrent and capital punishment, but I still don't think is the best way, to punish or to rehabilitate criminals. There are a lot of changes. People are capable of changes. General Thomas, people are really, really capable of changing. I've seen people that said,
"But Adewale, are you not thinking of the people they've taken down? You are being lopsided one side.
Yes.
Are you not thinking of the people they've taken down?
Because they've killed doesn't mean that they cannot have a change of heart. For the rest of their life, they will be living with that guilt that they've taken life at least once in their lifetime. Now, even though the society already condemned them by being imposed punishment on them, it's between them and their God.
Are we bringing God in this matter now?
No. Like I said, no one. Everyone is capable of changing or being subjected to change at least once in their lifetime. So anyone is capable of changing. It's just a matter of self-discovery and knowing the purpose of their existence. For the person who decided to bomb, you know, entire city during a marathon race in, I believe it's in Minnesota or something like that, uh, they probably thought that they were doing something, positive. But eventually, the brother got caught, the other brother got killed, right? But the bottom line is that who knew? At a younger age, at 20, 25 years old, you think that with years ahead in life to live, to think that an individual cannot have a change of heart? So, to me personally, General Thomas, I believe that capital punishment should be eradicated, but we should have a very stringent rehabilitation policies, or, you know, condition that would not dehumanize people, but rehabilitate them, whether they like it or not. What we have in Africa, let me put it gently, very, very nice. What we have in Africa is just pure slavery. It's a second coming of slavery in Africa because it serves no purpose. We're just warehousing people like fish. And for the capital punishment, it shouldn't be about, okay, I'm judging you, I'm condemning you, you are no longer valuable to the community or the society. No, it should be about what can this person contribute to the society. And if that is now there, then they can put them to death. But I don't think any human being is capable of change. Any.
Yeah, thank you so much. Do we have two Niger?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here.
You're still here. I want to take you back to the what they call it, the percentage for the votes that was analyzed by this guy, I forgot his name, about the being Peter Obi really did a very worst at the north and is crying foul that he won the election. What do you think? In Jigawa, like 0%, like many states in the north, that is total disaster, and is claiming he won the election. What is your take?
The data that you are using, what gives it such level of credibility?
They analyzed the number he got in those states, and they do the percentage. So there is no.
The issue is that who analyzed it? We don't necessarily know.
I mean,
how
the numbers he got in those states. Maybe he got 50. I'm just saying, maybe 50 votes, comparing to others that got 100 votes. They can actually calculate how he did in that election.
See, maybe to an extent I don't know how the source was attained, this data they are referring to. So if they say they went and got the actual voting sheets that people actually cast and found the numbers, maybe this is from IREV. I don't know where they got the number from. I don't know. So it depends on where they got the number from. If the number is from IREV, then
are you seeing your screen now?
Yeah, I can see my screen,
yeah. Abuja, it goes 61%, which we know. Look at Jigawa, 0.2%. Look at Kano, 1.68%. Katsina is even worse, 0.60. Look at Zamfara. Who we know? Who is Peter Obi in Zamfara? Look at Yola.
See, it doesn't matter because what we are facing now is a situation. Okay, what did they put River State there?
As they are analyzing only the north. The north. You can see your screen.
Okay.
Those are the results of the LP in the north.
So this is for me to comment on something. I need to know the basis at which they are. And I wish I was here earlier on when.
But you can see Taraba.
Sorry, Thomas. Sorry, Tunaja, these are publicly available data
which has just been condensed into a percentage form, just to highlight, to showcase what actually transpired. And if you look through the figures, Thomas was just pointing out to you, if you look at Jigawa State here, the percentile representation of Peter Obi's performance in Jigawa State was 0.21%. So just pause and reflect for a moment. I know you say there's INEC, this, that, and the other, but these are the figures available at 0.21%. So if you go to Zamfara, 0.33%. If you go to Yola, 0.64%. If you go to Katsina, 0.60%. If you go to Borno,
Look at Kebbi, one man.
So these are 20 states within Nigeria.
Borno surprised me, and Yola won't surprise me. So there are some of them that are a bit of a surprise.
It doesn't matter if it surprises you or not, but these are the actual figures now that are in play. So
okay, the ones that are currently in play that he is disputing.
Well, he can dispute them, but if you look at if you look at the figures that are in play, and by the way, these figures are consistent with reality, because there is no reason to suggest that anybody in Zamfara would have voted for Peter Obi, because there's nothing that suggests that. And that is reflected in the figures. And similarly, Yola, there's nothing to suggest that. There is no argument to suggest that.
Yola is Yola not in the Nigerian East, Central Eastern part of Nigeria?
Central Eastern.
Yeah, you would think. Yeah, you would think those people, they are not entirely just pure Northerners. So I'm a bit surprised by that.
There is no reason to suggest that anybody in Jigawa would vote for Peter Obi, and that reflects there. And there is no reason to suggest that anybody in Katsina would vote for Peter. They don't know him. They don't care about him.
I'm not sure he's saying that he won those places. I'm not sure he's saying that.
Hold on. Hear the argument. So these are the realities, and everybody that claims to be a Nigerian, they understand what these figures say. You know, because if you say that Peter Obi got 1.5% votes in Borno, every Nigerian knows why. Not because they hate him especially, it's just they don't care. When you say that he got 0.6% in Katsina, I think every Nigerian understands that they don't really care about anybody called Peter Obi. So this is 20 states out of the Nigerian space. In Abuja, he got 61-point-something%. You can see why he would get that, because of the rich diversity of that space. You know, in Nasarawa, you can see why he got that, because of a heavy religious base there, Christians and whatnot. Same with Plateau. But if you look at all of the figures, there is nothing here that suggests that a mandate was stolen, because these are 20
Okay, let me ask this then. Did you summarize the total, in terms of percentages, what he got in the northern states? If you look at the total percentages, is it over 25% generally in the northern states? If it is, then
no. Well, let me scroll down a little bit. If you come here, it says out of the 19 northern states, Labour Party scored 25% in 4. Can the LP please tell Nigerians how and where it got 25 or more in at least 9 of the remaining 15? Are listed to have the necessary spread. So this one goes to a spread argument, but I wasn't necessarily going to the spread argument when I saw this
Kaduna one doesn't look right. Kaduna is almost 50-50 Muslim Christian, and that looks a bit low for Peter Obi there. That one doesn't look right too, and especially in a polarized state like Nigeria.
All right, okay. Well, those are the figures anyway. So there is nothing to suggest that because anybody dispassionate of being invested in anything of the politics of it can see these figures and see the reality of them, because we all know the Nigerian landscape. We all know the peculiarities of the space.
and those peculiarities, they are reflected in these figures. So
the APC get more votes in the north than in the southwest. That's in terms of percentages.
I couldn't tell you off the back of my, I couldn't tell you.
So it will be interesting to know that, because it might turn out that APC in the southwest, APC got maybe 70-80% of the vote. In the north, they got maybe 45. So it may not be as far as we think. So in the end, they are disputing these very numbers in court. And I can see like the Kaduna one, the Yola one seems a bit off to me. Just like the River State one seemed a bit off to me until they proved that that one too was actually manipulated. So that Yola one seems.
Can I tell you this? Even in the southwest, my brother from Ekiti, some people don't even know who is Peter Obi. In the southwest. Yes,
oh, yes,
in Ekiti.
yeah, it's possible.
They don't even know who is Peter Obi at all.
By the time they finish doing over the weekend, they go to this day. How can they know about Peter Obi? It's possible. There are people probably in somewhere in the south that don't care too much about all these things. Not everybody cares about it, but the point is that when you are voting, look at like many of those northern states, they do have a lot of sizable Igbo population there, and not to mention southern populations too. So you could get 0%, like below 1% is a little bit weird. That even if you have just a few rump of southerners that are present in the state, you are likely to get the numbers up a little bit. But it's okay. In the end, they are disputing these numbers, and we'll see what comes out. This in court. Whatever happens, they are going to decide, isn't it? The court will have to decide based on reason that they are going to provide for us. So I guess we should just hold our judgment till then, isn't it? Because I can see areas that I dispute with these numbers, and I can see areas that I can agree with it too. So what can I say?
Hold on, Thomas. Sorry, can you present an argument where why Peter Obi would have put up a performance in, let's say, Jigawa State?
Because in almost every state in Nigeria, I think there is a significant presence of Southeasterners.
No, you can't say significant.
But woman, let me ask him.
Hold on. Can you hold on? You can't say significant. There's a presence of Igbos in every space, but you can't say significant now. What would be the significance of it? There'll be a few traders with pharmacy shops, etc. So,
The reason why I say that is because they generally go to almost every state. Okay, even in Southwest.
Yes, but you said there's a significant presence. There's no reason to suggest. Why would there be a significant
over 1%? Over 1% presence likely.
Yeah, and
so that's significant.
And yet some of the states is getting below 1%. No, but some of the states is getting below 1%. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Because the Igbos are voting for the northern candidate, eh?
No, you don't get it, do you? No, you don't. In a place like Gombe or Jigawa, there will be Igbo people there, but not in any significant numbers, because there is no reason to suggest that they will be there to do whatever those traits that they do. But it won't be in significant numbers. It will just be sufficient enough for whatever purpose they are. And all of those people, they will not uniformly vote for Peter Obi one. And even if they uniformly vote for Peter Obi, not all of them will be of the voting age or the voting mindset or be of comfort. We can see.
Okay, I think one of the things one can do then, I think the court case soon, they will have to pass judgment. But if one had time, one can just start looking at the demographics of some of these states and start fleshing out maybe what should be possible and what should not. Because when I looked at Rivers State, the demographics suggested to me that there is no way APC would have won the election, and it turns out that that was
we're looking at the north though. We because of course we've done all of the elections severally, but these figures just came out, and when this data rather just came out, and when it came out again, you couldn't see how anybody can. I can't see, where Obi's argument is, because as a Nigerian, I can see these figures as maybe is off here, is off there, but broadly is the reality of the Nigerian experience. You know, the North, the core North especially, it's not that they hate Peter Obi, they just don't know him and they're not interested. And that's what this figures is telling us. So if all
See, if you look at Plateau, the Plateau numbers, you see, maybe this pattern is true, but what Peter Obi always argued was that their numbers are higher in each one of them. Maybe the shape of the lines will be the same, but it will just be higher on the graph. That is what they are arguing.
Yeah, but that's also not true based on what we know. There is no reason to believe that. Not in Zamfara now. What would anyway,
why would you think that you get 0.1, 0.3% in Zamfara? That is very, very extremely low now.
Yes, it's extremely low. There's an argument for it, but I do consider it's extremely low, and it's all embedded within shaky results or whatnot. But broadly, there's no reason to suggest that Peter Obi will get more than 1-2% in Zamfara State, because what's the argument for it? There's no argument to suggest that he can. You know, there's no argument to suggest that he can. You know?
I think you have a point, because I think from what I gather, the Labour presence is not necessarily in every state, and so yeah, you can argue that point. They don't necessarily have a lot of people on the ground.
Look at Gombe. How can you argue that Peter Obi got more than 5% in Gombe? What's the argument for that? There is none.
Human beings now. See, Kaduna, I would have considered this Kaduna number until I found out that Kaduna had over 40% Christian population, and that is crazy. And that state is highly polarized right now. And so hence why I would say, okay,
is that not in the 21%? Because when you are saying, and by the way, you know, when you banded these figures about, when you say Kaduna has 40% Christians thereabout. So
actually 49% from the start from the statistic.
Whatever the percentage, hold on. That doesn't really, those high percentages, let's just lose high percentages. If you say Kaduna has a high percentages in of Christians there, which I'm not sure where you're getting that from, but for the purpose, let me consider. That's not to say, one, that all of those percentages, they're of voting age, one, they're of voting mindset, two, that they went out to vote at 3, and then when they went out to vote, they voted for Peter Obi.
And they vote for Peter Obi?
You know, so you can't just say, I mean, come on, man, you're a man of science, you know.
No, I agree with that point, but whatever I'm saying it within reason and given the context of the vote. That I guess there are 4 candidates, major candidates that was competing. So yes, maybe 21 is actually possible from that number. But then if you say that for Kaduna, you can say that for states around that area. The North is not as homogeneous as we like to think. I was shocked to see that those numbers, that the Kaduna was that mixed, because when I went there, I didn't feel that way until I went into the military barracks and I saw that, okay, this is actually Nigeria. But to hear that Kaduna, you have over 40% of Christians in there, it means that is like in the North. So you have
to Nigeria. Can you say why Peter Obi even did very well in most states, most Christian-dominated states in the North? Is because of the religious card he used. All this memo they are sending to churches. Don't you know we know?
But you can see Nairobi admitted the opposite too.
Let's just stay with the figures, because otherwise we'll open up that space and then we'll go. But you know, I just saw this this data and I just thought I'll bring it rather forward for discussion, because if you look at this data, you cannot see that Peter Obi would have. Everything here is consistent with the Nigeria that we know. It is consistent with the Nigeria that we know. And everything in here is telling us that there's no reason to believe that Peter Obi did anything in the North. And there it is.
But the Nigeria that you know also implies that PDP will do well in the Southeast, and you know. But
no, that's not the Nigeria that we know. Now the Nigeria that we know is that when a Southeasterner is in play, they will uniformly go for him.
We never had that before. This is the first time, and
but we know the people. We know the people. Do we not
Okay,
know the truth?
fair point. Fair point.
Yes, so that's the point.
Peter Obi didn't come out when he was running anyway. I know that after the election, the daddy stuff came up, but when he was running, he didn't come out as a Southern candidate. He came out as a Nigerian candidate.
Everybody came out as a Nigerian candidate, but everybody came out as a Nigerian candidate, but the Nigerians knew.
One man, good evening, sir.
Can you hold on? Everybody came out as a Nigerian candidate, but every Nigerian knows how everybody is segmented. Nobody came out as a...
One man is not, you are no longer a moderator. You are the one discussing on your own now. We want to talk, you say we should hold on. You've been talking for more than 10 minutes now. You say we should hold on.
Okay. All right. Let me just leave. But
one man, don't disturb my section. Go and sleep.
One man, don't leave. I want to ask you a question. One man, don't leave.
Hold on, please. But it's not your turn yet. You're already left.
Okay, now. Good night, guys. I'll talk to you again tomorrow.
Yeah. Mama already left. Yeah. Simba. Let's hear from Simba. Simba. Kilo day now.
Don't mind the woman. Woman was grossly. It was engrossed with two Nigerian was proving.
No. Simba. This is my section. So he came in as a panelist as well. So he's not moderating. Hey, that's what I gave him the space.
We want to interject. You also allow us to interject.
Yeah, Simba, let's hear from you.
Fine. Good morning, Thomas. Good morning to Nigeria. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah. I can't see it's okay. I was only hearing to Nigerians and this thing. I can't see the other people, but I give everybody. I get everybody. Yeah. Well, what's this thing that we are discussing now? I don't think there's any need for us to be discussing it. It's a known fact, and then an assumption that Nigeria was talking about that wherever you have Christians, then all Christians should vote for Peter Obi. I think it's a wrong assumption. And then, as we all know, that in the north, I think I mentioned it before on this platform. I have people in the north, and before the election, I used to call them that, do you even know about Peter Obi? And the answer they used to give is that they don't even see his poster, they don't know anything about Peter Obi. Not only even in the Middle Belt, like state like Niger, because I have a brother in Kutangura, and I used to ask him, they said he doesn't have any presence in those areas. So we cannot just, then if you are talking about all this other state that is claiming that it has more votes, it gather more votes than what it was actually released like Plateau. Even if you look at the past, when people used to, before even the advent of Vivas and other electronic things that they introduced, because you look at the pattern of election in Nigeria, right from 1999, the number of voters in Nigeria election has been reducing. And me, I will not consider it as being due to voters' apathy. It's actually due to introduction of electronics that reduce rigging. And that was what happened. So, and there's no time that you see any candidate, even the total number of voters in Plateau State that has exceeded 1 million. And for a single candidate now to come out and say he had more than 1 million votes in a state like Plateau, are you dreaming? Are you kidding me? That somebody will get Peter Obi will have more than 1 million votes?
Even in Lagos, they said they have 1 million votes in Lagos.
In Plateau State? No, those are, I don't know where all this thing is coming from. And for somebody to now be saying that they have significant number of Igbos, and they are the only one that can vote for Peter Obi. What is the percentage of Igbos in Safara or Jigawa? Then are you assuming that all the Igbos, they are also of, as a woman asked, they are of voters age? Of age. That all of them of age, and then all of them will come out. All of them will come out that day and go and vote. Even in the southeast where he came from, do we have 100% voter turnout? what is the percentage of voters turnout, even in the southeast, that you are expecting that the few number of Igbos that are in the north will now come out and vote massively, like what you are expecting, and you are disputing the 0.1% or 0.3 or 3% that is getting from all those places? Those are the way you look at the things. You don't look at it with emotion. You look at it with facts. So to me, it's just a true reflection of what happened. So every time I've been asking myself, I've been searching my brain, where does this stolen mandate come from?
Simba,
that was why.
Let me give you some data on this. On the screen, you have 0.21 Jigawa. On the election, Peter Obi got 1,889 votes in Jigawa, a whole state. So can you see why this number is 0.21 percentage?
Let me tell you, as popular as if somebody is disputing that one in the north, as popular as Tinubu and Atiku, can we see the percentage they got in the southeast? So if somebody is disputing that Obi must get more than that in the north, where they don't know him, the Southeasterner cannot claim that they don't know Atiku. They can't claim that they don't know Tinubu. So yeah. show us the percentage. In the state we have Tinubu got 4,000 in the east. What percentage of the vote will be that? That will be like maybe 1% or 2% of what we are talking about. And then we don't see anything wrong in that.
Enugu State.
And we don't see anything wrong with that. How can even the APC card carrier members in those states, are they no more than 4,000? Talk less of other voters. And we now have the effrontery to now be disputing what is coming out from the north. And some people will come and say it's only in the north that they rig election, they don't rig election in other places. It's not possible. So the popularity, if we are looking at the popularity, the two other candidates, Atiku and Tinubu, they are more popular. But in the southeast, what was their percentage? It probably maybe only in the states like Imo and Ebonyi that Tinubu has a significant number, and I don't think it is called up to 25% in those states.
Imo 66,000 to Peter Obi 352,000. You can see the gap.
And you know the funny thing, let me tell you, I saw in the news here just this yesterday, Obi is already talking about 2027. He said he will still contest, that he will be the president in 2027. So he's already talking about 2020. He has considered exactly. So it's only the followers that are still looking at the mandates that say, okay, this case is still in the court. He knew the truth, and he's already talking about 2027 in the news. In fact, that one was one I thought one man would bring to the news, not even this percentage or whatever. He said it in the news that he will contest in 2027. That then he has more opportunity.
Simba, hold on, please. If he's saying he will contest 2027, that means he's not even sure about winning this election. But
that is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Some people are already talking about rerun.
Obi moved on. It's only the followers that are still talking about the so-called mandate.
All those YouTubers and Facebook that are making money, they're just using all those propaganda. Go and see them now.
I'm not sure why people are so bothered. If it is such nonsense that those people are saying, then leave them. Let them carry on. The court will decide their case.
We are discussing matter.
We are not bothered now. We are just making fun of you guys. We are not bothered about what.
The judges are not laughing. They are the ones taking the evidence in and going to check it. When they decide, you all have to remember that.
But we are just helping you guys because of high blood pressure.
It's not even high blood pressure. Because of shock. You know what shocked me?
I don't think so. If you think about it, it's what they call it.
I love to Niger. I love to Niger, and I don't want to Niger to have shock. I want
there's no shock. There's no
I
shock.
want your family. They still need you. They still need you, and you need to. Yes.
You have to understand that Peter B has gone to court once against a governor, and then the governor was sitting in office for years, and before he got his mandate back. So don't write anything off, because courts are not dealing with things the way people are seeing it. They don't care about politics. They care about the evidence that is before them. What if they find a very, very devastating this information?
To Niger, I just hope by the time the verdict comes and it's not in favor of Peter Obi, we will not now be degrading our judiciary and say like the way we did to JAMB, that okay, judiciary now they are being partial, they are this, they are that in the head. So we need to, whatever come out, everybody should accept, and we should not we should not misbehave. And then
whatever comes out of the case, Peter Obi will come out based on whatever judgment and make his own pronouncement. See, all
is it the pronouncement? Does his pronouncement matter? What do you mean by pronouncement?
Hold on, everybody, hold on, please. Everybody, hold on. One voice, please. You can have conversation just one voice. Yeah. So Niger, yeah.
Thank you, because I'll be stepping out soon. See. When the judgment is passed, he's going to make his own pronouncement based on the judgment that was passed. Personally, I prefer the judgment to be very, very clear. There shouldn't be any ambiguity in it, so that everybody will move on. This issue wouldn't even arise at all if INEC had just done its job the way people thought they were going to do it. They just did it in such a shady way. If they had just uploaded the IRF data, everybody just saw it, people will move on.
But to Niger, sorry for cutting you, please. Did you guys, when you guys talk, you guys supporting Obi, when you guys talk in your circle, don't you guys speak truth to yourself? If they don't upload the result, does that change the result? What are you? Talking about?
It has the potential of changing the result. That's the problem. You don't know that. See, what you are saying right now,
your Labour Party sign at the polling booth.
But that is a problem. They didn't upload it when they signed it. They delayed it, and everybody. What you see now that they are presenting as a result is something that people did by hand. So that is the problem. And the issue now. See, let me tell you, this is not new. What was his name? Osibanjo was testifying to doing something similar where they had to contest an election, or I think Tinubu actually helped him. So they have experience of doing what Peter Obi is doing now. It's not new. So Tinubu went all the way to London to get fingerprint experts from the UK to come and help dispute an election, and they actually won the case against whoever they were complaining against during that time.
When was that? Where? Has Tinubu ever contested any election?
That was a video.
It was Osibanjo. Yeah, Osibanjo was. He gave clear details. I couldn't believe it.
Aregbesola, first time in that election.
It was so
Osun State.
Yeah.
Let me tell you that one. To Niger, we all knew what happened that time, because at that time the petition of governorship election used to end in appeal court, and we knew what Jonathan did to that man. Appeal court chief judge that time, Ayo Salami, that they claimed that it was actually favoring the APC, because there were about 3 or 4 APC governors that they won their election through appeal court that time, and that was why the man was removed. So all these things that we are saying that is one forensic whatever fingerprint is not, that is not true.
No, he did. Oh, God. Are you saying Osibanjo is lying? There's a video of him. Tinubu was sitting there when he was testifying to this. He was like making a speech. Then he gave very detailed information. He said Tinubu had to go to London to convince the police officers. They had to get about 50 police officers to come and serve as a forensic witness from the fingerprinting of the voters. they had to testify to the fact that the voters were voting every couple of seconds. So which means that's not the normal vote where they are voting every second or so. So, and if they find that type of evidence in this election too, and it is substantial, which is required, you will be surprised what could happen. What I would say is that if the court says a rerun, actually I think it will favor Tinubu. It's when something disqualifies Tinubu, that's the one that would be damaging. But if they say a rerun,
There's no any
I
Tinubu
think it will favor Tinubu.
No any region.
We don't know.
I like your spirit too, Niger. I like your spirit. Keep it on.
I have to say that because it's just true. It's not.
All these substantial whatever, I don't think that one can happen in presidential election because what will be substantial at the state level might not even be substantial at a presidential election because Nigeria is so huge. So for you to prove for the reason of substantiality is to be very difficult. It's
already been established that in Rivers State about 140,000 votes was taken off P2B's number by the time you take Tinubu's one down and all the rest. So if it repeats itself in other states, then you can see where the problem can suddenly arise that, okay, this thing was just, they may not want to just turn the numbers around and say, give it to P2B. They might just say, this thing is so messed up that we'll just...
Exactly, because they will do it, they will not do it nationally. If there is a problem, maybe in River, as you said, then they will cancel all the vote for all the candidates, not only Tinubu. And
but what if it happens in the other states too that they presented? What if they find out the other states, more than 10 states?
Which other state?
They presented more than 10 states.
No.
They did. I'm telling you, including Lagos, they presented more than 10 states. So if they did that and then they find out, okay, we have to rerun it on all these states, the court might decide that they just rerun the entire thing. And then I see personally, if I was on the APC side or Tinubu side, I think if they go for a rerun, it actually favors them because he's been governing, he's been doing things. People generally have bought into. And
where do you want us to get the money to do the rerun? I beg. If we are talking about
the court cares about that, the court will just pass their judgment.
No, they care.
It's left for the court to figure that one out.
See, let me tell you, court will check the body language of the unity of the nation. See, they just don't bring judgment on based on emotion or all these things. You want to tell me in Oyo State that Obi win in Oyo State, Obi win in Osun State, Obi win in Ekiti State. How many states you want to come on vote where Obi will want overturn Asiwaju numbers now? Don't let
I agree that court takes cost into account, but they also take cost of anarchy into account. So they will weigh it accordingly and say, okay, what are we going to do here? If this stuff is so messed up and they don't want to just hand it to P2B.
Who wants to cause anarchy? Who wants to cause anarchy?
Because if they have clear-cut evidence, if they
want to cause anarchy,
now, it could be the opposite. It could be this Tinubu side. So far,
my brother,
what if they overturn it and just give it to P2B? Do you think the Tinubu side will find it easy?
From first to third. Now, wow.
So Atiku, they will throw Atiku in the bin.
Wow.
They could disqualify. What if they disqualify Tinubu?
Are you dreaming?
What if they disqualify Tinubu?
Disqualify Tinubu on what base?
We go to Atiku.
On one of the bases of the stuff that they've done. And then they take into account the number issue. If they take into account the number issue,
my brother, you are just dreaming.
Go for a rerun. What if P2B goes for a rerun with Atiku? You just don't know. You really don't know.
Obedient. You guys not the first person that will take someone to court. Do you know that Buhari took PDP to court more than 3 times? Do you know that Atiku took Buhari to court last election? You guys just make everything look like you guys are the first person to take someone to court. See, there is nothing. You will see how the judgment
have never lost a court case on this type of issues. That's one thing you have to be aware of.
Can I interject, please?
Yes.
Let's get for Remy. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning, everyone. This is quite an interesting topic. First, I must say one thing. Forget about whether Tinubu has not lost election, or Atiku or Obi has won election in Enugu State. That are state, okay? This is a national level, and a lot of factors have to be considered by the judiciary, by the government, everything. First, let's talk about what you guys have been discussing about. Actually, before the election, everybody knew that this election is between Atiku and Tinubu. One of them would be the president of Nigeria. Let's be objective here. We
That is
know.
not even objective at all.
I am. Can I finish?
Obedience will not accept.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it doesn't need to.
Remy, I said that. I said that.
Let me finish. When you look at the result that came out from all the state of Nigeria, the BVAS machine has really helped our election this time around. If there is no BVAS machine, who is Obi or Tinubu? Atiku would have been the president of Nigeria by now, because they will have jacked up his vote in all the 19 states. Even those Kaduna that you are seeing is scoring about 300 or blah, blah, blah. He would have scored about 900. And the total vote would have exceeded. And they would have find a way, like Oshun, he would have won a lot of votes there, even in your so-called Southeast. So what I look at this election is the pattern. When you look at the pattern of this election, excluding Southeast, you will see a pattern that is a bit competitive. In the Northeast and Northwest, Atiku and Tinubu are very competitive. Even if Atiku is winning, the margin of win is not so huge. And when you go to the Southwest, you can see that in states like Lagos State is between Tinubu and Obi, and Obi won. But when you look at Oshun, Atiku won with a slim margin over Tinubu. But when you now just oppose it with the votes that are coming from the Southeast, that is the only region that does not have the same pattern like other regions of Nigeria. If we are going to look at it objectively, we can also say that there is a lot of wrongdoing in that place. How come only this man got about 95 or 96 or 94% of the total vote? And we mean that there is no people that are APC chairmen, APC councillors, or APC supporters. In some states, they even have APC governor. But at the end of the day, people there voted immensely for their home. Now, the vote he got from Zamfara and the rest shows that the people there, they don't really know who is Obi. Now, let's suppose it to the court case we are at now. It's very, very, very difficult, first, for the judiciary to say they are cancelling or they are disqualifying Tinubu. That will not happen. If that's what you are pinning your hope on, I'm sorry to let you. That one will never happen. They will never disqualify him. That is one thing. Number two, the vote between Tinubu and Obi is over 2 million votes. Obi did not prove in the court how those 2 million votes should be weighed away, and then tell us whether he wants some vote to cover that the differences between the two. Actually, if they are going to pronounce that Tinubu did not win this election, then the second person with the highest vote and the spread should be the winner. But unfortunately, for both number 2 and number 3, they did not have the spread. And if they did not have the spread, so what is going to happen? Maybe they are going to call for another election, but boy, that cannot happen. So I'm sorry. Of course, I like what this guy is trying to see. They are still believing that anything can happen in the judiciary. They started before when the election was announced. They said they are not going to accept. And before they said they are not going to inaugurate him, he was inaugurated. Some said he will die on inauguration day. Some said the military will take over on inauguration day. He has been ruling now since May 29, and a lot of them. But at the end of the day, the court case has gone, and everybody knows that if you are being objective yourself and you check your conscience, you will know that the cases proven by Obi and Atiku is nothing. It's just a lot of straw put together, but it's not holding any water or anything at all. So why does APC just call one witness and just one witness and don't some? They have other document they presented to the court later, and they're also going to do their final addresses. But even as a layman, I was expecting your Obi They'll be talking about how he won like a majority vote in some states. And then you also made assertion the other time that Christian dominated in the northern part. When you say Christian dominated, does it mean that all the votes that we had in this election all came from Christians? No Muslim voted for him. That is not a good assertion at all. I can be a Christian. I can even vote for Adewale or Showore or whoever I like, or vote for Tinubu. So in that aspect, but maybe you can say majority of Christians in the southeast and maybe in some part of the north central, maybe they voted for Yobi, but it does not mean the total of them in the north central or the north voted for Yobi. And when you talk about Kaduna is not 50-50. I will tell you the truth. The Muslims are more than the Christians, okay? So no matter what you say, you cannot say it's 50-50, 50% Christian, 50% Muslim. That is a lie. So it's not done
from the census data that I saw, that's what it was indicating. However, regarding the point of
which year was the census you are talking about?
I don't know how long ago that was. I think maybe
you know that the last time
Nigeria
conducted a census.
So you are saying, you know, that what you are trying to say, that there is an expansion of Islamic people. That's what you are saying. Okay, but the point I'm addressing is the point of the Christian majority.
Hold on, please. Hold on.
It's not going to take me long. It's 15 seconds.
Please, can you hold on? You made sentence and said disparition of the Muslim. I'm not talking about that one. I'm just talking purely about election, please. So don't let us put
I'm saying that if the census is showing that 49%, you said when did they take that census?
Which year census?
But it doesn't matter, because whatever year they took the census, if you say it's different now, it means that there's an expansion of Muslims.
You know why it matters? You cannot tell me the population of Nigeria in 1990 is the same population in 2020.
No, we are not talking about 1990. We are talking about sometime in the late 2018, 19.
No, Nigeria never had any census in 2012. Can you tell me?
And then it's around 2012 or so when they had their last census.
Nigeria in 2012 census, that is the blatant lie.
Hold on, when did they have their last census then?
I don't know, so I want you to tell me.
So if you don't know, you are worrying about what the time is. You can't have me both ways.
The last census, no, to Nigeria, the last census was held in 2006.
Okay, so 2006, and that's the demographics. If he's disagreeing with it now,
no.
Goodness.
What's your name? Sorry, to Nigeria, 2006, 2023. If you minus 2006, that's roughly about 15 years, if I'm right. How old is
yes.
15 years ago. Can you tell me, do you know the population of people living in Lagos in 2006 compared to the
population density? The demographics hasn't changed. That is the key. It doesn't matter whether the population grew. All of them grew in proportion to each other.
If the demographics are still there, the population, the people that troop into Lagos are different kind of people all over Nigeria, and they are not worshiping the same faith, the same religion. So some of them just not even go to church or more. They are not even known to be a church member.
But
or maybe
my point is a lot simpler than that. If they're not, I'm even using 40%. I'm saying maybe Muslims have expanded in Kaduna. Even if it's 40%, my point was that I'm not saying all 40% will vote for Peter Obi. I'm saying
No, I heard you. The other
I'm just trying to add. Can you let me add?
Said no, Remy, it didn't say 50%. It said 40%.
Yes, and I said let me add context to my statement. When I make such a statement, why are you not letting me talk? What is the matter with you? I'm trying to shed light to the statement and you won't let me talk.
Let me finish.
Kindly, let him talk, please.
The point I'm trying to make was that before he goes and start wasting people's time, is that when I say that, okay, those 40% should vote for Peter Obi, I'm assuming that some of them will not vote for Peter Obi and some Muslims will vote for Peter Obi too. So there is always this bordering area where you have some Muslims voting for Peter Obi and some Christians voting for the other parties. So it's not necessarily fixed, obviously. When I say, why should I expect all Christians to vote for Peter Obi?
Let me support you. I just checked now to Nigeria. The population of Muslim is 50.4% and Christian 49.7%. So it's even higher than what you are claiming.
Exactly. I was being conservative and he wasn't even saying it. And So my point is that the votes are not fixed. That is also just going to be all for Peter Obi, the Christians or all the Muslims who vote. They are going to flow.
If you look at the vote, the pattern of vote in the way people voted in Kaduna State, they actually spread it among the three candidates.
Exactly, and that is why it's not very clear how the vote, the breakdown is. And from what surprised me was that this is a northern state. It's a northern state with almost half the population Christians.
Okay.
I was surprised to see that.
I understand what you are trying to say. You are just looking at it on Labour Party or Obi Party alone. You are not looking at entirety of other. Like for Southeast, can you tell us the justification why other political party cannot even have 5% or 10% of the vote?
Or Muslim,
and they also have a lot of Muslims. At least
in Southeast too.
Living in the Southeast.
Yes, that is very simple. I've said it from the beginning. I've said it. See, that is very simple. I even give you evidence tying my statement to it. Is because the enthusiasm gap between the northern, that's the other candidates, and the southeastern candidate, which is Peter Obi, is very, very high. And it's like when Obama...
You do not believe that they voted because this is our son and let's vote for him.
That's why they voted for him. And that's why, if you look at Obama got 96% of black votes in America.
You do not believe there is no form of rigging or whatever for voter intimidation?
It doesn't need to have... Obama got 96% of black votes in America.
We are not talking about Obama. We are talking about Nigeria, please. I'm asking...
Hold on. If you can see that in a country like America, where people are educated and they can have different opinions, what makes you think in the southeast of Nigeria you're not going to see that now?
But why do you want? Why do you want Peter Obi to win
Northern votes?
Because the reason why is because they've had leaders. It's different. They've had leaders. As a matter of fact,
they have Atiku there too. Why can't they vote?
They have their own. Yes, they have Atiku.
My point is that
Atiku won majority states in Northern.
See, ask yourself.
Then what are you guys complaining to? You guys want Obi to win. You guys want Obi to win.
Let him finish. Let Naija finish.
See, if you look at it, can you imagine if since democracy started in 1999, that no Yoruba man has been president of Nigeria, and this election Tinubu was in the race? Do you think Lagos would have voted this Peter Obi? Never. They will be like so focused. The entire Yoruba population of the Southwest will focus and vote Tinubu in. That is what happens. But while they've been there, done that. So it's not going to be. They are not going to feel that passionate about it. It's different.
No. We are just coming from a regime that religion issue a lot of controversial about religion in Nigeria. You understand? And the game and Peter Obi take the advantage of that opportunity. That's why Peter Obi win. That's why most of Yoruba vote for.
Well, you don't ask yourself that the people that chose Muslim ticket also created that environment. You don't see it like that. You just see only the other side.
They don't create that environment.
Peter Obi didn't even use that to campaign.
You are going to election to win. You are not going to election to you. If it is you to, you will play your game.
And in addition, if you allude that the Southeast voted based on the enthusiasm and the excitement that their son is on the ballot, and all the other tribe in Nigeria vote on their free will that this is my candidate and I will vote for this person, you should as well accept that this result is authentic and is the right result. If your people, hold on, just let me finish. If your people voted for Obi being their son and they believe in him, and in Yoruba land, some people voted for Obi because they believe that he is better than Tinubu. And other part of Nigeria also voted according to their conscience that, okay, to me, as a Christian, I prefer Bola Tinubu more than Atiku in Kano. Or I prefer Kwakwanso more than Obi in Kano. And if other Nigerians also accept that, okay, it's your son, we also accept that, okay, fine, you voted for your son. So that shows that you should also accept everybody, that everybody voted according to their conscience. So there shouldn't any ururu or rigging or blah, 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 or my mandate was stolen or not stolen anymore.
I'm telling you, this election is the fair and fair election. This is the best election.
That's right. But if you are saying another thing and you are looking at your own side alone and you are not looking at other people alone, are you not telling us that you people, you voted for your son, and the people that's not voted for your son, they rigged your son out of other part of Nigeria? Is that what
they want their son to win all the elections? That's what they want.
See, you don't understand. The pattern you should expect to see is that in the northern part, they are going to vote for their people.
No, you are wrong, because the other part of Nigeria, they are more sophisticated voter than you guys. That's what happened.
Well, what is you guys? I don't know what this you guys think. See, I'm just giving you. I'm saying that.
Okay, calm down. What I'm trying to say is that for them, they see the voting according to their own conscience, and they voted according to their own conscience. And your people.
Why do you think they are doing that now?
Doing what?
Why do you think they are voting according to their conscience now?
Because they have their own preferred candidate, and nobody intimidated them, and they voted for their candidate. That is why you can see. Listen. That is why you can see your B that he won some states in North Central, like Plateau
and Southwest,
and
yes,
like Lagos. Do you think if we want to use harassment and so many other stuff, do you think it will win? Allow him to win like that way? So you can see.
I don't know. I think you come across as being a little bit bitter that Peter Obi even did any.
No, I'm not bitter. You know what?
Nobody is bitter. You're coming across a little bit condescending.
I will tell you.
Let me make my point, because the point I'm making here is that.
Just give me 1 second. Okay. 1 second. Today, if Obi have won that election, me personally, Remy, I would have moved on since on, and I will congratulate him. I don't need to talk myself anymore, because if he won, he would have get all the spread and get the majority vote. I won't dispute nothing. And the BFS machine really helped. That is why when they go to the court, you can see they are not telling us that, okay, we have this BFS machine accredited 500, and people that voted here, they are more than 500. Nothing like that. Because if more votes in a polling unit is more than the accreditation from the BFS machine, that polling unit stands entirely void. So, so when you talk, please, I just want you to look at it objectively. I know you are educated and you are learning, you are exposed. So look at it objectively. Don't look at it too much emotionally. Whether you like it or not, if at the end of the day,
do you know the reason why we're saying we run election? Because that's what the obedient are saying 2 days ago.
No, they are not saying.
Let us disease ourselves.
This is not an election that is very close in.
Why are you people so hype? You see, it's funny that some of you will accuse the obedience of being passionate, and yeah, you post display. You see, now you're not even letting me talk. You see that, and then you accuse
the obedience. Talking for more than 4 hours. Are you not tired?
These guys, man.
Remy. People that are talking now are not so many, so it's a conversation. So let him talk, so that at least whatever he says, that is what will influence what you are going to say also. So let's tonight that talk.
Oh my God, that guy is funny, man.
You said 1 second, and your 1 second has gone.
That guy is funny. See, the point is that the spread you should expect to see is that yes, you see northern candidates get more northern votes, but the enthusiasm gap will mean that Peter Obi will just get maybe 2% extra or 3% extra than the northern voters will get in the north. So, like in the case of this thing, what he was referring to, that if Peter Obi had won, he would just accept it, and that the obedience are intimidating people. In reality, if you look at this election, I don't know why the other side says these things. In reality, is the obedience that are intimidated most. They are the ones that are attacked most.
No. Let us go and check back how election will run out in Southeast. They don't allow anybody vote. Southeast don't allow anybody vote for any other party.
We didn't see any video of them intimidating anybody, like Oluomo was.
They don't intimidate, but they stand by the polling unit.
See, Obama won 96% in America. So why are you surprised? I don't understand why you are surprised. America is a sophisticated society where the black population should be able to decide, oh, I like McCain, I like this, I like that. But 96% of them voted for Obama twice. Even when he didn't deliver the first time, they voted for him again. So it tells you that when people feel like this is their first time that they're having somebody come to represent them, they
To
will go
Nigeria,
overwhelmingly for that
don't say
candidate.
it's not 96% of black voters, not 96%
That's what
of
I'm
the
saying
black.
now. Black voters now.
And in addition, what you are expecting, that is why when we say some people are political strategists or they know how to play the game better than the other, you can see you are expecting that maybe in the north that okay, everybody will vote for Atiku. Why? That is the reason why Tinubu has been going to the north for more than 12 years, contribute financially, supporting, doing a lot of stuff, and that's why they tell
make himself popular.
It's not easy for you to win an election without bridges across the Niger. They know what they are saying. Anybody that want to win an election in Nigeria have to build bridges across the region, especially across 5 regions. Even if you say, okay, Southwest will not vote for me, then I must get Southeast and I must get South-South. Do you think they are supposed to look at the vote that come out from Akwa Ibom, from Cross River, and also from River State? Look at the vote that come from. If initially, if between Atiku and Tinubu, those votes would have gone to Atiku, and Atiku would have gone hands down. He would have been the president of Nigeria today, even not considering what happened. So so if you are a political side, you know how to plan your game and how to win voters to vote for you.
What do you think now? If P2B remained in PDP and Atiku didn't win and P2B won the ticket, do you think P2B would have been the president?
No,
they can't.
They never
Oh God!
You know what?
Oh my God! I don't know why you believe that kind of stuff you're saying.
I would tell you the truth.
P2B would be president right now if he was in PDP.
He can't. Not now. We never vote for P2B.
Yeah, right.
They will never vote for him. He will never win.
They will not.
He will
They
win.
will not.
See, can you imagine? They
will go fully. They will present Asiwaju if you choose Peter Obi.
Think about it now. Think about it. Think about it. He may not win.
Asiwaju and Peter Obi. They will choose Tinubu ahead.
They will choose Asiwaju.
No, remember Atiku will be campaigning for P2B then.
Forget it.
And PDP has the watchers too.
No.
See, do you know the gap between P2B, Labour Party, PDP, the gap that they gave APC? We are talking about APC won 37% of the vote.
Because they spread the vote.
Over 60%. And you think, come on, they would have, PDP would have won easily over 50% of the vote.
Kumi.
Yeah.
What you are doing is not the way to go about. You are just adding that okay, what Peter Obi and Atiku you join it together. It will not be like that. It won't be like that during the election.
I don't think it's going to be like that, but I think it's going to be enough for them to cross 50% first.
If you said Atiku and Asiwaju, Atiku will become president by now. But Peter Obi and Asiwaju will beat everything 100 times.
Peter Obi with somebody like Atiku supporting him fully.
Forget about Atiku
supporting him. He may lose some votes in the north, but he's going to still win the election. Now, I'm telling you, he's going to lose some votes. See, if somebody hold on. If somebody got about 62% of the vote between two of them right now, and one of them decides to back up, let's say they will lose some votes in the north. I don't think they are going to lose more than 12%. That on average, quite a 12% of the national vote they are going to lose just because you change presidential candidate. No, that's not going to happen. It means that they'll get to 50% first.
Can I come in, please? Someone want to come in, please. Let us hear more news vote.
Let's hear a new voice, please.
Okay. Are you guys the moderator now?
Because
we are moderating ourselves. Don't worry.
You are moderating yourself.
Go and sleep.
I purposely quiet now. I want you to argue very well. Let's hear from I think that is Akim, if I'm right.
Yes, that's good. Yeah, correct.
Yes.
Akim, welcome. You are just waking up.
If they wake me in the middle of the night, I know your voice. Yeah.
Yeah. So
yes. Let's hear from Akim.
I was listening to you guys. So, who Nigeria's argument doesn't add up? The question you need to ask, right?
It never add up now. His argument never add up now.
Of course, it never adds up. Go ahead. Make your point.
Even with Atiku as a northerner, on the ticket, right, for PDP, what is his performance in the North as it currently stands now?
He performed enough to win over 26% of the vote.
But let's say Akim.
Yeah,
If we say let
Akim land. Let Akim land.
Okay.
So even with Atiku as a Northerner on the ticket, he won more states, but he didn't win more votes than Tinubu did in the North. Go and look at the overall number coming out of the North. Atiku did not carry the North. So imagine a Southerner on the PDP ticket. He would have gone blown away in the North.
By how much is the question? By more than 12%. You know what 12% is in an election of the overall vote. He's going to lose by more than 12%. No, they will still cross 50% before the other side.
Let me explain something to you, right? Check the result from Kano State, where APC came second, right? And check what PDP got in that state. Check what Labour Party
120 something. PDP got 100.
Imagine, even when APC were coming second, they were still having huge amount of numbers. They were losing to Atiku by, in some cases, 10,000 votes. In like Katsina, in like Sokoto, they were losing with just bare minimum votes. So imagine if you then had a Southerner on the ticket, it would have been a landslide for APC in those regions. So
no, that's not how it works now. Even when Jonathan ran an election, the evidence does not support what you are saying. And remember, PDP was divided too. If PDP wasn't divided, their performance probably would have even increased. Atiku wasn't exactly a very popular candidate.
Southerner on the ticket. Tunaja, not with a South. Look, there was no Southerner that would have been Tinubu in that election.
Nobody. Okay, then how did Jonathan not get votes in the North? He did enough to win the election anyway.
When we talk about Jonathan is from the South. Obi is from the Southeast. And mind you, when Jonathan was there, before Jonathan became a president, he had the support of all the Northern people, especially from Obasanjo and the other Northern oligarchy. Now, this election, even if they call for a rerun, dynamics have changed. The Kwankwaso you are seeing now already in a line with and Atiku did not put off his spirit effort because this guy have already appointed a lot of people and everybody want to hold their base much more better than the last election. Of course, I did not see any rerun election. What the court will tell, in my own opinion, this is my opinion. What the court will tell you is very simple. The IRF or whatever.
Obi is not qualified.
No, I don't know. They will not disqualify any candidate. But what they will just tell you is that the IRF you are talking about is immaterial. The most thing that is material is that from EC8 from the polling unit.
Let me let you know how parties get their candidates elected.
Let me finish.
How long are you going for?
I am
this guy, you never stop. Let me finish. Just because you are talking, you have to carry on talking.
Give me like it's not up to 1 minute now. At least 1
minute.
1 minute.
I have listened to Supreme Court judges and I've listened to all the tribunal in Nigeria. All what they rely on, even in the case of Adeleke, they did not rely on IRF or whatever. They don't rely on the form ECA 8A. And remember when the Oyetola also printed out the result of something from the Beavers machine, they said that is not completed. That is not completed. That the completed one is what Adeleke presented in the Court of Appeal. And they said that was the genuine one. So I was expecting Obi in the petition to tell us that, in this state, I was churching by 200,000. In this state, Atiku vote was supercharged by 500,000. I was expecting to be proving it state by state, case by case. That is what they always do in the tribunal court. But it was not.
Remy, they were trying to discredit the election so that
I understand, but when you say discredit election, we are talking about substantial compliance to the.
Exactly.
Is the election? Does it have substantial compliance? If it's substantial, all those small in the whole of northern Nigeria, there is no irregularity. Only the Southeast and South or Southeast they were fighting, and that is not enough for you to cancel election because the total vote is about 24 million votes, and you are talking about nothing less than 500,000 votes. let's just say all the irregularities, 500,000 votes or maybe 200 or 300,000. The 500,000 votes, does it more than the vote the first candidate, Tinubu, win ahead of Atiku, which is about 1 million votes? So you can see. And then we talk about B, which is about over 2 million votes.
I think you've gone over 1 minute now. See, what I was saying
You
about...
will never believe, but
you've gone over 1 minute now. Come on, calm down.
To Niger.
Yeah.
And
hold on.
Let us compare.
Hold on, Simba, please. Hold on, please. Please, Sunaja, you the moderator now. Come on now,
we're
please.
just having,
No,
we're
no,
just
no,
self-regulating. We're just self-regulating.
No. Please, yeah,
It's
yes.
my
Simba.
turn now to talk
Yes,
now. He's been going on and on.
No. You guys are having good conversation. Don't let us let it go that south. Yeah.
30
Simba.
seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. What I want to say, the discussion between Akim and Tunaija. I have the result of 2011 election between Jonathan and Buhari, between a northerner and a southerner. And let me just read out the result in the north for you. Because Jonathan, as you are claiming, Jonathan did not score as much as you are claiming, Tunaija. In Adamawa State, he scored only 37% of the vote. In Bauchi, he scored 16%. Only 16% of the vote cast in Bauchi. In Jigawa, he scored only 36%. In Kano, he scored only 16%. In Katsina, he scored only 16% also. It was only in Kebbi that he scored more than Buhari in 2011. Only in the Kebbi state. Most of the votes that actually made Jonathan to win that election was actually from the south. So it's not going.
You just made my point. You just made my point. Look at compare all those numbers to what you claim P2B got from there now, and you see a devastating difference. That's what I'm trying to
kind of acceptance. Let me tell you, remember that Jonathan was an incumbent, and the kind of acceptance that Jonathan had, Obi did not have it.
It's not necessarily the case. See, that's the point I wanted to make earlier on. When a candidate wants to win a northern region, let's say a region where he's not from and it may not be very popular, what they tend to do is that they will campaign based on the party, not on the individual candidate. The areas where the individual candidate is very popular, they'll campaign based on the individual. That is how they manage to maintain the same level of support in different regions. And I'm telling you, if they do that with PDP, they are not going to lose more than 12% of the vote. In other words, they are going to cross 50% before APC.
That is not entirely true. It's not only about party for election. For election in Nigeria, it's also about ethnicity. Religion also factor in, and we also have different different groups that they have their own interest and what they are looking after. So actually, if this election is between the north and the south, and PDP, their house is in order, PDP would have won this election with Atiku, hands down, no problem. Everybody knows the truth. But unfortunately, the G5 were fighting with him, and Obi also pull out. And when Obi pull out, this is a very good chance for the Southeasterner to have the presidency. They put everything into it. Everybody knows the truth. They put everything, and they hype him, and that's why you think that, okay, maybe he would have won this election. But for some people, they know the voting pattern. The Northwest, APC were quite strong in Northwest. And they were also quite strong in Northeast. North Central, they are doing fine, they are okay. Do you know why Yoruba was able to garner some votes in Plateau and the rest? It's because at the end of the day, a lot of people were angry with APC and are angry with Buhari. And then towards the tail end of that election, the Naira swap really swayed a lot of people away from APC.
Because you're even getting it wrong. APC did far, far better in North Central.
I know they always do. I mean, for this last election, Plateau State goes to Obi now. and
Yes,
he was
they
competing.
They won 4. They won 4 out of 6.
Yeah, they
they
won
won
4.
the
And
same
Nasser, I
amount of.
think they played 2, and Nasarawa, it was quite competitive in Nasarawa. If I'm Benue or is it
They
Benue?
won the amount of
See,
state. The amount of
what,
state he won in
what,
Southwest.
what you are saying that Atiku was going to win if he ran on his own is not necessarily true.
No, you
Because
should not listen to me carefully. I said if there's no problem in PDP and it's
no,
their house
you're not. Yeah, I hear you, but hear the point I'm making first. The point I'm making is that first, we've already had a Northern and Fulani president in office, and the South during that, even before the primaries, the noise was that it has to be a Southern candidate, and even I was saying if it was Atiku, better to go with this thing. Whoever comes out of APC that is from the South, whether it's Tinubu or Osibanjo, they will want to vote for them. So it's not very clear cut that the South will not have shifted towards
ask yourself
APC.
this question. Ask yourself this question. With Tinubu going to the North more than 12 years or 15 years, supporting everything, did he even win most of the state in the North? At the end of the day, they still voted for Atiku. If PDP, their house has been intact and no problem, everything is okay, it would have been your president by now. So that is what we get.
It's not necessarily true. It's not necessarily true.
Because
you're not taking into account the feelings of Nigerians.
Listen. Your B is not on the ballot. He is not contesting. And then you guys are PDP. Do you think you vote for Tinubu? It's a lie. You vote for
Actually, no. See, that's crazy. No. You don't understand. Nigerians were in a place where they were just tired. That
no,
okay,
you guys vote.
You guys will vote for Atiku.
No, they won't. I can assure you they won't. I am telling you, I've not had one candidate that said they should be voting for Atiku. I'm telling you, see. If that happened, you know what Southerners are going to do? Enough is enough. We've had another Fulani president. The last thing they would need is 14 years of just Fulani leaders in Nigeria, and not even very good ones.
They won't vote for Tinubu. They will
vote
not.
For 18. No.
Hold on. Don't you know there is this rhetoric out there that Atiku is going to pave way for a Easterner president? They will vote for Atiku.
They are not buying that. They are buying it.
They are buying it. Why do you say they are not buying it?
I don't know why you are saying these things. I'm telling you, the conversation that was being had during that time, nobody wanted Atiku. Nobody's looking to vote for Atiku. No matter what happens, the way people were looking at that, why do you think Wike turned against his party? Wike went as far as supporting APC, beat Tinubu, because he says no matter what, the presidency has to come to the South.
Do you know Pius Ayim?
Of course.
Yeah, you know there's some other Eastern big power politicians that they contested the primaries with Atiku. All those states there, those guys came from, they voted for Atiku in the primaries. All those Southeastern states, they voted for Atiku, leaving their own son.
They don't vote for their own. They don't vote for their own.
If Obi is not on the ballot totally and their house is in order, of course they will.
Even before
they won't vote for Atiku. I don't know why you just want to believe it. They won't.
Let us remember that before Asiwaju win the primary ticket, Southeasterners they're already campaigning against him. Don't let us deceive ourselves here.
I'm telling you, if they don't have any option, they will be more split than ever. They will vote for. I can assure you that even Edo will go for this in. Let's say it's Tinubu, they will go for Tinubu. All of them because they don't have a choice.
Because Obaseki is Atiku he's Atiku boy.
It will be
he's under PDP.
Will win.
You people forgot. You people forgot it. You see how quickly people forget stuff. Just 6-7 months ago, 8 months, people were like Fulani issue in Nigeria. It was so big. You can't. They'll say the conspiracy of Fulanis. And you think Nigerians were ready to elect another Fulani in office again?
No, Southeast will not go that way.
So Southern candidates will go for any Southern candidate.
Could we see this scenario? See all those Southeastern politicians that contested the APC primaries during the election. APC primaries. All of them went back to APC, went back to Southeast. None of them campaigned for APC. They did not campaign for Tinubu at all. Even during that, Zokali that.
Ingige.
See,
Wiggy
did
don't
the,
even
did the
campaign for.
Southeast vote for the northern candidate? The Southeast voted for this in
But
this
Tinubu
what
is
they call it, Jonathan.
Southern candidate
When it
now.
came to the time, the Southeast did not vote for this thing, what they call him, Obasanjo. So when it comes to voting for this thing,
So when you talk about
southern
Obasanjo,
candidate, they do
do
vote
you
for
think
southern candidate when they find one.
in that election of Obasanjo and Olufalaye, who do you think Yoruba are supporting?
They're
I
supposed to
don't know.
follow him.
No, I
Of
asked you
Of
first.
course, they will support Olufalaye now because
And then
Olufalaye.
you vote for voted for Obasanjo, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
I didn't vote in the
You
election,
will never
but
vote.
I didn't vote in the election. I'm saying the Southeast and the South generally vote for a southern candidate when they see one.
No, what I'm trying to put across to you is this. I'm sorry to say this, but to me, this is the reality. The Southeast will always vote against Yoruba interests because we
I'm
are
telling
not
you.
voting for Obasanjo that time, and you guys voted for Obasanjo, which is fair. It's a politics, and he became the president, and he elected a lot of you guys into ministerial position and so many juicy positions. That is why the Andy Brown brother came into being.
You really have your own way of looking at things, but you might. I don't
No,
know.
no,
All I
no.
can say is what I know.
No, I am telling you the truth, but the truth is very bitter, and you don't want to hear the truth. That's the problem.
They don't want to accept now.
See, believe me, truth is my best friend. I like truth very much because I know.
But you don't accept anyone here. You don't accept
because yours is not actually true. It's not based on proper evidence.
Really?
Yeah, it's not. Why would I accept it when it's not based on proper
I'm
evidence?
not asking you to accept it, but I am telling you.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me hold on 1 second, right? Even during the campaign, during the election campaign, you see these politicians, they are not stupid, they are not fools. They have all the data in front of them. They work with data as well. You hear several times Festus Keyamo on a national television will tell you that the reason APC was going to win that election was because of Peter Obi. On several occasions, Keyamo made such statement during that election. Not after the election, before the election, he was saying it. He said, in fact, he will ask Tinubu to invite Obi for his inauguration. He said because without Peter Obi, they would not have won that election. And all APC, every APC members, majority of them, acknowledge that Obi's involvement in that election was the only reason they could have won that election.
I think that is see, maybe he's right in terms of within the numbers himself. What is not countenancing is that thank goodness Peter Obi showed up, because what could have happened in Nigeria right now, God knows what could have happened, because the two candidates were terrible for Nigeria.
You are going there. You are going there. Yeah.
Nothing will happen.
No.
You
should.
keep saying that. Keep saying that. Nothing will happen.
Come and Remy, try and reason with what Tunaja is saying. What Tunaja is saying is that
one voice, please, guys. One voice, please.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. What Tunaja is saying that if Peter Obi did not participate in that election, it could have been another 8 years for another Northerner, and it could have been a disaster for the Southerner. I think that's what you are saying, Tunaja.
Yes, and it will lead to a serious instability in the country, serious one. That you when you are talking about the way people were going on about Fulani even before the election, and then they go and select two old candidates. The people don't have any choice to go for another candidate anymore. People will lose their mind. The youth will lose their mind.
You guys, you are partially right. There might be some crisis, but you know Nigeria,
things will not go normal
for what they have. Sometimes when they started giving some there were a lot of turncoat in the southern part of Nigeria, and that really played out after they did not give that mandate to Abiola at that time. And we know some of our leaders in Yoruba land are turncoat, and they change like weather. So all these things you are saying here, if he had won Atiku, there will be crisis, but after some time everything will simmer down and people will move on.
Not this generation.
No,
don't let us lie to ourselves.
The youth will never have accepted it.
Yeah, we know.
They needed an outlet.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Yeah. Kumi, you are saying, what will the youth do? Tell me.
Thank you.
If Atiku won this election, what? Don't even say youth. What will Nigeria do?
Okay. Let me give you one or two examples. During the
forget about example, man.
No, Sunday.
What will Nigeria do?
No, I'm coming. I'm ready.
Yeah.
yeah, during the Sunday Igboho period, do you know how many truck, a lot of nocturnal businesses that went down or job? I can we see it's just because they are not on the social media. The elite, nocturnal elites know that if this power don't come to South, there will be a problem. I can't lie to you.
Yeah, there will be
They
a
know.
problem in the South, not in the
Yes,
not in Nigeria, in the
yes,
South.
in the South.
And it
And where,
will affect the
where did they
entire
make
country.
where did they make the money? They
One,
make the
one
money in the
voice
South.
now. One
Yes,
voice now, please.
okay.
Please.
They make the
Let
money.
Kumi land, please.
They make the money in the South, especially Lagos, the elites from northern region. It's not maybe they want to leave the power. No. But they see the condition after election problem. And if they force anything, it's not gonna, because South is they're already in power, they're already saying they want to go. And some people will promote sponsor Yoruba too.
Yes.
And
Yes.
we'll start having a lot of issues.
Yes. So I
If this
totally
power,
agree.
if this power don't come to South, there will not be peace. I can't lie to you. We cannot deceive ourselves anymore. I support Buhari because I know the power is coming back to South. I don't support Buhari because of God's sake.
But Kumi,
Yes.
will there is no peace? If there is no peace, will that dethrone Atiku as the president
It
of
will
the
not dethrone
nation?
Atiku, but there will not be peace now. They will force everything.
So
As usual.
he's still the
What makes
president. He's
what
still
makes
the
it he can't
president.
see if the nation
As
is
usual, they will
unstable,
force.
it's more
But
likely to be
don't let
overthrown
us
by a
forget
military
that
regime.
everybody already clamoring that they want to leave. And you know, imagine Yoruba and Igbo now. Everybody are the noise is now okay. We want to leave. Even the pressure will be too much. There will not be any. We will not have any good government anymore. I cannot lie to you. Asiwaju will sit down with all he invest in putting poor people in power, and they will play that game. They will play me. They will play me out of the politics from North.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
I want to ask you a question. Remember, the vice president candidate of Atiku is from the South.
Yes.
So how do you think the South? Do you think they will go along with the Southeast?
They will go because they have already benefited from what is going on. I'm talking about Southeast and Southwest.
You mean they will follow Atiku?
They will follow Atiku because politics is a game of interest.
So only the South. Okay, hold on. Only the South and Southeast will be fighting for maintaining crisis.
Southwest
and
Southeast. Yes.
Thank you. Now, if our Atiku, what I just need to do to Southwest, especially Southwest, just send out all these soldiers to Southwest, and it's over.
But for how long, soldier?
As long as
we are not in 1993.
No, you are just talking.
I will be among the people that will be in embassy.
Of course, you are going to protect, but I'm not praying for this. But if some casualty happens,
that's the thing we go happen now. But now, do we have peace? Okay, do we have peace or we don't have peace now? When they bring the power to South,
we have a relative peace.
That's what I'm talking about.
Relative peace now.
If they force that power to North, there will be no peace.
So that is why you can see how things pans out at the end of the day. The hero of this life,
especially the elite from the northern, they will lose.
Guys, hold on, please. You can't talk over each other. Please,
businessman.
Remy is still talking, then you're talking over him. You can't talk on each other now.
Kobe, you can see the hero of this past election are the northern governors.
Yes.
If not because of them, Nigeria would be in trouble. We must also say thank you to Mr. Obi for coming out. Because
yes, thank you to Mr. Obi.
And also we also have Mr. Wike, which is co-out for also fighting with Mr. Atiku. Because I will not lie to you, Buhari does not want to give it to Tinubu. He wants to give it to
100%. I agree.
So we must say the truth. That is why all these
Buhari is ready to give it to Northern now. He doesn't care how
he want to do that to spite the Yoruba and the Southeast. Because he knows that they don't love him. And then the way Tinubu was also talking, he thought that he is more better than Tinubu. He sees Tinubu as not totally claimed. But when he needs his help, he uses it. So that means that Buhari is a terrible human being. You use him,
because there was a time when we have Lamadeshino as a governor, there was a Fulani issue in somewhere in Barakpa or somewhere, and Buhari come to that meeting. Buhari is addressing Yoruba, say, why you guys are killing our people? Lamadeshino comforted him, said, no, nobody's killing your people. We are all Nigerians. You understand me? I always hold that thing since that time. But politics is a game.
Yes,
it's a game. Politics is a game.
Thank you.
If we don't support Buhari, it's not gonna be easy to come to our side too. That's what Southeast need to learn about the politics game. You understand me? It's a game, and the politics is a game of interest. We cannot hide all these things. If Asuwaju is not there, all this appointing Yoruba or no, he's not gonna appoint them. Nobody. You can't expect someone from South appoint Yoruba. That's the game of politics.
Yes. And apart from that, you can see that.
Let me land this. I want to invite AY. AY has been quiet. Yeah.
And if you see this last election and before this last one, if Tinubu have not supported Buhari, Buhari would not have won twice. And Buhari play a dangerous game in this. You know what he's doing? His heart and his body was not totally with Tinubu. But luckily for Tinubu, the family member of Buhari, like his wife and his other, they are with Tinubu because they knew what Tinubu have done for their husband or for their family. And because this woman is also fighting with a Buhari cousin, that Daura Mama, that has a big control over our president, over Buhari that time. So everything just plays out for Tinubu. So when you look at it, he played his game strategically, and everything also works well for him. Now, appointing special advisor now, it is his own prerogative because you must appoint. What I think Tinubu is doing is that these are all my special advisor. I will appoint my ministers. When a minister bring a program on my table, my special advisor will also venture, be an expert in that field, which is good for him. So he can have a second opinion on everything they want to do. So I think because he has been a governor, he knows how everything plays out. In fact, to be frank with you, I think we are lucky to have people like Tinubu become the president of Nigeria. He's highly educated. He knows what he wants. He's well focused. So the election that took place this year is the true reflection of voters. Give and take, minus 2 or 3%. There might be some other because it cannot be perfect. But the irregularity, is it enough to cancel the election? Is capital no. Does the election conform with the laid down rules and regulation? Totally 95%. Because if you talk about not uploading the IRF cannot even constitute 5% because IRF is not part of what we should recognize. It's just for viewing portal. It's just a viewing portal. Because at the end of the day, what INEC will collate is that from EC8, from state to the state collation center, that's what they took to Abuja. And they will cross-check it one by one because before they announce the state result in the National Collation Center. So when you look, this guy won fair and square. It was quite competitive in the northern part of the country, neck in neck with Atiku. He won 4 states out of 6 states in the north central. He won 4 states in southwest. In south-south, I think he won 1 and competitive in 2 or 3 like that. And the southeast is called 0. So what are we talking about? He has more than the spread in about 29 or 30 states of the federation. And the people that took him to court, the judges are not stupid too. They are human beings. It's you that you are complaining it's your mandate. Did you have the spread? No spread, no majority vote, nothing. And when you are telling the tribunal, you are not telling them I was cheated out of 500,000 votes here or 400,000 votes there. You are just talking about what compliance are we talking about here? The people go there.
Remy, thank you. Let's hear from AY too. AY, do we have AY? I have 2 videos for you guys to react on. We call it.
AY is usually quiet. You're usually quiet this morning. AY.
Please kindly like, share, and subscribe. Everyone listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You are the only one that give me some accolade this morning. Help me propagate before you move on. Offering time, blessing time, blessing time, offering time. Yeah, we expect your super chat. So we respect that. Keep them coming in. Yeah, Ewa.
All right. So, I've been hearing to Nigeria the sides on the code facts of this election. The truth is, if Peter Obi was not involved in this election, there will have been a possible disintegration of Nigeria. Really, the only thing that has not really moved Nigeria to dissolve is people from the southwest, because they've not ever agitated so much, to pull out. The day people from the southwest join this agitation, then we can tell that Nigeria will disintegrate. However,
but we already have the Yoruba nation now.
No. When I say power movers, what I mean power movers, the people agitating are not really power movers. And if
AY, don't mind Thomas. I can Igboho or the way Igboho will be the one championing our own nation for us. Igboho,
illiterate for that matter.
As civilized as the Southwesterner, as literate as we are in the Southwesterner, is Igboho that will champion our nation for us.
Are we joking?
I'm serious. So
that guy is very joking, man.
Igboho is a joke. It's not even beside people like us. It's a joke. Even people a Southwestern graduate that just graduated. Did Igboho go to school? They were asking, "What are your credentials?" Did he go to school? He didn't see the 4 walls of university, so there's nothing he can talk that even me, someone like me, will listen to him. He doesn't have a stand. Well, because in Southwest, what we ask you is, what are your credentials? Did you go to school? Did you go to school? No. So when people like Afe Babalola will start talking, people like
a tout will not be our agitator. President, Igboho president, Igboho for president. MC Oluoma will not be the MC Oluoma will be the governor of Lagos State. Then auxiliary will be the one in Oyo. We're in trouble.
Even they themselves, they know their place. We don't need to tell them their place. They know their place. But imagine if someone like Tinubu, a well-renowned leader, and some other leaders, Oshoba and all that, and they begin to make those pronouncements. There's nothing we will not fight like these people. We will go through the legal means,
normal process,
and they will not stop it. No constitution, no military will not even come. You know the way we are. Even if Buhari says it deploys military presence, we will go through the laws and the international.
Hey, are you getting proud now? Are you getting proud now, Yoruba people?
We're not proud. We are just saying the reality. But the truth is, thank God, Buhari's body language was not for Tinubu. No, and I can tell you that the power, people still don't know that the power struggle is still going on. The truth is, let me tell you what they wanted to do. They know that Tinubu is coming with restructuring. He's going to restructure that country. I won't be surprised. Don't be surprised if you have a brand new constitution. When I mean brand new constitution, we are going to get that. And do you know why they were trying to stop that? Even after Tinubu had won the election, the cabals in the north knew that their hands are tied and they are trying everything to frustrate the governments. You notice that's why they sponsored Yari to contest the Senate presidency.
Yes, you're right.
Do you know that the power play is they want to force a rerun so that a Northerner will sit as the Senate president? And if there is a rerun, let's say they force a rerun, a Northerner is sitting as the Senate president. You know, the Northerner Senate president will assume the position of presidency at that time, right? When there is a rerun. And technically, power is back to the north. Do you understand? So people don't know that. That's why Tinubu, and if you still know, for us to know, Tinubu is really dealing with Yari. DSS arrested him a few days ago, invited him, because Tinubu is not done with him. Because Tinubu understands that cabal, that space is still breathing. they don't want emancipation of Nigeria. They don't want it. I'm still saying it. They don't want it. And one will say progressive. When they say the North voted for Tinubu, the North is divided into two now. People don't understand. There are the progressives in the North, and there are still the conservatives in the North. El-Rufai is part of people. Notice that people that had come to the West or Northerners that come to the South, related with the South, and they can compete intellectually with the South, when they move back to the North, they turn to something like progressive North.
Yes.
That's why El-Rufai
someone
was
like Ribadu, Shetima.
No, someone like Ribadu, someone like Shetima. There is emancipation that no, this thing is not right. And you know, if El-Rufai comes frontally and say this thing is not right, we are not practicing. You see people like El-Rufai come out and say we are not practicing true federalism. It eats the entire base of the North, because they know that when we start practicing true federalism, resource sharing and all of that, people that are not, if you are not competitive, you'll be at a disadvantage. Some people don't want that. And I can tell you people that are in that class, people like Not Elders Forum, people like this Akim Baba Ahmed, because in the right sense of true federalism, sorry to say, that guy should not be talking to us in the media for us to listen at all. At all. People like that are not meant to have power at all. People cannot imagine how someone migrated all the way from their country. Their father migrated into Nigeria and he rose to power.
From Mauritania.
Yes, Mauritania, and start having that power over people that originally owned the land. And they will still say, you will still come and say the North did not do this. Who are you to talk for the North? Because you are not originally from the North. So people don't understand, and it's just the face. There are many other faces. So how did those kind of people rise to the point where they control our political system? So we should know that if you can think through it, it should give us an idea of the kind of rough that is in our political system. So looking at that, they have to restructuring. You can't tell me somebody, an average person, will be giving birth to 20 grandchildren, 60 grandchildren, without what is funding it. If something is not funding it, you can't tell me you'll be giving birth like that. No matter what they say, you can't be giving back like that. So that's the truth. And Tinubu is coming with it.
Yeah.
The thing is, let's not think Tinubu is in charge of the judiciary. They planned that there will be a rerun. But I can tell you, if there is a rerun today, Tinubu will still win that rerun.
Oh, there is not going to be a rerun because Tinubu is not.
Let's say that they were.
So he will also control everybody that is controllable. Everybody.
No. Don't you are undermining the. Do you know what happened in this National Assembly? The National Assembly, the opposition minority is Wike's camp. Yes. Majority is Tinubu's camp.
Yes. The power is totally out.
North is in the way, like, sorry to say, those kind of conservatives like Kambuwa and all of that, they are out. And they're trying to find their way in. Yeah. Look at the senator that was saying that he influences his wife for judgment. How did that kind of person get to be a president of a court of appeal? Look at what we are. We don't know how we think the judiciary cannot be. Do you know the kind of power struggle before a Satana became a CJN?
Yes, that the present one.
Yes, this present one. Do you know the power struggle?
That one of the before, or what is
so, do you know that it was Tanko that studied Sharia law? I respect his career. I respect him. But look at it in a real sense of it. Is Sharia law part of our constitution? Other day, this Sheritor Yerima said that Tinubu should start talking to bandits. Why?
Imagine.
Crush what is crushable.
AY, 1 minute, please. Do you guys notice there's a lot of things going on in Zamfara State and Taraba State? The gold mine again. You understand me? All the former states and the present state, they are making a lot of money from the gold mine.
When do you
And
think?
they realize that
How do you think Yari? How do you think he got money to fund his own Senate president?
And they know Asiwaju is coming from those.
His state is poor. Zamfara state, they are poor, right? Look at the multidimensionally poor people. They are poor, right? They are. What is their IGR? What is his pension like?
Yeah.
Which business is he doing to be able to raise that amount of dollars?
The
to be
guy
able to
already
fund his
mixed.
presidency?
So, AY, the guy, they already mixed something. And that's one thing I also don't like Buhari about. He played too much double standard.
That's why they missed
and everything supposed to be going to the federal government port. But if we look at the right side, at the other side, look at what is going on, even in our so-called Oshun, that all, let's call it spade is spade. Even some of our leaders, they are terrible leaders. Even
Oni of Ife too. He's making a lot of money from that gold mining.
When you look at Southwest,
Remy, let me tell you, before that Osun River, if you are conversant with Oshogbo, is a very clean river that you see. If you go there, if you get to Osun River now, it's like mud.
Yeah, because
it will be flowing like mud. And it's from Elisha that one is coming from the gold mine in Elisha.
And you know that Osun is, if not Osun or Ekiti, they are the poorest in the Southwest. The people, look at the people there, sir. The people are highly educated in Osun too. But I'm sorry if you are from Osun. Sometimes I wonder what is wrong with the people in this state, sir. You look at the person they are chosen to be their governor. And you look a lot of that state, if they love themselves, that gold deposit they have in Osun, if the state can harness it very well, they have more than enough money to develop that state. But what do they have? They don't know more than petition, backbiting. Sometimes we Yoruba, we should also talk to ourselves. This election is an eye-opener. Before, I also have a liberal mind. I thought that everybody you should choose whatever you like. But this election taught me a good lesson. It's like choose your people first. Because if you cannot choose your people first, look at them. They are choosing their people first before other people. And we will be saying, I'm liberal-minded, I'm highly educated. Forget it. What Tinubu is doing is okay. I hope God can give him the strength and the wisdom to rule Nigeria, because Nigeria is a very complex. It's not easy. And unfortunately, for the last 3 decades, it's a lot of misrule, and there is not a lot of job opportunities like for our youth. Even if you are being trained them, so many problems, so many issues that he has to deal with.
More than 4,000 ghost workers in Aso Rock. More than 4,000.
Do you know something?
More than 4,000 ghost workers.
Have you seen Tinubu's cabinets? You see that.
You have not seen. They have not released that.
Look at Buhari Buhari's time. I wanted to make a comparison. Do you know during Buhari's times you had a lot of people occupying positions inside Aso Rock? You don't know what they are really doing inside Aso Rock.
4,000 ghost workers in Aso Rock. 4,000. Each person are collecting 4 million. 4 million. 4 million. That's why now. So what they terminate all the payments. They first of all terminate everything.
Yeah. They put it on hold.
Yeah, they put everything on hold. Akume put everything on hold first.
So, AY, I want you to confirm this. I'm hearing that.
We are talking about we don't need. Are you sure? Kumi, are you sure those things that Buhari did was deliberate? I saw the guy. I think what I think he doesn't know exactly. He doesn't know. He's not aware. He's not aware of his environment.
Yeah,
it's not true. Well, don't tell me.
No, it's true. It's true. Buhari don't know too much.
Do you know that Buhari's in Nigeria political space today? Buhari is still relevant. Buhari is still talking.
He's still talking.
Because Buhari is still making some decisions. Like now, one of the things I read is there is a very big fight between Tinubu gave Buhari the impetus to nominate for Katsina, and there's a very big fight on that. The governor of Katsina wants someone else, Ibrahim Masari wants someone else. Tinubu wants someone that is young and sharp. And all these old cabals of Buhari are not letting him having a free hand to say he should nominate. Imagine they want to the aviation minister that had this issue with Nigerian here. It's still in the picture. So
No,
if we,
that one is already out of it because he has
don't say it's
but they are playing pressure.
Now juju. Is it juju that they be used? That one is not possible. Even if they use juju, it will not work.
That one is another entirely new person is okay, but that guy, I'm not saying he's done fairly okay. Give it to him because we cannot say it's a total failure. I don't accept that because some of these airports were built during his time. And also,
I'm not saying Buhari is a failure. Don't get me wrong.
No, I'm not talking about Buhari. I'm also talking about that.
The man, aviation.
No, listen, I'm not saying they are failures. What I'm saying is there can be clogs in the wheel because of their.
That is politics for you. Politics is a game of people that they don't want him to be successful, so that they will have something against him. So what I want to confirm here is I'm hearing that maybe minimum wage will be pushed to around 55 to 60,000, and Tinubu is going to concede more 5% in federal allocation to state, so that means the state will now have more money than the federal government.
They already have it now. Do you have access to the last allocation?
No, I'm talking about the sharing percentage. You want to concede more to the state, so that
so it will not be like 47 to 53 or so.
So the state will have more. So this way, you will be able to handle the government. That I think you are handling more money. What are you doing in your state? Because don't let us deceive ourselves. The major problem we have in Nigeria is the state governors. But Nigerian people, they don't know that. They always think everything.
They don't. There's no focus on them. There's no focus on the state.
They always focus on the president. Yeah,
and which is wrong because if you focus on your governor, you will. I cannot believe that the same core Otom is.
Let me give you an example.
8 months salary to Benue worker, 8 months, never pay nothing.
Remy, in Kwara State, after the removal of the subsidy, he asked the workers to be coming to work for 3 days. Yes, they immediately received the allocation, this last allocation. And usually Kwara State used to get like between 2 to 3 billion every month as their normal allocation. This time around, they got over 5 billion naira. That is the one for the state, it's excluding local government, over 5, almost close to 6 billion. That's what they got. So immediately he asked the workers to be coming 5 days. That means he's ready to increase their salary. That is what he said. That is not ready. Yes.
They will increase the minimum wage, and luckily for Tinubu, he can get some buses not from Nigeria, maybe from China.
Tinubu is not ready. That's the Remy. We are
making a mistake. Remy, they should not. Tinubu should.
About palliative for people.
Remy.
Responsible for palliative. Let's be honest with ourselves. It should be.
What I'm trying to say, Simba, sorry, what I'm trying to say is that if you leave it for this governor and you give them more money for allocation to buy, they will not buy or they will pocket it.
No, governor, go and check what Governor Zulu did now. Governor Zulu is already.
It's not. I will not. Remy.
Yeah.
Remy, let us remember what has happened in the past. Government dabbling into buying buses will never work. Believe me. We have tried it during Jonathan regime. In fact, they did it like a PPP something. They gave it to the you can see even NLC. They had their own that federal government gave them that time. That's how you see it. Labor Boss and URTW, RT, rating, and all those things. All those buses have disappeared. So we have to learn from the past. It will never work. Buying buses will never work.
I understand, Simba. Kumbi, are you there, Kumbi?
Yeah, I'm here.
That means I know you are from your state, right?
Yeah, I'm from Oyo State.
Then we are in deep trouble. That state will never develop. You guys just go to Ibadan. If you go to Nigeria, just visit Ibadan. It's an nice.
I don't know.
I'm from Oyo State, but
engineer.
The people are come and see Okada. It's almost Okada. All the Okada
engineer is just manipulating them. I'm paying salary. Salary. That guy is just
You know,
that.
you know what I did yesterday? Yesterday when I was free, I was watching the YouTube of Akwa Ibom because there is this.
Oh my God,
Kenya
Akwa
girl,
Ibom
African tigress.
Okay, African
Akwa
tigress.
Ibom
Yeah, I
to
followed
Abuja.
the
And I saw Abuja from the airport. Abuja is beautiful.
even Akwa Ibom.
Akwa Ibom is super clean and beautiful as well.
Southwest, we are very far. Even Lagos State is not beautiful. In the road, though, I'm talking about road, though. Akwa Ibom, go and see road.
Akwa Ibom is well planned. Everything
Clean.
is in order, extremely clean. Not even clean, extremely clean. The same thing with Abuja. Not just opposite with your Osun or maybe even
Oyo State is worse.
I don't know. I don't know what is going on.
No. Where last did you be? Have you been to Osun, Remy?
I know that Lagos did a lot of wonders, but
No. If you get to Osogbo, you will not be seeing what you are seeing. Osogbo is not
okay. I know that this also did something nice, but I'm sure that maybe.
But Oyo State, we are seeing Oyo State on TV every day now. Nothing. Our engineer never. As an engineer now, we're supposed to see good infrastructure everywhere now.
Do you know that
good building? Go and see what this guy did. This engineer did. The former Ebonyi State governor. Ebonyi State governor. Go and see. He's the engineer now. Go and see one that the guy did in Ebonyi State now. He make a good road. Everything well standard. Show me anything.
I don't know you guys. If you can see when you see they show Lagos on TikTok. Come and see the landscape from the sky. You will love it. It's very beautiful. But they dare not show Ibadan. Please don't show Ibadan that way. Because
you can't even try it. No, everywhere just congested. Maruwa, Mikra, Okada. Everywhere is just no direction. No any direction. No direction anymore. See, I'm
where did they get all those small vehicles, all those micros they are using?
I don't know. They should just ban that one, yourself.
Oh my God.
And to me, they've been using it for long, and the other states, they refuse to even buy that idea. You will never see it in any other state. It's only in Oyo that you see that micro.
That thing is rubbish.
You see that small micro? They are parking 3 people at the back. And one
can you imagine
making it 5 or 6 people at some time? Can you believe that? That's small one. And the people are so. And when you drive, there is Okada in front, behind, left, and right, and everybody.
Sometimes I just think that they hype themselves too much. They are not smart. They are themselves in politics.
It's not about politics anymore.
They just hide themselves. They are not smart. They are not smart at all.
It's totally terrible.
No, engineer don't do anything.
The same company, you cannot know that same.
So is Thomas still around? Is Thomas still around?
He's sleeping now. He's not talking.
Remy, the thing is, okay, let me
because he said he wanted to play 2 videos and he's not even talking again.
The thing is, what we're exposing, this the truth is, this time that Tinubu's administration, it will expose a lot of governors. Tinubu is not, it will expose a lot of governors because Tinubu will always communicate. I was listening to their essay on revenue on channels yesterday, and as I was listening, what I noticed about Tinubu is the guys working with him, they will expose the situation the way it is.
And they
will make people know where the problem is. If you're complaining about roads, look at Tinubu. Look at Tinubu's move now. Tinubu administration is making a move under FEMA now to repair all the 36,000 roads, 36,000 kilometers of road. So Tinubu does not mind having labor, and they would do that using direct labor. They are not giving out contract. Direct labor. If you want to work with FEMA, apply. They will. You understand, Remy? Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So they are doing that through using direct labor, maintenance of roads. And you know that what does it take to maintain roads? 36,000 kilometers. If you have 5,000 workers, 3,000 workers, you can split them and they work over the course of 3 months. Roads are repaired. at least for people for at least for cars to be to ply on those roads, right? Hello. So if
I'm
Tinubu
listening.
under 1 year, if Tinubu under 1 year could start addressing issues of roads, and the roads are built to standard, the way we know Tinubu built roads, and they are built, the contracts are signed, sealed, and delivered as at when due, governors will not have any place to hide again about doing 2 kilometers of road for 6 months. It pains me with Oyo State. All the projects the guy said started in first term, he didn't finish anyone. The only thing he shouts, he didn't finish them. The only thing he shouts is, "Oh, money shy." The only thing I know, money is sharing road. If you want to say anything, how much? How many kilometers is that road?
And if they don't say money, yes, and they will say, "Look at challenge. We already
challenge."
Bust up. It pains me a lot. Like
they manipulate my people. They manipulate my people. I don't know.
I'll be like, is this guy really? You think we are
do
joking?
you know why he was able to win his second time? Is because of the agreement he had with Tinubu. Tinubu winning Oyo State and just a payback count for him because he's a member. They just strategized very well. He was strategized.
That's the game. He did that very well.
And then they agree. Okay,
he played the political. Who helped him? He's Wike.
Yes.
Wike
and at the same time, APC already divided into 2 or 3 in Oyo State after the death of this man.
Adelabu, Ajumobi.
They are divided into 3. We have the Adebu to go to Accord. And that Senator Folani, he has
Remy, let's change the top. Yeah. Let's we have 2 videos, we listen to them, we'll call it a day. Okay. Yeah, let me just play the video. I don't even know the video. Yeah. Let's listen to the video then. Yeah.
When a woman loves you, you have to be careful of your freedom and liberty with other women. Hello? Listen. It's not jealousy. Our God is a jealous God. So you are a married man. Be careful whether they are married or single. There are things that as a married man you have to be careful, because if somebody loves their same thing, it's like, no. Hey, my baby. Everybody's your baby, and your wife is like, hey, at the airport, I get baby. Hello? You are a married man, you are giving somebody else a nickname. So somebody else has a nickname you used to call them. It's not a crime, it's not a sin, but I'm telling you, love is so sensitive that if somebody really loves you, all those things are like, so this person will have a nickname. Hello? So there are boundaries you must not cross. Once you get engaged, there are some things you must not do. Hello?
Yeah, second one.
I'm here with Miss Oma. Miss Oma. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Today I came to see Miss Oma because I received an SOS call from her, saying she wants to kill herself or commit suicide. All right. I spoke to her father. I've been talking to her father, and she now called me, and she said that, and I was worried, and I have to leave Asaba down to Niwi, and I met her, and I also encourage her, not to, take her own life because of what has happened. Mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. We have people today wait for government to wait for their result. They see them, and so sometimes we let go for most of those things. So if person do bad and they come say, I'm sorry, I do bad, I'm gonna forgive you, I think it's better let it go. And please, from what she has said, I asked her, because me, I've been on going to issue of result fake or not fake. We all support them when that thing happen. I even made a post on my page, but now we don't debate. Say I don't want enough verse to say we support something we will not investigate. Everybody will support them. All of them will support them. I beg, no gonna forgive and let go. You understand? As you don't discover the truth. So for me, why I'm here, because I don't want her to just go and kill herself because of what has happened. Mistakes happens. there's no perfect man, perfect woman. But I beg, she has promised to come to the public and apologize. Tender apology.
But mistakes always happen. But one thing in life is how do you correct mistakes when it happens. Understand? I heard your story. I heard what happened. We also protect you from doing everything that was happening. But at this point, you need to protect your mental health. Your parents need to be with you, your relative and everybody. Including us too. Most of us, nobody is perfect. There's no perfect human being. But thank God we have all our lessons. So we are with you, no matter how it is.
Hello, Thomas.
The video, I think the rest of the video is not playing. Yeah, but I think we get the gist of. I want to start with Prince Daddy if it is there. Uh, 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 do you have Prince Daddy? Yeah. Let me just line it up. I understand the place of he has confessed, he has apologized, but any person that is pleading for May Summer, anybody that mention our politician too, they are a fraud. That person is not a genuine person. Any plea that he pleaded for this lady, he has thrown it in the bin. That is just my belief. Yeah. What do you think, Prince Daddy?
Thomas, just to support you,
Yeah,
you
Thomas.
know
Yeah.
the guy that is fake.
Yeah, let's hear from Prince Daddy. Yeah. So, what do you think about this lady now? They said this lady wants to commit suicide. The guy that went there said all the politicians too, they are fraud. So we should forget Miss Summer or forgive her rather. Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, based on what has happened, the immensity of what has happened is not far from, it's not far fetched. I mean, it's big now. I mean, she's international. She's a worldwide. Everybody, most people, especially overseas, they know about what happened. It faces, plague. It's everywhere, pretty much. I believe it. And I know sometimes people make fun of Dupsy about someone being traumatized. She's traumatized right now, no doubt. I know Simba was saying, well, because somebody planned something deliberately, took their time, were very calculating. It doesn't mean that person at the end of the show can have remorse for their action. Yeah, we call her, she's a young lady. That is fine, but still, yeah, I believe. I mean, for whatever reason she did it, and I think we figured that out. We figured out the racket that she was trying to embezzle people, individuals, businesses, or the state, the government for money. That was a racket. But I still maintain my position, though. I think a couple of people also answered the question. I think the only crime she's committed is against the states, that is, and individuals if they choose to go after her legally. But if they choose to ignore her, like in Wanyang or whomever, innocent mortals or individuals that have given them money, they can choose to ask for their money back or take legal course. The state of Anambra, or the government or the governor, they too can go after her, I guess, only though if the attorney general wants to persecute her. But if not, they can let it go. But Jam, okay, they don't really have a case against her. They've taken that action because I think, which is fine, because she smeared the name of Jam in this process, and they've taken the action to ban her from taking Jam in the next 3 years. But I still maintain that Ms. Summer's result is legitimate, meaning that
Jam did not come out to say she cheated, so she has not cheated. And in this case, there are 4 parts to it. 4 parts. One is counterfeiting. The other one is one second.
The question. Can I on this before you move on? Okay. I wanted to ask you that.
Hope you know that beyond your exam writing, beyond releasing results, JAMB still has the obligation to send your results to your prospective schools, right? Now, if JAMB is saying that they are banning every activity around around Ms. Omar's candidacy, how do you think, with this your postulation, understanding, so do you think JAMB should still go ahead and forward her details, her credentials to the school that she wants to seek admission?
Absolutely. Let me touch on that. This case,
hold on. If you are saying you are suspending something around someone's candidacy and the suspension is taking effect immediately, how do you juxtapose that with them completing the process?
Well, just like I thought, and Simba also, but other people said otherwise. Simba was under the impression, which I too was, that JAMB banned her from taking JAMB for the next 3 years, but does not stop her to use her legitimate, authentic results.
Praise Daddy, they've withdrawn the current results.
Okay, so and I said, and I submitted like yesterday or so when I was talking, that I believe, I used I guess the legal term is ultra vires. I think JAMB is overreaching with its overreaching its jurisdiction in this matter. I think they are excessive in handling the situation. I don't believe. See, in the beginning, I don't know if you guys heard me and many other people on this platform. Like this was Rational Mind, I was in support of JAMB as a credible institution. I supported JAMB. That hey, what it did is fine. The legitimate institution, even though some people trying to rubbish JAMB that everything Nigeria is corrupt. I said no. JAMB is great. JAMB is fine. This is a fine institution. They're doing their job. But at the same time, I don't believe in any institution or individuals overreaching with their powers. I think at this point in time, it needs to be looked at legally. I think JAMB is overreaching with this action if they truly withdrew results, because again, we have this how I broke it down. We have an issue of counterfeit, we have an issue of forgery, and we have an issue of misrepresentation of the matter, and the fourth one I can't remember that I came up with. See, Ms. Omar did not forge her JAMB results. She produced a counterfeit. There's a distinction legally between something is counterfeit and something that's a forgery. If she took a JAMB result of 269 or 249, whatever she got, and took that paper, make an alteration to it, and make a photocopy and go submit it at a school as a result, and the school calls JAMB to verify, and JAMB said, oh no, yes, we have this person, Ms. Summer, but she did not get the result. Now, she's like really contravening JAMB's policy, I would say. But I'm still maintaining that a result that she got is good. And I give an example that, look, maybe she wanted to study medicine, for example, and medicine requires her to score like 300 points. Now, with the punishment of JAMB, she can't go take the exam for the next 3 years. But nonetheless, a 249 result should be able to get her into school right now if she wants to. I don't think JAMB should withdraw a result.
Do you know that please, Daddy, do you know that Unilag and other schools have the right to stand with JAMB and reject her coming to sit for their exams?
Which exam is she sitting for?
So that's the thing. I think you don't understand. Even after taking JAMB, you still go ahead.
You still take exam individually of your school.
From that school that you're going to, then the school will request for your credentials from JAMB. Taking JAMB is just the first phase.
Okay, one second. I agree with.
One second, please. That is the current process. But I think it is dumb. It is stupid. It doesn't make no sense.
Exactly. Because you have a law in the books doesn't mean that the law is not overreaching.
No,
Because
you don't get it. Okay,
law needs to be reviewed. Laws need to be reviewed. And
but this is what I'm
Prince
saying.
Daddy, you must understand one
You
thing.
don't understand the process. Let me.
Sorry,
One voice, please. One voice, please. Yeah,
Prince Daddy,
yeah.
it is
Remy, let's hear about
JAM.
you. Yeah.
It is JAM that will send the result of this girl to the university of her choice,
correct.
not from this girl. What this girl have done, I listened to you, she did a counterfeit, and that means the counterfeit is fake, right?
Right.
So
She
first
can't fit. Yeah.
Yeah, so first we must condemn her action, which is not good. And then the problem people have with her is that she would have come clean after that one that I did this, but she maintained.
It doesn't matter whether she
It does-
comes clean or not.
I agree with progressive. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant as far as I'm concerned.
Okay,
I mean,
so you are trying to say the punishment meted to her is too much, right?
no, I never said that. No, I never said that.
I understand
Prince
what
Daddy.
Prince.
Okay, Remy,
I never said that.
Guys, no. You have to help me.
So just let me
One
quickly
voice,
understand,
please.
Prince Daddy, what is your bone of contention about this issue? Quickly, just in a sentence.
Yeah, my bone of contention is that Mr. Mar's result of 249 is legitimate result and it's authentic result, and JAM can verify that. And JAM has already said that she accessed the results once or twice in their system, so it's a credible result. So if you didn't want to verify,
So you want her to use this result to get to university, right?
yes, because it's
So
authentic result.
what about what she has done by the counterfeit she has made?
Remy, that's a crime separate on itself. If again, I said it, if Innocent Motors wants to go after her to return the money, if individuals want to go after her, if the state wants to go,
already made it public that she got this result from JAM Porter. So where do you leave JAM in this scenario?
well, JAM is not the government of Nigeria. Hold on. Yeah, let me answer this question real quickly. JAM is not all powerful. See, I'm trying to establish JAM's jurisdiction and how far they can reach. This is my contention.
JAM also have a name to protect the integrity of their examination. Is very important. If somebody is questioning it, that I printed the result from their portal, which is a counterfeit, which is not right, and you said that.
That's why I said JAM is the authenticator. They can only authenticate results. That's their job. That's the job. Yes.
I think.
Hold on, please. I think we've dealt with this argument. You guys are even shifting focus from the. Hold on, please. Just calm down, please. I think we have dealt with this argument maybe 2 or 3 times ago. At least you guys are seeking focus on this video. Is the apology accepted? Is still? They said she wants to commit suicide. Let's really speak on that. Yeah, but what you want to say what you want to say. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you're having you didn't. Number one, JAM has laws. The offense she committed is part of JAM's laws. They did not just come up with a punishment. If you go back and read what JAM said, according to Article this, Section this of their laws, which she signed, if you break this rule, this is the punishment. So the punishment of banning her for 3 years was not concocted by JAM. It's part of the agreement, terms and conditions. So well split out, Article this or that this. I can't bring it all on the top of my head, but that was what I read.
Yeah, then you don't understand. Look, my brother.
Hold on. Article this, with the withdrawal of the result is part of the consequences that was stipulated under the law.
JAM's law does not supersede the law of Nigeria as a country. It's substandard.
Under the law of Nigeria, she is entitled to 7 years imprisonment. If you are in prison, how do you go to university? No, answer me. If you go to prison, how do you go to university?
Let the law of the land take its
yes,
effect.
let the law take it. And by the way, I never questioned JAM banning her for 3 years. I don't have any problem with that at all.
Prince Daddy.
or
Prince
jam,
Daddy,
she's not going to go to school.
Hold on, please.
Prince
No,
Daddy,
we can't
I
take
want
this.
to, I want, I
No.
want to
Yeah.
interview, please. Can I ask Prince Daddy a question?
Yeah,
In
yeah, yeah.
America,
Go on. Yeah.
in America, there is a law, there is a policy. You understand? Accepted, we have a law, but every company, every individual, every position has the policy they can put in place. Now the law is there, and I'm working with this company, and I bring the policy, and I will face the consistency of the policy of the company. Then what are we talking about? Let me talk about the issue on ground. You see that guy, they're not supposed to bring the lady online saying maybe you want to commit suicide. Anybody that are doing that, they're not ashamed. Let us address the issue. They're not ashamed of what they are doing. Anybody that want to help the lady behind the closed door. We don't need to be bringing her online that she want to commit suicide. All those things is not necessary. You understand? That's all I want to say.
Okay, Thomas, can I quickly come in, please?
Yes, Akim, yeah.
Thank you. So I think for me, I kind of I'm on the side of Prince Daddy on this one. Yeah, nobody is saying Jam don't have rules. They don't have rules by which other people have to play by. But within the rules, within when the game was being played, which was the girl bought the form, she did not commit any crime. She sat the exam. While sitting the exam, they did not find her wanting at the time. Then the exam finished. That is it. The process is done. Jam had no more jurisdiction over her. So she had gone to falsify a Jam result. Jam can say, okay, you cannot come into this institution for the next 3 years to participate in any of our exams. Fine, they have the right to do that. But that exam which she sat for, which they did not find her participate in any exam malpractice or whatever, that result should stand. Going forward, that result should stand, because if you had found her wanting while she was sitting or writing that result at any point in time, that is when you have power to take that result away from her. That is when you have the power to stop her from even continuing participating in that exams at the time. But
okay, if you own university, you're not gonna question our results. You're not gonna question that. If you have a private university and you want to give that lady an admission, right? You're not gonna question that result. Are you not going to question?
No, these are two different
arguments. Can I quickly interject this? Sorry, Kumbi. I think, in my own opinion, that result she got from JAM 249, because she did a counterfeit and she goes public, JAM have a right to stop her, and they should not accept that result. Because if somebody can go to that extent of cheating, then I, as an examination body, I also want to be sure, is this really sure? Am I really sure that this guy really get this mark? Maybe there is another thing entirely.
Yeah, but you cannot assume. You cannot do it.
Listen first. If she did not go to public and she does not continue to maintain that she scored 364 or whatever, or something like that, listen carefully. I think I said JAM also have a name to protect. If she does like this, and tomorrow a lot of people also do the same thing, and they're also claiming blah 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 blah. So that is
they've already protected their name by coming out to debunk the 362.
But that doesn't mean they should accept. They ban her, and they're right. And
they want her to. They still want her to use.
That is the punishment. So they cannot let her use that result. If they let her use that result, that means there's no punishment anymore.
You don't understand what you are trying to explain to you.
What you are saying now is this. What you are saying now is this. The JAM should let her have that 249.
It's not that JAM should let her have it. It's a right.
Okay, hold on. So the question I want to ask you is this: JAM, you accept that JAM ban her for free? You accept that JAM ban her?
You hear somebody? Hold on, please. AY, you hear Remy speaking?
No.
Do you want him to stop? Let him finish. Then you come after him.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I said, can I interject?
You admitted.
He's just interjecting. Let him finish. Then you can come after him.
I just want to clarify. So the progressive, you admitted that 3 years ban JAM on her is okay, right?
Yeah, fine. I have no problem with
So
that.
are you now saying that 249 she got now, JAMB should let her have it, and any university can give her admission? Is that what you're saying?
It is not the choice. It is not the
that what you are
decision.
saying?
It is
that
the
what you're
decision to
saying?
be made by the universities. That is not
That,
JAMB. That's no
that's
longer
why I asked
JAMB.
you.
No.
Gonna give her admission.
Let's assume that UI gave her admission for that.
Yeah.
So what is the essence of the punishment?
The punishment, well, the essence of the punishment is not
Let
up
me
to
check.
JAMB.
I can tell you the essence of the punishment, Remy, quickly.
The essence of the punishment is not up to JAMB. It's up to the institution of government whether the police want to prosecute her or not.
It's not.
No, I explained earlier, Remy, quickly. I explained the punishment again. See, we all know sometimes people want to better their score, and they can sit for JAMB multiple times. It's not a crime to sit for JAMB multiple times. Assuming that Miss Summer wants to study medicine, right? And she needed to be at least 300 score. Right now, we know she doesn't have it. And because JAMB has banned her, now she's lost the opportunity to sit down to take the exam for the next 3 years. That's a big punishment. Now she's only compelled and restricted in using a 249 that she got for admission into any other school. That's a punishment itself. What do you mean that's a big punishment? She's banned for 3 years, and I agree with JAMB that the 3-year ban should stand.
So what I'm trying to say, Prince Daddy, is that if this score 249 stands, to me, there's no punishment, because that means
No punishment. Thank you.
Listen, Prince Daddy. The essence of doing JAMB is for you to go to university. And if you say JAMB ban her for 3 years, and she can still use the result to go to any university, so I did not say any essence of punishment. They didn't stop her, so that means she can still go to any university.
She committed the crime. Listen, Remy, she committed a crime, and it's not the duty of JAMB to become a prosecutor.
Progressive. Let me ask you a question.
In
school, university, then if you cheat, and people that were expelled for cheating in an exam, why didn't you say that because they were expelled from cheating in an exam, they should just cancel that old courses and they should come back to take that old courses, and the punishment of suspending them for a semester, a year, or 2 years, or expulsion should not take place?
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
These are two different arguments. Somebody is
I think what you guys should be concerned about.
What I'm saying is,
if JAMB can reduce our 3 years punishment to 2 or 1 year, that would be okay.
Exactly. It still makes a lot.
She can attempt to do the same examination again. But you not saying that I don't see the essence of any punishment or anything, because it's of cheating.
Hey, Remy, I think the punishment, the 3-year punishment should stand. Quite frankly, I think it should stand. But I don't. Again,
then she cannot go to any university in Nigeria. That is the
well, again, I think JAMB is overreaching. I think she legitimately earned a JAMB result. She did not cheat, unless JAMB is saying it's cheated.
I would doubt our ability. If
Okay,
you
you have to prove it.
Yes, they have to. So if I choose right now to go reproduce a counterfeit JAMB result that I did not take, okay, can JAMB come after me based on what? I can do it. Who's going to stop me? I can produce a counterfeit result.
You can do it, but can you use that JAMB to get to Nigerian university?
Well, exactly. I cannot do it. Just answer the question. But Miss Summer has a result. Hold on. She has a legitimate result that she can use.
One voice, please.
Miss Summer has a legitimate result that she can use.
Miss Summer is to cheat.
Remy, please. Let's please land, please. Please.
Yes, to your question, Remy. I'm saying you just answer my question. I can produce any result that I want. Even if I like, I can make it 500 points. Who cares? What is JAMB going to do to me? But in Miss Summer's case, she has a legitimate result. Unless JAMB comes and say, hey, Miss Summer, your result of 249 was as a result of cheating, then that's a different case. Then I understand that. But they're not saying that.
Please, Daddy, you are mixing it up. You just give an example now. You said you make a counterfeit result, but you do not sit for any JAMB result. You can make 1,000 counterfeit. Nobody is stopping you.
Exactly, Remy, because I cannot use my results for admission in any school. It's useless.
So that means Miss Summer used this result to get money, to get a favor from government.
Exactly. That's the crime I'm talking about.
Is that so? You want that kind of people in Nigeria? That is cheating.
Remy,
that is scamming people.
Can we consider if JAMB made the mistake and it was Miss Summer that was right? What would have happened? Let us look at it that way.
Okay. Then she has the right to sue JAM big way and every compensation for her.
There you go. So now she also has the right now to sue JAM if they try to
I let you go and shoot down. You can't. She can't try that. 7 years imprisonment. 7 years. 7 years imprisonment.
In fact, if that would have been the case, then JAM would be in serious trouble now. That means a lot of result issued out from them might not be the real result, and that institution.
Remy, guys? What I'm thinking now is people trying to give this girl leeway. They are promoting fraud and crime, and they want to
That's what
push
I'm
this
saying.
lady to jail. To jail.
No.
Thank you,
So
Thomas.
you are Prince Daddy. Hold on, please. Prince Daddy, I was surprised what I'm hearing from you. Nah.
It shouldn't be surprised.
We can't build. We can't build. We can't build a society with this. I am surprised that it's time to give this. No.
It is not.
I'm very sorry.
Thomas, you are getting it wrong. It is not about the girl. It's
I'm
about
not getting it wrong.
It's about the process. Does JAM have power to unilaterally just withdraw a result that they don't have any
Of course,
proof?
they do. They
They
do
don't
have
have
power
any
to
proof.
ban
Hold
candidates.
on.
Progressive, that's what
They
you're not
don't have
understanding.
any
Yes,
proof.
JAM has power.
They don't have any proof that he cheated during the election. What power do they have? So Remy, that means they can
Election
withdraw.
game.
They can
I
withdraw
bet
anybody's
JAM.
result then.
Progressive, maybe I need to bring Thomas. I will
So
bring.
you must
No,
get
Remy,
this
please.
in line.
Remy, please, just give me something.
Go ahead,
I will bring the terms and agreements each candidate sign before applying for JAM. When you are filling JAM form, there are terms and conditions. The terms and conditions goes beyond your conduct inside the examination hall. The terms and the condition starts from when you are applying as a candidate, the things you need to do, up to your conduct at your university level. It is not only your conduct inside the examination hall.
What kind of nonsense talk is that? Up to your university level, JAM still have power over you. Is that what you say? What kind of talk
Yes,
is that?
up to when you graduate. Let me tell you something. No, Remy, let me finish. At the point of your graduation, when you are graduating, they will still refer back to JAM to give them that your score, re-verify your score. And
Okay.
if you are verified, then you go for your NYSC. People don't know. I did it when I was in school.
Thank you, Mr. Ewa.
Okay, real quick, AY, you just answered my question also. So if it goes to the same point. If you go back to JAM right now, or if you miss my request a result, it's not going to change from JAM, unless I'm mistaken. The 249 still stands. If you go to college after 4 years and JAM or the school wants to authenticate a result, they can go back to JAM, and guess what? The 249 is still going to stand. That is a legitimate result. That is a legitimate result.
The issue we have here is that Miss Summer going public and telling the public that first she got 369 and she told the public that she printed the result from JAM Porter. And
That is a crime, and I think should be handled differently.
Look at the Look at the implication here. Because of that, she got a scholarship. The state governments are ready to sponsor her, and a lot of people are giving her financial inducement. And when the school itself, the school went and confirmed from JAM said this is not happening. If she has maintained that, okay, at that particular stage, I'm sorry, people, I did this thing by myself.
Remy, a question.
Listen.
What school verified it? I missed that part. What school verified the result?
I think the school that she went, maybe the secondary school or something like that. That is
the secondary school.
Secondary school. They went.
So okay, what does the secondary school has to do with?
Is it not a good image laundering for the school that we have the best JAM candidate that's got the highest?
See, I understand. Yes, they can do that. That is fine. But again, we're talking about matriculation or admission into a university with a result, a legitimate result. That's what we're talking about. If the result is good,
personality here, we have a cheat.
Then we can condemn almost everybody. And we can condemn. Let's go to the politician then. And the people keep bringing up the politician. Let's talk about the politician.
Please, Daddy, let me say something. Can please. understanding the Nigerian education system, JAMB, WAEC, NECO are the foundations for you to build any career in that country. When I mean serious career, that's why even go to our laws, constitutions, minimum, if you want to contest for presidency, which is absurd, is your WAEC result. WAEC, JAMB are critical for you to move further into any sphere of life, learn anything, go to university, and seek higher degrees. So any infraction or misconduct by you, it's tantamount to you getting the penalty. And the institution responsible for guiding that has the right to according to their laws, to give you any penalty. If someone decides to go pursue this case through the law court, JAMB will respond. And at the end of the day, they can say she's right, she has a score, but then she will have to go to 7 years, for 7 years imprisonment. So the question is, how does a student that is in prison goes to school?
Quickly, in response to that, what AY said, I can't question, or do I want to question JAMB's policies, the bylaws and whatnot. I don't know for a fact, but I agree with everything you said. Now, this is my point here. You guys are helping me make my case. Now, let's separate that. If JAMB wants to send her to jail for 7 years, okay, let's choose that route. Because they have the jurisdiction, or they have the power according to their law. But again, we're trying to make a separation of things here. I'm trying to say that at this point in time, based on what JAMB has done, they're overreaching, they have too much power. That's what I'm contending right now.
Okay, Prince Daddy. Okay, let's look at this case and let me ask you. If the girl is sentenced to 7 years, our result expires after 1 year. You can only use it once. That 249 score can only be used once. If you don't get admission this year, you cannot use it anymore. You have to write another exam. So my question is, if they go through the legal process, they tell her that, okay, your score is standing and you are going to prison.
Sorry, Daddy, take this question along also. I know that some people that cheated in WAEC or GC or whatever during that time, and if they were caught, sometimes some of these guys were banned for 3, 5, or 10 years. So if JAMB is also doing the same thing, so what is the big?
It's not the ban that is the problem. It's not the. You keep going back to the. It's not the ban is okay. Banning her for 3 years is no problem, but JAMB should not be able to take back that result, because that result.
So what I'm trying to say is, if WAEC ban you, the result that you are expecting that year will not be released to you. JAMB should take that result away from her.
JAMB as we speak now. JAMB as we speak now, I've not been able to prove. JAMB as we speak now, I've not been able to prove that result was obtained illegally.
Exactly.
So why are you withdrawing it?
She never cheated. As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Man never cheated. She never cheated in the exam. She has a legitimate result.
She made another counterfeit one to cheat.
Yes, she made a counterfeit.
Crime on its own.
She made a crime.
Her intention is not only for cheating the government. She also wants to cheat the Nigerian institution by saying, I scored. That is a cheat. And you are not looking at it from that angle. You are just looking at it from the score alone. The motive and the intention of that girl.
Remy, if we have to preemptively strike people, it's going to be a tough country, Nigeria. Let's not go there. If we have to preemptively strike people for what they think, what their intention is going to be, then nobody has a chance. Nobody. I mean, come on now. Nobody has a chance. Let's just go by what we know. What we know, that Ms. Summer never cheated. She only produced a counterfeit result. That's what she did. And I believe the state should go after her and individuals according to the law. That's what I think.
I think at the end of the day, the way you guys are looking at it, to me, it's not right, because you are just trying to say that what she has done is right, and she can keep that 249, and she can go to
hold on, please, Remy. When I started this, hold on, please. When I started, I said anybody that said, what about the politician? And you can see now, Prince Daddy too went there. What about the politician? We can't be doing what about? This is a crime. This lady committed. Let's condemn it outrightly. You can't be saying what you can see that guy too. He was saying, what about the politician? If you
Uh,
are saying that, hold on, please. You are not even giving that lady to think about what she has done. You are trying to justify her move. That is what that's what it means.
Just look at Thomas. Look at this example of Adeoshun. They make a fake NYSC something for her. She get to that high place, a minister of finance. Oh my God, it's a top position, and because of that, she has to step down. What are we talking about now? So we are talking about a young girl, 19 years old. Even some of our mates are already in 200 or 300 level, and of course, there must be some reason that she has to be so late to do her jam by 19 years old. But the intention, what she has in mind is terrible. And I'm sure that she's not the only one at play here. There are some people behind her. All this thing coming out with a video that she wants to kill herself, I don't buy it at all. Because for me, I think what we should do is a beg jam to reduce the 3 years to 1 year, so that by 2025 she can attempt again, and it's fine. So and you guys are trying to tell us that she should keep the score and go to university again. Oh my!
My brother.
Remy,
you know this politician. I thought we would discuss this thing today. Stella.
One voice, please. One voice, please. One voice, please. Yeah, Remy. Akim, please.
Sometimes it is very hard to have a conversation or an argument with some people. Like, really, what we are trying to explain to you now is okay, let's take the Mesoma issue out of it now. Just assume this issue is never this Mesoma case is not there. That is not what we are arguing now. What we are arguing is the power of JAMB. In terms of jurisdiction, right? In situations like this, they take Mesoma own out of it. You don't have proof that this person cheated during the time of the election. Sorry, during the time of the exams, right? And then you've awarded the score to a candidate. What power do you have to unilaterally retrieve that result from that person again as an institution? If that person commit a crime, right? She commit a crime, that crime should be dealt with, not by JAMB, because JAMB is not.
So
JAMB
from
is
what
not,
you said,
JAMB
is progressive.
JAMB is not a prosecutive body. If they want to send her to 7 years in prison, let them send her to 7 years in prison. What we are saying
really? That is
hold on, Remy, please. Hold on, Remy. Progressive, do you know the rules and regulation of JAMB concerning this crime this lady committed?
Exactly.
Do you?
I don't have the rules and regulation as you speak, but what I'm trying to say,
Yes.
even if that
So can we say they carry out their rules and regulation? And I know, let me land it, please. Let me land it before you respond. Let's say they carry, I know it is not the chairman of JAMB will just sit down on his own and amount this punishment on this lady. I think they will have a punishment. There will be a punishment in place. It's not that because of Mesoma, that is why they banned her. The punishment is already there. They are just carrying. I know, I can say that for fact. They are just carrying out their rules and regulation and penalty for contravening their law. That's what they are doing. They did not do this because of Mesoma or because he's an Igbo, because he's an 90 years old.
Hold on one second. I'm going to say something. You see, even the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is still being challenged in the court of law, right? It's a law, it's a constitution that was written to guide everybody, but the sections of it, people still go to court to challenge it. Just because it's part of the rules of JAMB, I don't know if they have it in their rules to withdraw people's results when they have not found any illegality. Even if
there is illegality now, there is illegality, Akim. Why are you saying there is no illegality? This is somebody that sent wrong result to the portal of JAMB to manipulate the result, and you are saying there is no legality.
I'm talking about the score of 249 that she scored.
Let me tell you that you cannot be talking about somebody who's ready to change the results.
Can you please hold on? So, yeah, Simba, let's say from Simba.
So, even if you challenge, if you have the powers to challenge the constitution in the court of law, I think even if that is the current position of
This
JAMB,
is not a matter of why are you talking
hold
like
on,
this,
hold
Akim.
on,
This is not a
hold
matter
on.
of constitution
I
now.
say even if that
Every
is, even
school,
if it's the current,
if you cheated in a school, the school does not need to take you to court before they
she
punish you.
did not
You have
cheat.
a
She did not
regulatory
look.
body.
She did not cheat in the
She
exam.
did it. She cheated, whether
She did
during or
not cheat
after.
in
It's
the
cheating.
exam.
Cheating is cheating. During,
No.
whether during or after, it's a cheating. This is somebody who
Okay,
changed
Thomas,
the
can I come in?
results.
What
She
is
did
the
She
not
meaning of
changed the
cheat in the
results.
exam.
conduct?
She changed the
Conduct.
results.
Conduct.
No,
Conduct.
that's a lie. No, she didn't change the results.
No,
That's a lie.
no,
She
no.
didn't change the
Please,
results.
She
please.
changed the results. No,
No, she did
Prince
not.
Daddy, she changed the results. If
She did not. She did not.
let me tell you, Prince Daddy, listen to me. If the Jam Porter is not foolproof, she sent this wrong result several times to their porter, but it rejected it. She made sure if the porter is not foolproof, she will have done it. And this is somebody who came publicly and then make a wrong acquisition to Jam that it was Jam that was manipulating our result. Our real result, it was 362.
Oh,
So,
actually,
and you people
I
are
have a
now
question.
saying
1 second. So I missed that part. So not only can one retrieve a result from Jam, they can also send result into Jam. Is that what you're saying?
she attempted it to send a wrong signal to the porter. If the porter has accepted this, she will have been able to manipulate and now got this 362.
But that she's just being naive. Oh, there's no way you send.
She don't say no. It's not a naive. She's a crook. She's a crook. She's 19-year-old. She's a crook.
Yeah,
she made that one. She deceived the whole public. Akim, wait. She deceived the whole public. You are talking about this young lady who want to make a mess of the whole institution of Nigeria. You know how many kids? If she succeeded, let me tell you. You know how many? Oh, okay.
Nobody is saying she's not a crook, right? Nobody is saying she did not commit an offense, right? But what we are saying, what I am saying personally is that as an institution, right, the punishment of banning her for 3 years, even if they want to ban her for 5 years, I would have no problem with that because of for her trying to falsify a result. But the original result, which she stood and wrote in the classroom, which she had a correct score for, they should not be able to say, oh no, this result is no longer valid. Based on what?
So, Akim, are you helping this lady or you want to put her in trouble? Because you know that the real punishment for this, what she has done, is 7 years imprisonment. So if you are asking Jam now to take her to court,
You know, you guys keep throwing around that 7 years. One question.
They are being lenient. They are being lenient to her.
See, I don't understand the 7 years. It's been thrown around a lot, but 7 years for what? For forgery or counterfeit?
Yes, for forgery and falsification of result.
Well, exactly. Well, Miss somebody did not forge any result. Miss somebody did not forge any results.
It's not a forged result.
No,
the one that she's displaying is not a forged result.
No, it's a counterfeit. It's a counterfeit. It's not a forged result. It's a big difference. It's a huge difference, by the way. It's a counterfeit, not a forged result. Maybe the 7 years is for forged results.
When she forged result is when she's not even in the system. She did not even participate. She just go and manipulate the result from somewhere above.
It's a counterfeit, just like a counterfeit Gucci bag of whatever. It's a counterfeit. Is not. She did not forge a result. A forgery is taking an original result or document and making an alteration to it. That means taking
the way let me. I think what they should do for her,
Jam,
because people are not.
Hold on, I agree that Jam is the sole
Let
authority.
the court decide on the punishment for her.
I agree, Jam is the sole authority, and they do have the power to hold the result or that document that they print, that they have the logo and all the institutional information on. It belongs to Jam because the state of Nigeria has given Jam that authority, and I strongly believe that. She did not do that. She went and created a fake document. It's a counterfeit. A counterfeit, in which right now in my house, at home, I can probably do the same thing. I understand you need to download the app and print it from a printer and use maybe some kind of paper, and I'm done. So what is JAM going to do to me? Because I'm sitting at home freely and doing whatever I want to do. I can produce as many fake JAM results that I want. But if I want to go use it at an institution and present it as an authentic result, well, that's where the problem comes in. That's when the problem comes in. So let's be careful about the 7 years. Miss Somebody did not forge a result. She produced a counterfeit. It's very important to know the distinction, quite frankly.
Thank you. So forgery and counterfeit, they are different now. This Oyinbo no go kill us. So forgery is good, but forgery is not good, but counterfeit is good.
Both of them
So
are not good.
Nobody said that,
no,
Thomas. I didn't say that.
that is what you are saying now.
I didn't say that. That's what you say.
Forgery. No, you are trying. Forgery is not good, but counterfeit is good. Miss Summer, continue with your counterfeit. Let's see how I go land you. We have to shut it down now. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah. You guys have been amazing. Yeah. I think the other topic we'll be talking about it too, maybe some other time. Miss Summer, even the main topic, you guys don't want to speak on it. She said you want to commit suicide. I'm waiting for when they will say he commit suicide. So maybe Nami go they cry, maybe na him parent go they cry. So you Miss Mama make the problem for herself. So if she wants to commit suicide, she should go ahead and commit suicide. I'm sorry for saying that. It's just total nonsense to me. She came to the public and exposed herself. Nobody exposed her to the world. Yeah, I'm very sorry for making that comment. Yeah. She should account for his for her deeds. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Progressive. Thank you, Kumi.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, everyone. Yeah. See you guys tomorrow again. Yeah.
All
I
right,
will
thanks,
catch
Thomas.
you
Thank you.
later. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, we have come to the end of this section again. Yeah. One more always say another day, another dollar. So thank you, everyone. The super chatters, our comment section, and everyone. I would say there is nothing that brought us here every time is to better the life of Nigerians and to speak good of our nation called Nigeria. So if you're not because of that, we will not be spending 9 hours on the internet talking about Nigeria. And I hope one day Nigeria will be great again. Thank you, guys. May God bless you all. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I say peace. Thank you, guys.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ yàyà. You yàyà. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń sẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yẹ́yẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ o. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.